thank you for being here with us today. And my name is Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now, and I'm curious about the kinds of cargo, whether it is food or experiments or whatever, that have been loaded on the spacecraft last. And when was that? And if there is a delay in launching for, say, a week or two, does any of that cargo have to be replaced? Thank you.
I can take that. Our turnover for our last stow, so we do have a stow in launch countdown. It happens somewhere between about L-30 and about L-24. We have the avatar that will go in, and of course that is provides us insight into effects on tissue. We also have the zero gravity indicator, and then some other late stow items. Like we have 4 bags that are going in, and then certainly if we end up in an extended scrub, then there are change-outs associated with some of that. And that's pretty standard for our timelines. We look at all of our scrub schedules. We have destow and restow ops.
That is NASA officials speaking ahead of the Artemis 2 mission to the moon that's coming up. I'm being told that the takeoff could be as soon as Wednesday. They could be taken off, but it should be within the next 2 weeks. Again, this is a live look right now with the Artemis 2. We will have that covered for you on Live Now. When it does happen, you could watch it in its entirety right here from Live Now from Fox. We will have you covered with that information. Now, switching gears a little bit now, also coming up on tomorrow's show, we'll be looking out for it as well. I want to bring up this tweet. Again, it's been about 2 weeks or so since we've heard a press conference from Secretary Hegseth and also Chairman Kane. This is going to be a press conference on Operation Epic Fury, a press conference that will be going on. We will also have that on Live Now for Fox, so make sure that you tune in. We will have you covered for that from front to end. We will show that in its entirety coming up tomorrow morning. As you can see right there, the time will be beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern, so that'll be 5 a.m. Eastern Pacific time. We'll have you covered for that. All right, everybody, that does it all for Live Now for Fox today. I'm Jay Russell. We're going to go into our overnight playlist covering today's top stories and headlines. Be sure to be tuned for that. Have a good one.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you out to the White House. Caroline Levitt with the White House briefing.
There are amen in there. We just said a little loud prayer as a team. In this Holy Week, President Trump and the First Lady are joining in prayer with Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the president will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because they oppose the president's and his administration's efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
Two questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. Well, while there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has...
Like Hormuz Island, Karg Island, maybe the Tumba Islands, something that has a direct impact like Hormuz Island, Karg Island, maybe the Tumba Islands, something that has a direct influence on the Straits of Hormuz. Beyond that, they can't hold that much land, so don't expect anything significant.
All right, Darren, we appreciate your time and your insights very much. Thank you again.
Thanks, Rick.
Meanwhile, there are growing national security concerns here at home. You may have heard reports of more than 1,500 Iranian nationals being stopped at our southern border in recent years. But officials are now warning the bigger threat might be the unknown number who were not caught, raising fears about potential sleeper cells already inside America. With tensions escalating overseas and intelligence agencies warning Tehran could activate operatives beyond its borders, how serious are these threats? Let's ask our border correspondent, Jason Jones, who joins us live from Austin, Texas. Jason, what do you got?
Well, Rick, it's good to be with you. Look, the threat of these cells is valid, and every American should have these concerns, especially now that we have learned from the United States Customs and Border Protection leaked data coming out of there about those who come from a country with a terrorism nexus. We call them special interest aliens. In this case, Iranians specifically, under the Biden-Harris administration, 1,504 crossed illegally and were detained by the United States Customs and Border Protection. But it doesn't stop there, Rick. 729 were allowed into the United States. But you have to remember, those other 700 plus that were pushed back, we don't push them back to Iran. We push them to Mexico. That's where the terminology of today's apprehensions are tomorrow.
We'll be joined by Newsmax host Ike Wingate to discuss the partial government shutdown and how President Trump is taking action to make sure TSA agents get paid as Democrats continue to grandstand and put everyday hardworking Americans at risk. That was Ike. I'm Rick, and we'll be right back after this.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch The Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
Car insurance for seniors can be very expensive.
But don't assume that just because you're over 65 that you've got to pay outrageously high rates.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
So call the number on your screen right now and find out how much you can save.
1-800-997-4197. Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today. It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2. Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr. And there's no apologies, because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
Welcome back to the 11th Hour Report. The ongoing partial government shutdown has now made the record books. At 45 days and counting, it is the longest federal government shutdown in U.S.
The war. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. may need to reassess its relationship with NATO after the Iran war is finished. He called the military alliance's alleged lack of support during the Middle East conflict, quote, very disappointing. Members of NATO have largely rebuffed Trump's request to help reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz. And a look at markets here, and things are trading slightly in the green on perhaps hopes that maybe the U.S. is looking to wind things down in Iran over the course of this week. But again, as we were flagging on the show, a lot of mixed messaging coming through from the White House here. Trump has claimed that they are close to getting a deal across the line. We haven't heard similar comments being echoed by the Iranians. But most definitely, we know that the diplomatic back channels are being worked. At the same time, this Wall Street Journal article suggesting that the U.S. could end their military operations in Iran, even if it meant that the strait is still effectively shut. So markets are reacting to that story. S&P futures up 0.8%. European markets less so, still up 0.3% in positive territory as we head into this European session. Now, coming up, President Trump reportedly tells aides he's willing to end the military campaign in Iran if the crucial Strait of Hormuz remains closed. As we were just talking about, we'll discuss the impact on energy markets with Sasha Foss, energy analyst at CSE Commodities.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa, our top stories this morning. President Trump reportedly tells aides he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. The report by the Wall Street Journal sends U.S. futures and treasuries higher and oil sliding as investors take it as a sign of possible de-escalation. Meanwhile, Asian stocks are on track for their worst month since October 2008. Plus, despite talk of possible de-escalation, the attacks continue. Kuwait's state-run oil company says Iran has hit a fully laden tanker ship off Dubai, while the U.S. threatens Tehran's oil and water infrastructure. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Joanna Versace in Dubai. While walking in, markets are accounting for a potential de-escalation in coming days on back of a Wall Street Journal article saying that Trump is thinking winding down military operations, even if it means that the strait is still effectively shut. He would then leave that to a group effort, a coalition, so to speak, to somehow reopen the strait diplomatically in coming weeks and months. But that is what the report is saying. The reaction in markets has been quite astute this morning. You can see S&P futures up 0.8%, so pricing in some of that optimism here. Brent initially slipped on the headlines, but of course there's still a lot to contend with, and we're going to get into our energy segment now about some of the risks still underlying the energy markets in the coming months. So Brent sitting at $107 here. 10-year yields also slipping a little bit, sliding down about 2.5 basis points today, 4.32. Remember earlier in the week we're up at 4.40, and north of that, and we had comments from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell overnight also saying that he thinks inflation expectations are still pretty anchored. So that also came as relief, I guess, to some fixed income investors. But the curve continues to flatten there. And then the USD not doing a whole lot today, slipping a little bit. But over the course of this war, the greenback has actually benefited. And then when you think about EM assets, also something to take a look at, especially given we're winding up the month of March. The war has been going on for a month. And what this shows you very clearly is a lot of the optimism that was baked into some of these emerging market assets has now started to be unwound. So pretty much all of that premium that was priced in has come out of those markets. When you're talking about bonds, stocks, as people get concerned, investors are really concerned about what this ongoing war could mean for higher energy prices, especially for some of those oil importing countries in emerging markets. All right, let's also check in on how markets in Asia are faring. Avril Hong is in Singapore for us. Avril, how have investors reacted in Asia to some of the headlines coming through about the war?
Yeah, as we've been discussing earlier, it's really trading from headline to headline. So stocks initially paired losses after the Wall Street Journal headlines, but now we're back towards those session lows. And indeed, if you look at Asia's gauge of stocks, we've pretty much erased the gains for the year. And that drag you're seeing is really coming from the AI, the chip-related names, the Samsungs, SK Hynixes, as the thesis in the early days of the war was that tech would be okay. Certainly that's been proven wrong, and we've been seeing these are the drags on the region's benchmark as investors worry not just about the AI scare trade or the chip memory-related stocks getting hit by selling after Google released its new tools. Investors have also been turning more defensive and away from tech stocks overall. And then add to that the cues that we got overnight out of the US as well, where those chip stocks also got hit. It's hard to see a situation where elevated energy prices and still elevated yields are going to be helpful for the tech sector in Asia. Jumana.
Avril, thank you so much. Avril Hong in Singapore. Oil whipsawing after the Wall Street Journal reported President Trump telling aides he's willing to end the military campaign in Iran, even if the crucial Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Joining us now is Stephen Jasinski, who leads Bloomberg's Asia energy coverage. So Brent, as we speak, now tracking around $107 a barrel, Stephen, but still in triple-digit territory. And just, walk us through what the effective, still ongoing closure of the strait might mean for energy markets, even if the war comes to a close.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you look at prices, and clearly the Wall Street Journal article, while we did see Brent kind of fall from some of its gains, there was a Kuwaiti oil tanker that was hit by an attack, and that kind of caused prices to rise in the morning. Wall Street Journal article helped pull things back. But again, like you said, we're still at well above where we were before the war began in Iran. We're at the highest level since 2020. And when you look at the oil that's coming through the strait, there's still 10 million barrels a day or 100 million barrels a week, potentially not being able to come into the market. And if this continues for 6 to 8 weeks, FGE's Feshraki says that we could see oil prices at $150, $200. So the longer that this continues, the higher it means for oil. But it's not just oil, it's refined products, it's natural gas. Liquefied natural gas has no alternative routes, unlike Saudi Aramco, which can send some of their supply into the Red Sea. There's nothing for that for Qatar's largest LNG plant, which produces about 18% of global supply. That's shut. The UAE can't send their LNG through the waterway as well. That's putting upward pressure on gas prices, and every day that remains shut, it's another risk to global LNG because there just isn't enough spare supply elsewhere. So while maybe there is an off-ramp discussion, maybe there is discussion about Trump calling victory and ending this war, if the Strait of Hormuz isn't part of it, and if there isn't a real clear indication as how that will open and flows will resume, then I think both the oil and gas market will remain elevated, according at least to the analysts that we've spoken to and been on TV here.
And Stephen, what further policy options does the U.S. actually have to help support this market? We've spoken about the record release, the IEA stockpile record release that started to filter through bit by bit. We've talked about them removing or lifting the sanctions on both Russian and Iranian oil. Are there any policy options left for the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, those are the big ones, and you've seen the Trump administration really pull the handle on the Iran, whatever's on the water for Iran, whatever's on the water for Russia, maybe easing different restrictions on as well Russian producers like Lukoil. You also have the options of trying to boost output out of the United States, but that's limited as well to certain degrees. You have other, obviously the joint release of strategic reserves is a big one, but that's more of a bandage. That's not adding more barrels into the market. The U.S. could use potentially some of their Navy to help with escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't really seen that. Instead, it's been more Iran using their sort of system to escort a limited number of vessels that they've approved through the strait. You could as well see the U.S. providing support for insurance for vessels that want to take that route, want to risk it. But again, the details of exactly how that would play out and what guarantees the U.S. would provide haven't really been set in stone either. Those are the main ones. But I think obviously the market is clearly looking at not just these sort of temporary solutions. They're looking at a de-escalation. They're looking at some sort of way for the U.S. to solve this situation on the ground.
Stephen, thank you for setting it up for us. Stephen Sachinsky, Bloomberg's Asia Energy team leader. Let's continue the conversation now with Sasha Foss, energy analyst at CSC Commodities Marex. Again, a lot going on in the energy space, but let me just ask you whether you're also in the camp that we will, in the coming weeks, so long as the strait is effectively shut or controlled, continue to see this upward push on oil prices.
Thank you, Jamala. Yes, certainly. As long as this conflict continues and the strait remains shut or controlled by Iran, then the structural oil price really is embedded higher. This has been the scenario that the industry has been fearing for the last 50 years. And what this conflict has shown is that it really is possible for Iran to conduct this asymmetric warfare and control the straits. So certainly, it's not only the straits being shut, but it's all the energy infrastructure being hit. Oil reservoirs, they're not like light switches. You can't just turn them off and on quickly. There's damage which will be very long lasting. The LNG, the Ras Laffan that your colleague Stephen was just talking about, they projected it will take 3 to 5 years to have production back to where it was. So certainly this is a war of duration, and it's already been a month now, and the longer it goes on, the worse it gets, unfortunately.
Yeah, do you have a view on where oil prices could top out? I mean, I've seen 150, I've seen 200. What are some of the clients that you're speaking to saying?
Yes, I mean it's difficult to predict. We'll have demand destruction at a certain point. I mean, oil demand is inelastic by nature, so you do have to get to these quite high prices. The highest price was in 2008, which was around $147. But in terms of money today, that's 220. I think certainly. I don't think that actually the Brent crude is the number to look at. I think where we'll see the demand destruction is through refined products or the crude grades in the Middle East, where you've already seen Oman and Dubai crudes at around 180, because that's really localized to where the crisis is. And we've seen jet fuel above $200 per barrel in Singapore. So I think those are kind of the benchmarks to look at, but certainly oil has a lot of room to grow, and unfortunately, as bad as things are, they can always get worse. And I think we've seen all those policy decisions that are kind of short-term fixes. The IEA release, as you said, the 400 million barrels, the Jones Act waiver, the relaxation on sanctions on not only Russian oil but Iranian oil, and I think those are kind of one-shot bullets. So once those finish, then oil will jump up higher.
And the other thing that people have been talking about is the wedge that's emerging between WTI and Brent, given where the bulk of the Brent is produced, emanating from the Middle East region. And I wonder whether that could actually become a more structural feature of the market, as even in months, years ahead, investors have to account for perhaps a little bit more geopolitical premium to Brent now, especially from some of those Middle East producers.
Certainly, that's very true, Jemana. I think the WTI Brent spread has been at multi-year highs, and I think also some of that. Brent's always been more of an international geopolitical marker, but it's also, I think, as the war goes on, the U.S. administration might reach for desperate measures, which include a crude export ban. So we saw the gap widening whenever those rumors kind of float, because the U.S. didn't become an oil exporter, I think, until 2015 when Obama lifted the crude oil export ban, and we've heard rumors that the U.S. administration was considering that. Which would trap oil in the American continent and therefore make it relatively a lot cheaper. However, it is important to underline that this really would be catastrophic for crude oil markets, because the US tends to export a lot of its light, sweeter oil and import kind of heavier crude from Canada or even Venezuela. And if we were to kind of undermine this free market, then it would be catastrophic to the rest of the world.
And finally, just to round things up, because this is also significant, Houthis entered into the war on Saturday and they launched projectiles towards Israel. What is the level of concern in the energy industry about them looking to once again disrupt shipping on the Red Sea?
Yes, it's a good point. I think the concern's very high. We hadn't really seen the Houthis until now. Obviously, a few years ago, they had kind of made the Red Sea a choke point, and they can fire missiles from the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is the other choke point of the region, which would really trap supply even further. Obviously, we've seen the East-West Saudi Arabia pipeline, which has a capacity of almost 7 million barrels per day, which has really been kind of the world's most critical infrastructure right now, as it allows a lot of the oil to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Now, obviously, from the Red Sea, you can take the channel up the Suez Canal, but it's Asia that's really kind of screaming right now for product that's been most impacted by this crisis. And so the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait would just make supply chains even longer and take more supply off the market. And that really is kind of a deep concern for the market right now.
Yeah. Sasha, thank you so much for joining us. Sasha Foss, energy analyst at CSC Commodities Murex. Thank you. Well, coming up, fuel shortages begin to hit parts of Africa as the Iran war dries up energy costs. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
When news breaks,
A redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need,
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
hear it first on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Brisacci in Dubai. The fallout from the Iran war is now hitting African economies, with fuel shortages emerging across parts of the continent. The shock is set to ripple across Africa, raising transport and food costs in some of the world's poorest economies. Our chief Africa correspondent Jennifer Zabazaja joins us from Johannesburg. Jen, how widespread are these fuel shortages across Africa, and which would you say are the countries that are most exposed?
Well, Jumana, if you look at how widespread they are, it's quite widespread across the continent. But you have to dig down into the severity depending on the country and also the response depending on how these governments are responding. That's sort of how we've been taking a look at it. So if we look at it from just one point of view, the most exposed countries are really those that are heavily dependent on the Middle East and they're non-oil producers and largely dependent on some of these imports that have been coming from the Middle East. And we've been hearing from a number of these governments that have been trying to at least caution the public without causing any sort of panic about potentially being a bit more conservative with their own fuel use. There's also those smaller, lower income economies that don't have the sort of strategic petroleum reserves or even the FX reserves that some of the bigger economies have that are also a bit more exposed to what could potentially be even more of a shock. Now, we have been reporting on this for quite some time. And Jumana, as you know, those that are potentially less exposed are the ones that have a bit more of supply or of stock. Now, I'm talking about the likes of South Africa, which has communicated that. There's also Kenya and Uganda, which have said they have a few weeks of supply. And perhaps in the most stable position, of course, is Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria is an oil-producing country, has the refinery, so does have some capability to refine its own crude production, but still most of that has been maintained for local domestic use. And so it's really varying degrees, but what we're looking out for is just how long some of these reserves for some of these economies are going to be able to hold them over until it may potentially get a bit more concerning.
Yeah, and Jen, I've been reading a lot of stories about how some Middle Eastern nations, how countries in Asia are looking to advise consumers on how they can limit their energy consumption, including a reduction in using air conditioning units, for example. What are some of the measures that African governments are undertaking here?
Right. Jumana, it's interesting because it's been the response here has been a few weeks because governments really regulate the prices on a month-by-month basis. So what we're waiting for, especially here in South Africa, is really what the percentage of the increase is going to look like. And so where in Asia they have been taking some of these measures, as you were just mentioning, here in Africa it's still sort of hitting reality a little bit slower than it has elsewhere in the world. So you just mentioned some of those. What we've been hearing, we saw Ethiopia has been telling citizens to conserve their fuel. In some cases, they're even encouraging work from home, so less people are having to spend money on paying for fuel. Tanzania is trying to actually strengthen its borders to stop smuggling of fuel to other fuel-trapped neighbors. And then just finally, we have Namibia, which says they're actually going to slash fuel levies. So again, just varying degrees of how these governments are responding. But we'll really see what the prices look like when it comes to the pump and how that affects citizens, not just at the pump, I should say, just across the board on the supply chain.
Jennifer Zabazadeh, our Chief Africa Correspondent in Johannesburg, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the Iran war hits metals markets, sending aluminium towards its biggest monthly gain in nearly 2 years. We'll discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Aluminium, or aluminum, headed for the biggest monthly gain in nearly 2 years as the war in the Middle East disrupted supplies and damaged local production facilities, tightening the global market. For more, we're now joined by Michelle Long, head of Asia Metals and Mining at Bloomberg Intelligence. Well, yesterday we were talking about the fact that 2 major aluminum smelters in the region had been targeted by Iran with some damage inflicted. What has been the reaction around the world to what is happening in the region, and particularly as it pertains to aluminium prices?
Right. So actually, we can see from 3 sides about the impact of the war to the global aluminum industry. I think, first of all, the oil price, each would have a heavier impact on the smelters because they're very energy intensive, especially smelters that rely on the imported gas, such as those in the EU. However, on the other side of the country, like in China, Indonesia, India, Russia, they mostly rely on the domestic coal supply, so their energy cost would be more immune as compared to those. So they would also benefit from a higher aluminum price as well. Well, secondly, I think besides energy price, the logistics or the supply would be also affected globally. Not to mention that the Middle East itself accounts for around 9% of the global aluminum supply, but also they would have been impacted by the disruption of alumina imports because of the logistics. And all over the world, the logistics or the shipment cost will be higher, along with the higher insurance premium as well. So countries that has to rely heavily on the imports, such as EU or US, they will suffer. The consumers have to pay higher prices for the imports, and now they have to divert their imports from the Middle East to other countries, such as Canada as well. So this is on the logistics. Of course, demand is also being impacted by the war. We expect the global economy might slow down, and effectively in our scenario, we expect the demand to slow down and the supply to slow down a bit as well. So after we think Canada could be one of the greatest beneficiary from that, just because, as I said, this country's smelters, they more rely on hydropower, so less suffering from the high gas price. And secondly, more countries would need to seek alternative from to replace their supply from Middle East. And
Michelle,
also they would benefit from
there.
the higher price as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Michelle Long, head of Asia Metals and Mining at Bloomberg Intelligence. Well, that wraps up our show, Horizons Middle East and Africa. Stay with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your top stories. The $12 trillion wipeout. Global stocks on course for the single largest month of value destruction on record. Futures, though, higher today on reports that President Trump is willing to end the war without the Strait of Hormuz being reopened. The shift in sentiment sees oil paring gains even after an Iranian drone attack on a Kuwaiti oil tanker in Dubai. Plus, Fed Chair Jay Powell eases fears of an imminent rate hike, saying U.S. inflation remains under control. So you can see all of the conflicting headlines impacting this market. Yesterday, we had stocks broadly lower, about half and half, so breadth was pretty sanguine. We had the S&P 500 down 0.4%. The Nasdaq was down about 0.8%. And as you can see, oil is just a little bit lower today. We're at 107 and change on Brent and 102 on WTI. So that spread is narrowing, but Brent is very definitely coming down quite substantially on those headlines that the president might pull out of the war, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains essentially deadlocked. The 10-year yield at 4.3165. We're down another 3 basis points. Jay Powell yesterday as well saying inflation expectations remain anchored. Well, that had a good impact on U.S. markets. Let's take a look at futures. We obviously saw that down day yesterday. We've had a couple of up days for gold. It'll be a third up day, up 1.2% now above 4,500. And it looks like we might be starting off with enthusiasm in Europe and then carrying on into the United States. But there are many hours between now and then, and lots could happen. Some risk events on your radar then. Lots of European inflation data. We start at 7:45 a.m. with French inflation data. Then at 10, we get inflation data out of the euro area and also Italy. And then Macron is in Japan. The president of France is going to be speaking about maritime security with Sanae Takeichi, among other issues. And then at 3 p.m. UK time, we get a read on the US labour market with JOLTS data. President Trump has reportedly told aides he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. The report by the Wall Street Journal comes after Iran attacked a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker in the anchorage area of Dubai's port, damaging the hull and starting a fire on board. Let's bring in Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jumana Bersecci. So, Jumana, the U.S. president's desire to end the war quickly appears a little bit at odds with other moves. What's the context for today's statement to the Wall Street Journal? What more do we know?
Well, there's certainly a lot of context with the flood of messaging that has come through from the White House and President Trump over the course of the last 24 hours. On one hand, indicating that Iran may be close to agreeing to a deal in coming days, expressing some optimism that they may happen. And of course, we have not heard an official response yet from Iran suggesting that that is indeed the case. But on the other, he's also threatened, and this was on a Truth Social post yesterday, to strike back and obliterate their power plants, their desalination plants, and even Karg Island as well. So carrot and stick approach. And then the latest is this Wall Street Journal article suggesting that Trump has been having some discussions with his aides about winding up the war militarily and then leaving the subject of the Strait of Hormuz closure to a diplomatic resolution. And the thinking there is that, number one, the U.S. seem to believe, or at least have been saying, that they have really advanced very quickly with their military objectives. And the military objectives, just to remind everybody, are to do with Iran's naval capabilities, their missile capabilities, stopping Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. And they have framed that as being very successful in the first couple of weeks of this war. And he's also said that at inception, if you remember, they wanted the war to perhaps go on for maybe 4 to 6 weeks. The Wall Street Journal article suggests that if they were to go down the route of forcefully reopening the Strait, it would extend that timeline even further, which is one of the reasons for President Trump to consider separating the two issues. Now, the lingering problem here is ultimately what Iran has managed to do over the course of the last few weeks is significantly increase the amount of control that they have over the Strait. This is something that is unacceptable to many countries around the world, not least the Gulf Arab states. And in that same Wall Street Journal article, they say if Iran does not accept a diplomatic resolution, then the U.S. would have to lean on some of their Gulf allies to go about reopening the Strait. Again, a lot of questions about whether, one, this is feasible, two, how risky it would be in terms of a military operation, and three, whether Gulf states actually would sign up for that. At the same time, with all of this messaging, it is worth reminding viewers that military operations is still very much underway. Overnight, we hear reports of a U.S. operation that took out a key missile industrial base or an industrial weapons ammunition base in Isfahan. In retaliation, Iran have continued to strike back. And overnight, there has also been an attack on a Kuwaiti vessel just outside the coast of Dubai. So the situation on the ground still indicates a further escalation.
Yeah, this vessel, it was a VLCC, a very large crude carrier. And essentially, this is a bit of an escalation, Jumana, no, on shipping attacks. And we already have Iran pressing the Houthis to get to up the ante in the Red Sea.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should just say that this vessel, the VLCC, was not actually transiting through the strait. It was off the coast of Dubai. It was laden with oil. The Kuwaiti Petroleum Company put out a statement saying, indeed, it had been targeted. There was a fire, ablaze the vessel. A couple of hours later, the Dubai Media Authority put out a statement saying that they had managed to contain the fire. Thankfully, no crew members were harmed. And at this point, no official reporting about the environmental damage. Remember, this is a fully laden vessel. But it does serve as a reminder to everyone, really, that Iran is not only controlling the passage of ships that are going through the Strait, and this has trickled down to a handful of vessels a day from about 100 prior to the war, but that they're also capable of inflicting damage and harassing vessels that should choose to do so. So it is yet another reminder of not only the control, but their ability to inflict damage, even with some of these lower cost drones. And this is after a month of the war and a month of what the US has painted as military successes.
All right, Jumana, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Jumana Bersachi there. Oil prices moving now after those Wall Street Journal reports of a possible end to the US military campaign in Iran without the Strait of Hormuz fully reopening. Joining me now is Stephen Stapczynski, Bloomberg's Asia Energy Team leader. Stephen, I'm a little confused because if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open, surely Brent crude stays higher, and yet it feels like markets are a little relieved that the president might leave without, actually accomplishing his goal of reopening, as he says, the Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, I think that there are two ways to look at this, right? So the oil price did scale back. So we just talked earlier about this Kuwaiti tanker that was hit early Asia trading. You saw oil prices jump up because of that tension. Then the Wall Street Journal article came out and you saw Brent and WTI prices for oil kind of fall back down, basically steady on the day or down a little bit right now. It's been kind of uneven. But I think there's one way to look at it, which is this is a potential off-ramp, right? This is Trump leaving the region. If he does that, then I think that there is some hope from traders. There's some view in the market that maybe that means that while the U.S. hasn't officially opened the Strait of Hormuz, that at least gives Iran the ability to stop this hostility and to move away. Because when you do look at this realistically, Iran does depend on that strait. They depend on importing goods. They depend on exporting goods. And that trickle, the little bit of amount that they are letting through in very specific sea lanes, is hurting them as well. So if the war ends, maybe that ends. The pessimistic view, the other view, is that oil prices are still at the highest level since 2020. They're still up above $100 for both WTI and Brent. And so that indicates that the market doesn't expect an immediate relief. Instead, they need to see more details whether or not they expect prices to fall back down to where we were months ago, which is more in the $60 range for Brent. And every day the Strait of Hormuz remains shut, there's less oil reaching the market, 10 million barrels a day. And that also is just tightening things, and it's making it challenging for consumers in Asia and maybe potentially also consumers in Europe and even the United States as well.
Stephen, why would, Iran strike this Kuwaiti crude carrier in the Dubai port? I mean, that really is an escalation once again, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. It's an escalation. It shows that nothing is safe. If you are supporting the U.S., if you are allies with the U.S., if the longer this war continues, you are a target. And I think not just the Kuwaiti tanker, but you've seen this across the entire region. One facility that I looked at very closely is the world's biggest liquefied natural gas plant in Qatar. Qatar traditionally tends to have relatively good relations with Iran. They seem to be quite neutral towards each other. But despite that, because of the relationship between Qatar and the United States, that facility was targeted. So not only is it a message to countries in the region, it's also a message to the United States. We are going to continue this and continue hard until this war ends.
All right, we have to leave it there. But Stephen, thank you so much. And I do want to mention as well that the Dubai Media Office said there was actually no oil leakage from that tanker incident. There had been a concern that there would be some oil leakage. The Dubai media office now saying no oil leakage. And of course, we already heard earlier there were no injuries as well, according to the Dubai media office. That was Stephen Stupczynski, Bloomberg's Asia Energy team leader. Now, markets in Asia have been whipsawed. Let's get straight to Winnie Su now in Hong Kong for an update. Winnie.
Yeah, morning, Bonnie. As you mentioned, it has been a very volatile day in Asia. We started the day in the red and then rebounded with these positive headlines from the Wall Street Journal. And now we are again back at session lows with the MSCI Asia here down about 1.3%. So it's really telling you that markets trading from headlines to headlines and that investors really need to see those confirmation from the Iranian side in order for the rally to sustain. Now, when you look at what's really dragging the overall benchmark, it's these tech-heavy benchmarks. For example, the Kospi here down about 3.5%. We are seeing investors rotating away from growth stocks, and that's coming with these expectations for higher yield environment, these AI data centers relying heavily on energy, and also some concerns when it comes to the AI efficiency and the demand for memory chips. Now, you flip the board and take a look at how we've been trading for Asian stocks so far in the past 3 months. Actually, we just erased all gains so far this year, and that's going up as much as 15% when we hit that peak back in February. But we've lost all of that in just a month time. And now for MSCI Asia, we are actually on track for our worst month since 2008. Back to you, Vani.
Winnie, thank you so much. Winnie Su in Hong Kong. And we'll continue on the markets now. Futures on both sides of the Atlantic gaining on that report of President Trump weighing an end to the Iran war. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jerome Powell also said longer-term inflation expectations appear to be in check, with traders resuming bets for a rate cut in 2026.
Inflation expectations do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term. But nonetheless, it's something as we will eventually maybe face the question of what to do here. We're not really facing it yet because we don't know what the economic effects will be.
Let's bring in Ven Ram now, cross-asset strategist at Bloomberg M Live. Ven, the Japanese 10-year yield just down 10 basis points to 369, and we're seeing yields really across the globe come down. Can we attribute this to a little bit of relief, Powell's comments? What's going on?
Morning. Yes, definitely it's the spillover from Jerome Powell's remarks. I think that, investors are being a bit over-exuberant this morning across the European and Japanese rate space. And I think that the spillover, what Jerome Powell talked about should strictly stay within the US. There is no room for widely interpreting it in the global context because the US is a net energy exporter. That is not the case with the European Union. That is definitely not the case with the UK, and certainly not in the case of Japan, which imports almost 97% of its oil needs. So, the rally in Japanese government bonds is completely unfounded because you've got a Bank of Japan that was already behind the curve in terms of containing inflation even before the war began. The nominal neutral rate in Japan is 1.5% based on an application of the Taylor rule rate. So, but if you look at the inflation dynamics in Japan, they've worsened a lot more because of its energy reliance, which means that the neutral rate is probably higher, assuming that the economy the growth impact isn't that much. So I think that, for Japanese long-dated bonds to be rallying, it's a bit of a respite from what the sell-off that we have seen in recent days, but I don't think it's going to last too long.
Then, are markets pricing out any possibility of a hike this year? And should they be? Is it too early to decide that?
No, I think the case for rate hikes are very well founded in the UK and the Eurozone because in the UK, inflation, the Bank of England has been missing its 2% inflation target for the better part of 5 years now. And if you look at zero coupon inflation swaps money, they are suggesting that within a 2-year horizon, inflation is going to be hovering somewhere around 4.5%. That's fully 250 basis points above where the Bank of England should be targeting inflation. So there is absolutely no case for a rally in UK's front-end gilts. Similar is the case for the Eurozone, for the European Central Bank, because we saw the inflation numbers out of Germany yesterday, the first look after the war broke out, and they confirmed the worst fears that this is going to lead to a spike in inflation. For March, the inflation figures came in at 2.6%. We'll get the Euro area numbers today. I doubt very much that they will show a case for rally in Eurozone bonds.
Yeah, that data out at 10 a.m. UK time. Ven, thank you so much. Ven Ram is cross-asset strategist at Bloomberg M Live. Still ahead, we're going to be discussing market reaction to events in the Gulf with Sonia Martin, chief economist at DZ Bank. But first, shipping on high alert as Iran pressures the Houthi militant group to take action in the Red Sea. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Hazlida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg 10.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Astonishing day for U.S. technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
European officials say Iran is pushing the Yemen-based Houthis to prepare for a renewed campaign against Red Sea shipping. Joining us now is Wei Lun Sun, Bloomberg's oil and shipping reporter in Singapore. So what are the risks, Wei Lun? I mean, could this get a lot worse?
Right. Thanks, Bonnie. So what we have heard is that the Iranians appear to be pushing the Houthis to join the war. And we've seen them launch a missile at Israel over the past weekend. So before that, naval groups and intelligence analysts have said that the threat level in the Red Sea and the areas around it are a notch lower than what we see at the Strait of Hormuz. Why do we think so? Because number one, the traffic through the Red Sea has been down for a few years now. Number two, we have not seen the Houthis take part in any hostile action since the war started on February 28th. But what happens after the weekend does pose the risk of the Red Sea situation getting a bit more volatile. But for now, we do not see a lot of traffic going through the Red Sea, even though the Saudis have tried to bypass Hormuz by redirecting some of those crude flows. There are still some vessels going through, but these are largely Asia-bound. So when we talk about the Houthis and the Red Sea, it remains to be seen what kind of energy infrastructure they might hit.
Yeah, and I mean, it only takes one attack, right, for everybody to get scared and to stop sort of sending ships through that part of the world. What might happen to oil prices if there were to be something like that?
I think a lot of analysts are looking at oil going even higher up north, right, from here. Some people are talking about $140, $150, $160 a barrel. Because what we would see is that basically the Persian Gulf producers are being locked in for how they can export their crude. The Red Sea was a really, really crucial bypass for Hormuz. We've seen the Saudis try to do that. But if the attacks get worse, ship owners don't go in, that Yanbu outlet for Saudi Arabia would be shut in.
All right, Waylon, thank you so much. Waylon Sun is Bloomberg's oil and shipping reporter. Coming up, Ukraine's president offers Russia an energy attack truce over Easter. Details next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Fujera port has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Ukraine's president is being urged by some global partners to scale back attacks on Russian energy infrastructure after recent turmoil in global markets. Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to halt strikes on Russian facilities if Moscow stops its own attacks. For more, I'm joined by Bloomberg's Russia economy and government editor, Greg Sullivan. Could we be seeing a truce between the warring nations, at least over the Easter weekend, Greg?
Well, we heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky that he proposed that. So far, we haven't heard from the Russian side whether they're into that idea or not. In general, the Russian officials have cautioned against the idea of a ceasefire, tamped down their desire for one, saying that any short-term truce could just lead to Ukraine rebuilding or rearming, regrouping. So they have generally preferred to continue their military objectives until their goals are met. At the same time, Ukraine has been striking these sensitive sites, as you mentioned, these energy facilities in Russia's north. That's hitting Russia's ability to export oil at a time when oil prices are obviously up. So that's put Russia in a bit of a quandary since they started the war with this precarious economic position. Suddenly they have high oil prices and they can't necessarily take full advantage of that because of these Ukrainian strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it all comes as European foreign ministers prepare to host a meeting in Kyiv today. What's on the agenda there?
Well, there's a few things. One, we've obviously seen President Zelensky going around the globe, especially in the Middle East. He's worried, Kyiv is generally worried that with the war on Iran, resources, attention of officials are being distracted. He's worried that ordnance and aid that his country needs will be redirected to the Middle East. So he wants to keep that line open with the Europeans to make sure that the focus remains on Ukraine. We saw him sign deals in Saudi Arabia, including for energy, to make sure that Ukraine is in a position to keep defending itself. At the same time, we might also hear from European officials about certain incidents. Drones have wandered into Europe during these attacks on Russian energy infrastructure. So that's also likely to come up on the agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. European officials can't stand for that either. Greg, thank you so much. Greg Sullivan will keep us updated. He is Bloomberg's Russia Economy and Government Editor. Now to some other top stories we're following this morning. Israel's parliament has approved the death penalty for Palestinians convicted of lethal terrorism. Advocates say it will reduce the risk of a repeat of the attack carried out by Hamas on October 7th, 2023. But human rights groups have condemned it as discriminatory and retrograde, given Israel's de facto moratorium for decades on capital punishment. The U.S. Secretary of State says the U.S. may need to reassess its relationship with NATO once the Iran war is over. Marco Rubio says the military alliance's alleged lack of support during the Middle East conflict was, quote, very disappointing. NATO members have largely rebuffed President Trump's requests to help reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz. Airport wait times in Houston and in Atlanta are easing after TSA officers received most of their missed pay. Almost 500 U.S. airport staff had left their positions, with thousands more calling in sick because of a funding lapse at the Department of Homeland Security. Thieves broke into an Italian museum near Parma, making off with 3 valuable Impressionist paintings. Italian media reporting the thieves stole paintings worth more than $10 million by Renoir, Cézanne and Matisse. The break-in occurred on March 22nd and was carried out in just 3 minutes. Coming up, how the fallout from the Iran war is set to ripple across Africa and affect some of the world's poorest countries. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your top stories. The $12 trillion wipeout. Global stocks on course for the single largest month of value destruction on record. Futures higher today, though, on reports President Trump is willing to end the Iran war without the Strait of Hormuz being reopened. The shift in sentiment sees oil paring gains even after an Iranian drone attack on a Kuwaiti oil tanker in Dubai's port. Plus, Fed Chair Jerome Powell easing fears of an imminent rate hike, saying U.S. inflation expectations remain under control. So let's take a look at oil then. We are lower at the moment. Brent crude trading around $113 a barrel, so it's slightly higher than where we see it at here. New York crude, though, is above $100 a barrel and well above it and has stayed above it. In fact, it closed above it in yesterday's session. The 10-year yield down 3 basis points, so we are seeing money flow into treasuries for a second day, particularly in Japan, as Ven Ram of M Live earlier was saying. He really doesn't get it, that it's not warranted, particularly in Japan's case, because rates are not coming down anytime soon in Japan. Let's take a look at futures, because we are seeing once again, after yesterday's sell-off in the United States, futures are higher, particularly NASDAQ futures. The SOX index, by the way, flat on the year now. It erased all of its gains, and we saw the NASDAQ down about 0.8% yesterday and the S&P down about 0.4%. European futures look to be higher, and gold looks like it might gain for a third straight day. Time now for your front page news, dominated once again by the Middle East. Starting with the Wall Street Journal, which leads on President Trump telling aides he's willing to end with the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, in France, Les Echos also splashing on the Iran war, saying, quote, G7 meeting for nothing. The paper reporting about the G7 finance ministers only making vague promises to mitigate the repercussions of the conflict. And finally, the Financial Times leading on Pete Hegseth's broker looking to buy a defence fund before the Iran attack. The newspaper says a Morgan Stanley wealth manager approached BlackRock about a multi-million-dollar investment for the U.S. Defense Secretary. A Pentagon spokesperson called the allegation, quote, entirely false and fabricated. And you can get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak. Terminal subscribers can go to DayBGo. Volatility from the Iran conflict has now resulted in the single largest month of stock value destruction on record, with nearly $12 trillion in market cap erased across global benchmarks. Joining me to talk through the market outlook now and, of course, the outlook for the global economy is Sonia Martin, chief economist at DZ Bank. Sonia, we have several central banks at risk of hiking and more inflation data out of Europe today that, you know, if it looks anything like what we got out of Germany, will show, you know, an increase in inflation. Does there need to be some central bank hiking, and soon?
Yes, I mean, for central banks, this is pretty much an impossible situation. I mean, they have been through this before. A supply-side generated inflation is, you know, the enemy of every central bank. You can theoretically hike rates and prices won't drop. The problem with central banks is they cannot ignore inflation expectations, and this is where we see big differences in how central banks might handle this. I mean, when we look at the ECB, for example, I mean, they really had a very tough experience a few years ago when they thought inflation was transitory, and then that turned out to be a major misjudgment, and they had to catch up and hike rates very aggressively. And they'll want to avoid making that mistake again. So they will be hiking rates this year. We have 2 rate hikes in the forecast. That's a little bit less than what the market is expecting. But the point here is this is all about managing inflation expectations and sending a signal to consumers that the ECB is acting. I think many other central banks, Bank of England, for example, will be in the same boat. Obviously, the Fed is an entirely different story.
Yeah, Ed Yardeni basically saying that the bond vigilantes are doing the market's work for the Fed because they've essentially tightened financial conditions already. Is that true, Sonia, or does the Fed have to be a little bit more vigilant than Fed Chair Powell seems to be yesterday when he said, look, inflation expectations are fine, they're in check?
Well, I mean, inflation expectations in the US have remained surprisingly moderate, to be honest. So he's not wrong. But for the Fed, the question is, can they cut, right? I mean, we're not really talking about rate hikes from the Fed at this point. We're talking about the question of whether or not they can remain on track for the predicted rate cuts. And this is obviously where the questions come in. I think with inflation expected to rise significantly this year, the Fed really is no longer in any position to cut rates. And this is going to the big conundrum that Powell and his successor, Kevin Warsh, if he ever gets nominated properly, will be in, because there'll be a lot of pressure from the White House to cut rates nevertheless. And this is going to be a very challenging situation for the new Fed chair. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think the issue of Fed independence in this context is surely going to come up again. And, we'll see how that plays out.
Sonia, why do dollar gains seem to be capped? So it's been the safe haven trade, right? And we keep seeing the dollar index rise, but then at a certain point it stops and it just doesn't go beyond that.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, I would agree that the dollar has been a safe haven of choice. And if anything, because there is just a real lack of other safe havens. When you look at what we normally buy in crises, dollar, gold, Swiss franc, maybe the yen, and then, of course, 10-year USTs and bunds. And a lot of these trades just haven't worked. I mean, in Switzerland, the SNB will not tolerate a stronger Swiss franc. Japan is hit very hard by the supply of oil constrictions. Yields, as you said, have risen. Gold has fallen. Well, it has made some recovery now, but generally speaking, came under some pressure. So the dollar really is the only remaining one. But there's, of course, the issue that, for one, last year, there was quite a considerable damage, I think, to trust in the dollar with everything that's happened in the US and Trump's very erratic policy style. And that's sort of still there. That hasn't really gone away. And there's the fact as well that, obviously the US is not immune against the effects of this war. I mean, yes, it is a net oil exporter, and that obviously creates a buffer for the economy, and Trump has been eager to point this out. But the inflationary impact of higher energy prices will also hit the US, and it will also hit the US consumer. So it's not like the US is somehow miraculously immune against any fallout from this war. And this is obviously, I think, one of the reasons why we've seen the dollar capped.
Right, but is the genie out of the bottle, Sonia? So we are very likely to see $4 gasoline, and it could come any day, right? We were at $3.99 yesterday on the AAA metric. If we see that, I mean, can the president do anything about that? Or, like I say, is the genie already out of the bottle? Is that ship sailed, to use an unfortunate metaphor?
Well, it has sailed, but knowing Trump, he'll just declare that it hasn't happened. He'll just go on TV and tell us that, prices haven't really risen that much. But yeah, the genie is out of the bottle and inflation will rise, and there is nothing he can do about this. He can end the war, which obviously he is increasingly keen on doing, but he has apparently just declared that he may end the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which in a way is stating the obvious, because I don't think he can do it anyway. But yeah, I think there's nothing much he can do, and he'll just have to find something else to convince voters to vote Republican again in the election in November.
Yeah. Sonia, how concerned are you about European economies, particularly? I mean, yes, we're going into a season where energy prices might not be as important as going into winter, let's say, but this could last through the summer, and then what happens?
Yes. It's a huge issue, even winter being more or less gone. I mean, you look at Germany, we have a very high dependence on oil and gas. And so for the industry in Germany, high oil and gas prices are a major issue. So this is going to have a significant impact on growth. I mean, pre-war, we were cautiously optimistic, I would say, on growth this year. We had a full growth forecast for Germany, 1.2%. But now we've revised that down to 0.8 because, of these effects. And it's not just oil and gas, it's also chemicals, it's helium, it's fertilizers. So, we're going to get significant distortions in those prices, and that's going to have a negative impact on growth. And yes, we have significant fiscal spending on the way, but that can't save the day entirely. So definitely the growth prospects for Europe have declined as a result of this war. And even if the war were declared over tomorrow, those effects would still hit. So, in a way, the damage has now been done, and we can only hope that it doesn't get worse than it already is.
Yeah, Sonia, thank you so much. That is Sonia Martin, Chief Economist at DZ Bank. The fallout from the Iran war now hitting African economies, with fuel shortages emerging across parts of the continent. The shock is said to ripple across Africa, raising transport and food costs in some of the world's poorest economies. Our chief Africa correspondent, Jennifer Zapazacha, joins us now from Johannesburg. Jen, how widespread are the fuel shortages already across Africa? Which countries are most exposed right now?
Vonnie, it's quite widespread, but I think if you take a look at the scenario in which we're looking at it, it's pretty uneven, and the response by the governments is pretty distributed. So I think if you just look at it from a few different perspectives, there is the fact that there are a number of countries that are heavily dependent on the Middle East and are not oil-producing countries and import all of their refined fuel. And so there's a number of those countries that are quite concerned about what this could potentially look like over the next few weeks, some of which are in East Africa and Southern Africa. There's also those smaller and lower income countries that are particularly vulnerable because of their limited foreign exchange, but then also their limited stock capacity and the reserves that they have in order to stem some of the increase that may come from some of the disruption that we're seeing from the Strait of Hormuz. If you look at those who are potentially a bit less exposed, I guess, is what I would say, we can look at some of those countries that have communicated to us that they have reserves for a few weeks. So South Africa, Kenya, Uganda have all communicated that. And perhaps some of those countries that are in the best position or the most comfortable position at this point are those oil-producing countries that also have refining capabilities. So I'm talking about Nigeria, which of course has a Dangote refinery, but still that country is potentially looking at higher fuel costs. So quite uneven across the board, and a number of governments are taking various measures to try and support their own citizens and their economies. But that, of course, comes at a fiscal concern and a fiscal cost for a number of governments. So it's only really going to help stem some of the increases, not necessarily take off what could potentially be a dent, not only to many consumers, but also to inflation and a lot of the recovery that a lot of these governments had been looking at over the past few years.
Jen, this is all coming, of course, as South Africa's flagship investment summit gets underway. What should we expect, commentary-wise and other, out of the summit?
Sure. Of course, the war in Iran is going to be top of mind for a number of investors. If we look at this summit and this conference, so Vonnie, it is a key part of President Ramaphosa's investment strategy. He started this back in 2018, and since then, he's actually been able to mobilize around 1.2 trillion rand, which equates to just over more than $80 billion in order to support some of the investments that he's tried to at least champion over the past few years. But of course, it's coming at quite a difficult time for investors. You know, there's not just the war in Iran. We're also seeing a weaker rand. We're seeing higher oil prices and just risk aversion across the board. That has come at the expense, to a certain extent, to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which also potentially is on track for its worst month in decades. So a lot of complications here as investors are going to be approaching this South African investment conference. But still, the president, we expect, will continue to push forward this story that potentially the country it continues to evolve, right? We saw last year they were able to get a ratings upgrade and continue to see a bit of a positive story from the investment community. The question is whether or not investors are convinced that some of these changes are structural and will want to double down on that. We should just point out that a number of projects that have been invested in from this conference in the past have actually been finalized or under construction, about 161 of them of the 300 projects initiated. So I anticipate investors also want to see that we're not just getting more headline pledges and announcements, but potentially getting some updates on the progress of this conference and some of the investments that they've made over the past few years.
Jen, you'll be leading our coverage from that conference, and thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Chief Africa correspondent, Jennifer Zapazacha. Coming up, we look at the trends from Europe's economies so far this year and what we can expect ahead in an ever-changing global environment. This is Bloomberg.
crises. Two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. And now to some corporate news. Apollo Global Management is said to be nearing a deal to acquire Atlantic Aviation from rival KKR. Sources say the transaction would value the private jet fixed-based operator at almost $10 billion. Apollo is teaming up with Singapore's sovereign wealth fund, GIC, to buy a majority stake in the company, while KKR will invest new money to retain a large interest. The deal could be announced as soon as this week. A former Deutsche Bank manager who says he was wrongfully blamed for the Banca Monte dei Paschi accounting scandal has sued the German lender for at least £473 million in damages. According to a London court filing seen by Bloomberg, Michel Faisola, the former head of Deutsche's asset and wealth management business, is one of several ex-employees suing the bank. Deutsche Bank has said it considers all such claims to be without merit. It's being reported that Unilever is in advanced talks to combine its food business with UK spice maker McCormick in a deal that would create a new food behemoth worth roughly $60 billion, including debt. According to the Wall Street Journal, a cash and stock deal could be announced as soon as today when McCormick reports quarterly results. A deal would leave UK-based Unilever focused on beauty, personal care and home products. Well, after a relatively quiet start to the year, the war in Iran jolted markets midway through the first quarter, and with no clear end in sight, the conflict is driving energy volatility and clouding the outlook for the second quarter. Joining us now is Rod Turnbull from Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Rod, help us take stock of where we are now, some of the key barometers you're watching, perhaps.
Yeah, hi, good morning. It's interesting. We're going hour by hour, minute by minute in terms of news flow these days. I think John Arthur's points of return summed it up quite well today, now that we're getting this pull and push between inflation and growth. And we saw it in the markets yesterday. So if we look at some of the key barometers, and we'll start with equity markets, we're pushing either support levels or we've breached some of those support levels. So that's getting a little bit on the nervous side. But interestingly, looking at the 10-year yield in the U.S., that's taking a little bit of a breather. So again, this may be this element, it'll play into equities a little bit, and it tried to yesterday, but certainly not today. If we look at valuations, and the stock 600 in particular, we're now down to about 14 times earnings. Consensus is forecasting 9% growth. Our equity strategists would probably think it's more single digit than high single digit, mid single digit rather. So there's probably a little bit of a degrading of result or earnings that has to come through. But regardless, looking at a recessionary environment, the market will be trading on 11 times according to our equity strategists. So that's the bearish side of it. The U.S., we've seen a multiple compression as well, 22 to 19, driven by the 2-year break even. And interesting, that inflation argument was starting to come in earlier in the year. Anna Wong, I think, has come out with a preview for the March CPI print, looking at 3.4%, which is getting a little bit on the nervy side. That's up 100 basis points. So a lot to talk about in that.
So, Rob, if we take a look across the equity strategy teams, where are the teams seeing opportunities?
Yeah, no, sure. So if we think about where people are positioned just now, obviously within that energy complex, and there's some winners and losers in that. If we look at it in a country basis, particularly in Europe, Netherlands and Spain have gone to the top of the table, given their exposures to power, utilities, AI, capex. And if we look at it on a regional basis outside of Europe, in terms of energy, North America is a big winner, Russia's a big winner, and also Norway. Now, the interesting side of that is Asia is struggling, and that's going to maybe have some issues knocking on to fabs. So. And semi-production. So I guess the question then becomes, what's interesting? And I can't for the life of me understand why people haven't looked at cyber yet, and particularly U.S. cyber stocks. Given what's going on in the world just now in terms of security, the Stryker hack, the FBI hack, you'd like to think that that's top of the table. So we're looking at things like Zscaler, Netscope, CrowdStrike. More in a European context, SAP and software. We think that it's underappreciated by the market, generates a lot of cash flow, about $9 billion. We think there's the potential for share buybacks. And we also think that consensus is underestimating margin, which could be 100 to 150 basis points higher. Ferrari is another interesting one. That is looking like, again, about 150 basis points greater on EBITDA margin. Mike Dean is forecasting than the market. That's one of our focus ideas. That will be underpinned by model launches, the F80 in particular, which should drive that margin towards more of a Hermes level. And Caring actually is a really interesting restructuring story in that regard as well. And then maybe just a final thing I'd creep in there as well as pharma. We do an awful lot of work on litigation, and particularly around patent risk. And we think that the market's underestimating some of the key drugs out there. So Merck, a focus idea, we see a lot of growth in terms of revenue on the basis that margins are probably protected on Keytruda out to about 2033.
Yeah, okay. Rob, what should we be watching then going into the second quarter?
So into the second quarter, I guess we're going to get to this point after Easter where we might start seeing profit warnings. So that's going to be the first key. Second is watching the results season like a hawk to see what company CEOs are saying about the outlook. And one would think they're not going to be overly brave when thinking about trying to give guidance for the rest of this year. So what we will keep an eye on is those stocks that have looked a little bit underappreciated going into the results season and this crisis and beyond. And again, it's the Ferraris, the Carings, the SAPs of the world. The other thing that I think is worth paying attention to is there's a lot of hype on IPOs. And the big ones in the US in particular, the market's been very much focused on SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic. Our, again, litigation team, and Tamlin Basin in particular, has done a lot of interesting work on the litigation cases around OpenAI. There's about 16 pending and more growing, and of course there's a big case with Musk coming up. So that might put a dampener on IPO expectations, and likewise with SpaceX, something quite similar, where you've got a huge conglomerate structure and enormous valuation. If we're looking at the $75 billion of issuance on $1.75 trillion of valuation, we're starting to get into the realms of 85, 87 times EV sales. It's getting pretty punchy. And again, there's some inherent issues within that conglomerate structure. And of course, they're now talking about 30% of that going to retail. And there's the odd data point out there that suggests the retail investor hasn't shown up.
All right, Rod, thank you so much. That's Rod Turnbull there from Bloomberg Intelligence. Plenty more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bond vigilantes do get the attention of the folks in the White House. And by the way, I think that's one of the reasons they might have postponed their 2-day ultimatum into a 5-day ultimatum and then a 10-day ultimatum, as they were concerned by the backup in bond yields and by the weakness in the stock market. So the financial markets are having a vigilante impact on policymaking.
Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research there. We could listen to him all day long, right? And this chart proves what he's saying, that essentially the markets are doing some of the work that policymakers, whether in the administration or, you know, in the central bank, should or would have to be doing if markets weren't doing that. As you can see, the Treasury yield fell and we jumped right back up. Yesterday we saw a dip down once again. Volatility, though, continuing to climb. We're not, though, at the levels that we saw way back in 2025. Let's take a look at credit, though, where we are seeing some signs of stress still, this particularly in the CDS market. And I have to show you a chart of Brent crude, because it's just been literally the best month ever for Brent crude, depending on how you define best, right? Prices have gone up. All right, coming up later, the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer will be on surveillance for an exclusive conversation. That's at 1:30 p.m. London time. Do stay with us now, though. The opening trade is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was
in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, March 31st, and here's what's on the agenda. President Trump is reportedly willing to end the Middle East war without reopening Hormuz. Futures rise and oil swings as bond markets are changing their mind on the conflict.
So, Lizzie, we are an hour away from the opening trade, of course, here in Europe. And what does all of that add up to for the European session? Well, I'll start in the middle of this board. Futures are pointing higher. All of this to do with the latest mood signals that we've been receiving from the White House via that Wall Street Journal story. We'll get to that in just a moment. But suffice to say that risk appetite has taken a boost from that reporting, and we're up by 0.7% on Euro Stoxx 50 futures. Oil, on the other hand, has dropped as a result of that as well. We were much higher on Brent prices a little earlier on. The US two-year yield is reflecting yesterday's conversation around moving from inflation to growth concerns in bond markets, and also what we heard from the Fed overnight. We'll continue to talk about what's happening in government bonds. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Good morning, everybody. We begin with a positive start for futures this morning on both sides of the Atlantic, even if oil is fluctuating between positive and negative. And this is in response to that Wall Street Journal report that President Trump is willing to end the US military campaign against Iran without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Arguably, Anna, that would mean that Iran had won the war. And, you know, even if the US has hit all these targets, it's killed all of these leaders, it's the Strait of Hormuz that matters for markets. And indeed, sovereignty over that waterway is one of Tehran's conditions for peace. It's neither mutual nor final, this, but risk assets really latching on to any excuse to rally.
Yeah, it does seem as if risk assets just in the mood to grasp anything that looks like a different, more positive narrative this morning. No doubt that the story you just told there would not be the one that the White House would give if they were to make this decision. And this is just reporting. And we do seem to be caught in the art of the deal here, don't we? I mean, we're just getting so many different signals coming out of the White House. This less than 24 hours after we heard President Trump say if he doesn't get agreement from the Iranians, then he'll, attack their energy infrastructure, even perhaps their desalination plants. And everything seemed to be on the table in terms of amping up the rhetoric and amping up and escalating the violence.
Which, by the way, would be a war crime if he were to attack water.
Yeah, indeed. And indeed, civilian energy infrastructure as well, perhaps, too. So is this all part of the deal? Where would this leave the rest of the world? I mean, the US might like to think it can isolate itself or insulate itself, but as we saw WTI close above $100 for the first time in this conflict yesterday, there is very much an energy market that is global that is in play here. So what would the rest of the world be left here in terms of its energy requirements? Would it be reopened at a later date? Would this be left to allies? If you listen to what Rubio and Bessent have been saying, they've been talking about multilateral and coalition efforts to try and maintain freedom or reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So certainly that is going to be a focus for us.
We should turn to the oil market reaction. As I say, it's been swinging around today. At the moment, Brent is down 0.3% at $107 a barrel. But yesterday, interestingly, US oil prices ended the session above $100 a barrel for the first time since the war started, the highest since 2022, which is, a key psychological level. Notably, our economists at Bloomberg Economics say that if the Houthis attack in the Red Sea, and indeed the Red Sea shipping yet to recover from their campaign during the Gaza war, oil could hit $140 a barrel.
Yes, and we were sitting here just yesterday talking about that latest SocGen note that was talking about the possibility of moving to the mid-100s when it comes to the oil price. So that's oil. Oil is reacting to this story this morning. Stocks are also reacting. We saw actually the US session lost momentum through the day yesterday on the back of what we'd heard from the president earlier on. And so the futures turnaround that we've seen with now US futures pointing higher, European futures pointing higher, is a turnaround from what we saw at the latter part of yesterday's story. So that is interesting. And actually, I was reading Goldman Sachs putting out a note before we got this latest Wall Street Journal story, talking about whether there were signs of capitulation in stocks. So it's interesting to think about whether this story is falling into a market that was already looking for signs that maybe we'd seen enough selling in the short term. Certainly, that was a view that you could construct from some of what Goldman's was saying around hedge funds.
That's the stock picture. You've also got the dollar erasing its gains. The Treasury yields have dropped. The dollar, nonetheless, wrapping up its best month since 2022, given that it's acted as a haven throughout this conflict so far. But we've also got to factor in, thirdly on the agenda this morning, the central banking story. And we were hearing from Chair Jerome Powell at Harvard yesterday saying that longer-term inflation expectations appear to be in check. So traders are raising rate hike bets, really an about-face, and Treasury's rebounding off the back of that. Concerns turning from inflation to growth, and you've got a great column by John Authers this morning talking about why bond markets are changing their mind on the war. Of course, we were talking about it all week. Last week, bond markets catching up to the opening trade, but gold also boosted by the Fed cut bets and Trump's comments too.
Yeah, it seems that the Fed's message yesterday, really this wait-and-see message, this message that, as you say, inflation expectations are well-anchored, remain well-anchored, that did seem to be giving something of a comfort blanket to the markets, didn't it? And we did see the yield story. I mean, and it played into that pivot that we'd already been talking about during the session yesterday around moving from inflation into growth. And so you've got the same dynamic playing out with yields dropping. But it did seem as if the market was very open to that kind of messaging just yesterday.
Yes, and yet our colleague David Ingles sent round a chart, a very worrying chart, I should say, this morning, showing how US inflation is mirroring the 1970s. I think we've got it. He titled it maybe the scariest chart ever. And so is Powell right if you've got current inflation mirroring the oil embargo way back then? One might ask. But at the moment, the bond market, as we say, latching onto the growth concerns. Notably, European yield curves are flattening more aggressively than the US because we're bracing for higher inflation in the near term here.
Let's tell you about some of the conversations we're going to be having during the programme. A lot to discuss when it comes to oil and the metals conversation. Aluminium prices, aluminum prices continue to rise this morning. We'll talk to Christoph Ebel from Tiberius. He's the CEO there. He'll talk to us about oil and about metals. Sharon Bell will be with us, Goldman Sachs Senior European Equity Strategist. So what signs of capitulation then for stocks, and how do we weigh up the latest news lines? Simon Hussain will be with us, the Alpha Value aerospace and defence equity analyst. So that conversation a little bit later on in the programme.
Let's look what else we're watching throughout the day. We have the South Africa Investment Conference in Johannesburg. Our very own Jennifer Zabasajja on the ground for us there. We also have the French President Emmanuel Macron on the way to visit Japan. At 10 a.m. London time, Euro area inflation data. 3 p.m. London time, US JOLTS job openings data. And then later on, when it comes to US earnings, Nike reporting at 9:15 p.m. London time. But Anna, for our purposes, a big focus on euro area inflation, expected to hit 2.6%, so it'd be the highest since July 2024. And of course, yesterday we already saw German inflation at its highest in more than a year on the war, suggesting that indeed the ECB is going to be hiking rates.
Yeah, it was interesting. So the German picture sort of built up through the morning, and we got this sort of drip feed of the different states, and then we got the overall number for Germany later. So 2.8% year on year. So that is substantially higher than the 2% we had in February. But it was pretty much in line with the estimates. And there was no move in core. I mean, what value is core right now when we're talking about energy and food prices all the time? But there was no move in core. And then we also got the Spanish number, which jumped, but it came in lower than estimates. So it seemed as if the market wasn't quite sure what to make of. It wasn't the headlines weren't all in one direction when it came to the inflation story for Europe.
And a similar story for the Dutch CPI that came in about 5:30 a.m. this morning, London time.
Here's what else you need to know this morning then. The UK's motor finance industry is expected to pay about £2 billion less for a revised compensation programme for consumers who were missold car loans. The Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, says lenders should expect to pay a total of £7.5 billion with fewer loans now being eligible. The announcement should come as good news for some of the affected firms, including banks such as Lloyds Banking Group and car firms with lending operations such as Mercedes-Benz. UK exports to the United States slumped in the second half of 2025 as tariffs raised the prices of products from whiskey to infant formula. According to the UK's Food and Drink Federation, the value of British food and drink products shipped across the Atlantic fell 8.6% from a year earlier. It comes as the British Retail Consortium warns that UK shoppers should brace for a wave of price increases at home due to the energy shock from the Iran war. And China's factory activity expanded for the first time this year, despite higher energy prices and disruptions caused by the escalating conflict in the Middle East. The official manufacturing PMI reached 50.4 in March. That's against 49 last month. China's manufacturing is exiting a 2-month contraction after the government ramped up spending at the start of the year. And it did seem, when you look at the manufacturing, non-manufacturing, the composite numbers, in all cases, you were getting a better picture than had been expected and back in expansion territory for all of these three measures.
Yes, for manufacturing, robust in March, but services staying soft. And the outlook for that clouded by the protracted war concerns if it does go on longer. And our economists saying that strengthens the case for more policy support. You might have to wait till the second half of the year, they say, for fiscal support, but the window for monetary easing is open.
Yeah, lots of people asking questions then about whether we will see any support for the Chinese economy from around the domestic consumer, because that does seem to still be an area of weakness. And really interesting to see the resilience of the Chinese export engine, given what we've seen from the United States and all of the tariffs imposed there. Of course, we've talked many times about how they'll export to the rest of Asia and to Europe and to other locations. But also it seems that because of AI, demand for power equipment, data centres and all the things that go into that, that is also cushioning the dent that we might otherwise have seen for China.
And off the back of these numbers, Chinese stocks performing the least badly across Asia. The broader MSCI Asia Pacific Index down 1.3%, but the CSI 300 down 0.4%. You've got the yuan edging higher just, but that's on the flip side, of course, of slight dollar weakness on the geopolitics. And as well, we factor in the data. Well, coming up on the opening trade, we'll take a look at the stocks to watch at the European Open, including Unilever. That company confirming in the past few minutes that it's in advanced talks to combine its food business with spice maker McCormick. Plus, returning to the moon, or rather around the moon, 4 astronauts are scheduled to blast into space this week as part of NASA's Artemis program. We'll look at what to expect from the mission. But up next, we'll be joined by Mike Bell, Head of Market Strategy over at RBC Blue Bay. So if you've got any questions of your own for any of our guests, please do send them to us on IB plus BBTV Go. Good morning from London. This is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
Right now, the headline, bad news. Is bad news.
This is a stagflationary mix.
It's a double squeeze for the rest of the world.
This Friday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne-Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The market is tightening financial conditions.
It's not just what's happening present day. It's 5, 6, 7 months out.
The longest first quarter ever continues.
The March Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Energy shocks have tended to come and go pretty quickly. Monetary policy works with long and variable lags, famously. And so by the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone, and you're weighing on the economy at a time when it's not appropriate.
The Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking at Harvard University on the difficulties of getting monetary policy right when you're facing higher energy prices, the impact of the conflict, of course. Let's get an update on that conflict in the Middle East. President Trump has reportedly told aides that he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. That report is in the Wall Street Journal. It comes after Iran attacked a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker that was anchored at the Dubai port, damaging the hull and starting a fire on board. For more, let's get to Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jemana Basechi in Dubai. And Jemana, another day of having to weigh up these conflicting messages from the White House then. On the one hand, threatening all kinds of damage at civilian infrastructure, and then hours later, the Wall Street Journal reporting that he's considering calling things off, even if the Straits of Hormuz are not opened. What do we make of the latest news lines?
That's right. Once again, a lot of narratives emerging out of the White House and indeed from President Trump himself. But I want to take you back to the Truth Social post that he put up yesterday afternoon, this afternoon regionally. He said that they were in discussions with a quote-unquote more reasonable regime and that a deal will be shortly reached. And then he says, after which, if the strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our stay in Iran by blowing up, obliterating power plants, oil wells, and Karg Islands. So here, in this specific Truth Social post, he's making a linkage between a deal for the war and the reopening of the Strait. Now, fast forward overnight, the Wall Street Journal reporting that actually he is considering options to wind down some of the military activities and operations and then deal with the Strait at a later point. So thus making a dissociation between the two. So it is unclear at this point whether he thinks that the two issues now need to be wrapped together or whether he sees them as separate topics that have to be resolved independently. Now, when it comes to the military operations, the U.S. have painted a picture of success. President Trump has said repeatedly that they have made substantial progress. And even yesterday overnight, in an interview the Israeli Prime Minister gave to Newsmax, he said that they've accomplished more than 50% of what they set out to achieve. At the outset, remember, they set a time frame of about 4 to 6 weeks. That is also the time frame that is referenced in that Wall Street Journal article. And the feeling from the Trump administration, as per source in the Wall Street Journal article, is that if they were to set about forcefully reopening the Strait, it would significantly extend that timeline. Now, the issue is, ultimately, what the article suggests is that Trump would have to lean on some of the European allies and Gulf allies to help find a diplomatic solution to this. But a solution in which Iran still effectively controls the Strait or vessels have to pass through the Strait and pay a toll is not something that's acceptable for many Gulf nations. And indeed, they've been quite vocal about that. So it is unclear at this point whether any other nation in the world would subscribe to that outcome. But at the same time, on the ground, all of the actions suggest further military escalation, as we were talking about, with the deployment of more ground troops. And overnight, the U.S. actually targeting a key industrial base in Isfahan as well. So it could go both ways in the coming days. But this is the first time we hear an perhaps explicit reference of Trump looking to dissociate the Strait from what they're doing with the war.
Jumana, thank you very much for the update. That's Bloomberg's Jumana Basechi in Dubai. Well, turning to the market reaction now. Mike Bell, head of market strategy at RBC Blue Bay Asset Management, joins us now. Mike, you've got futures this morning latching onto that Wall Street Journal report that President Trump's willing to end the war even if Iran remains in control of the Strait of Hormuz, even if it isn't completely reopened. Are traders just too desperate for reasons to rally?
I think there's a risk of complacency. Ultimately, I think Jumana got it exactly right there. It comes down to who controls the Strait of Hormuz, and at the moment the answer to that is clearly Iran. Is that acceptable to the US and its allies and other Gulf nations? I don't think so. So, how do you get round that? There's no doubt, I think, that it would be nice if there was an easy way out of this. But having got into this situation, ultimately, it comes down to, is it the US or is it Iran who controls the Strait of Hormuz? And to get it so that it's no longer Iran probably requires boots on the ground. And I was listening to a podcast a few months ago where Sir Richard Dearlove, the former head of MI6, said, it's kind of like the grand old Duke of York. Only in nursery rhymes do they march 10,000 troops to the top of the hill just to march them back down again. And I think, the risk is that markets should probably be more focused on the troop movements rather than what's being said.
OK. Well, before this report even, you had said that Brent could rise past $150 a barrel. That could lead to recessions in the UK and Europe. At what point do concerns turn from inflation to growth, or are we already there?
Yeah, I think that's an important point, right? If you look at the market reaction so far, it's been very focused on the inflation shock from higher oil prices. But with that comes a hit to growth as well, particularly in the economies where they're very reliant on energy imports. So parts of Asia, Europe, UK. And I think, the market is perhaps paying too much attention to the inflation side and not enough attention to the growth side of the equation.
Good morning, Mike. And is the problem with that for markets that the inflation side rears its head more quickly and the growth side maybe takes a little more time to come through? Is that why we're caught in this situation? Although, maybe we are witnessing a change in direction in bond markets, but that's been the story through much of March.
Yeah, I think, markets are kind of in a way trying to replay a 2022 playbook, but I think there are important differences. So obviously you've got another energy price shock caused by a war, and that's putting higher inflation now seems almost inevitable. But it's a very different scenario, right? You don't have the savings that were built up during the pandemic. And so you've also got much less strong labour market. So at the starting point, I think, is what a lot of people are missing here. Everyone talks about, it's the duration of this conflict that matters. But I'd say it's not just duration. It's also how much damage is done and where you start from. And you start from a point where labour markets in most of the developed market economies were very reliant on basically just healthcare employment. That, labour markets were very weak, particularly here in the UK. So the risk of a wage price spiral is much lower, and yet some central banks are very focused on inflation expectations. This kind of notion that high inflation expectations mean that workers are going to demand more pay rises. Yeah. It's all very well and good demanding a pay rise. And the answer is whether you get it or not. And against this backdrop, the answer is more likely not.
Yeah. So a few people pointing out to us the underlying inflation dynamics are very different then to 2022, as you seem to be pointing to as well, Mike. So with all that said, you have this nice line in your notes, amidst the fog of war, you need to go really carefully. So how do you invest really carefully? I'm looking at some of the moves we've seen in Asia. Asian stocks still selling off this morning. The Korean Kospi still sliding, taking a drop, takes the drop since February highs to 20%. So we're now in that kind of territory for some of these markets over in Asia. These have been poster childs for success at the start of the year. So where are you hiding out? Where are the safest places to be?
Yeah, look, I think there's this kind of myth that you've always got to be right and trying to make money. I think in times like this, when you don't really know exactly what's going to happen, it makes sense to just dial that active risk back. So if you're a benchmark relative investor, taking smaller bets relative to that benchmark, that's something we've been looking at over the last few weeks, kind of dialing those risks in a bit. If you care more about absolute returns, then those absolute return strategies that can actually put hedges in place to try and protect a portfolio in exactly times like this, when stocks and bonds are going down together, I think make a lot of sense. And then the other thing I would look at is asymmetries. So if you get the worst case scenario where this escalates, oil goes north of 150, the downside risk to growth and risk assets, I think, is significant. Whereas in the best case scenario where this problem all goes away, and it's not really obvious to me how that happens, but let's imagine it did, how much upside is there on US equities versus the potential downside, for example? And so if you want to take risk, I think take risk in assets where historically the downside is lower in the worst case scenario. So something like US high yield, you're getting an 8% yield. Traditionally, the drawdown's lower than it is in stocks in a bad scenario. So that, that's one way of thinking about it. If you want to be more cautious, then you can put hedges in place with absolute return type strategies.
And we just heard from Jay Powell there. Do you think that cuts are more likely than hikes from the Fed? And where do you like along the Treasury curve?
Yeah, I think they're in a difficult position, right? Because particularly in the US, they're actually probably the most resilient economy. They obviously are an energy exporter. And there is a possible scenario in which if oil prices were to shoot, materially higher than where they are now, you could potentially see the US talking about banning exports of oil. So that makes, I think, the US more resilient, but you're still potentially in a scenario where you get this inflation shock. So I think base case is that they're not hiking, but they don't cut near term either. Whereas I think it's more interesting if you look at somewhere like the UK, where actually the market's now pricing a significant number of hikes. If that ends up happening, I think it's a policy mistake, because ultimately consumers in the UK are going to get squeezed by this. The retail sector was already very weak. Just look at the retail employment numbers. They're very poor. And as consumers cut back because of this, I think, increasing their mortgage refinancing costs would be a mistake.
Mike, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. Mike Bell, Head of Market Strategy at RBC BlueBay. Really interesting. Looking at the month to date, we're coming to the end of March, Lizzie. Month to date, it's been a long month. Some of these US stocks, though, actually, the Nasdaq down by 8.3%. That's not a whole lot less than we're seeing European stocks down, which I think is interesting, given the dynamics around the different parts of the globe and how much they are affected by all of this. We will talk about energy markets in more detail. We'll be joined by Christoph Ebel, CEO of Tiberius, about the swings we've seen in oil and metals. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burke.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Hazlida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. 30 minutes until the start of cash equity trading here for Europe. Let's look at the equity futures picture first off. And the European futures picture looks, well, broadly positive. Certainly the Euro Stoxx 50 futures in positive territory. FTSE futures maybe less so, but maybe that's because we might not have quite such ascendant energy sector prices today. The FTSE 100 futures then down by 0.2%. CAC 40 futures just into positive territory. US futures, incidentally, are positive. And a lot of this, Lizzie, has to do with the story we've been talking about. The Wall Street Journal suggesting that the White House has been saying to them that President Trump will be prepared to call off this war even without reopening the Straits of Hormuz, which remains a question, but it is certainly moving markets around.
And indeed, we'll dive into the oil market implications in just a moment. But just checking on your bond space here, we're continuing to see this shift in market pricing that Mike Bell on a few moments ago just flagged. Concerns turning from inflation to growth. This is around the world. So investors starting to see the Middle East conflict as a positive for bonds. So yields lower across the European continent, across the curve. But when you're looking, for example, at German 10-year yields, we're down a basis point there at 3.02%. Well, getting back to the oil story, it's been swinging after the Wall Street Journal reported President Trump told aides he's willing to end the military campaign against Iran, even if the crucial Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Stephen Sapczynski, Bloomberg's Asia Energy team leader, joins us now for analysis. And Stephen, I do wonder what you make of these oil price moves when what we've heard from President Trump's lips and from his Truth Social account is that he's going to escalate military operations.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be an oil trader right now. I think, when you look at the way that we had one comment from an analyst saying it's one step forward and 5 steps back. Everything that there's a lot of whipsawing. Officials from one part of the administration will say something different than what the president says. But I mean, let's focus just on the Wall Street Journal story right now, which would be basically ending the conflict, but not so much so with opening up the Strait of Hormuz. And that's something that, interestingly enough, oil prices fell after that. We saw Brent and WTI fall afterwards, which indicated that maybe there were some in the market who saw this potentially as an off-ramp, which would end the conflict, end escalation, and also potentially bring Iran to reducing its sort of stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. Still, Brent is above $100. It's at the highest level since 2020. And while there has been some easing today, I think there is an expectation in the market that every day the strait remains closed, every day that the Trump administration changes its positioning, that's oil that's not making its way to customers, that's reducing supply in certain markets, that's increasing prices around the world, and that's just making this crisis even worse.
Yes, and it isn't just crude that we're focused on, is it, Stephen? Other products in the mix as well and being restricted to some degree. Bloomberg reporting that diesel tankers heading for Europe have turned around. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty stark when you look at the ship tracking data. I would encourage everyone to go to the Bloomberg terminal and look at these pictures. But you're seeing the ships turn around and they're heading south. So they were going across the Atlantic towards Europe, and they're heading south, likely around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, maybe going to Asia. It's unclear where they're going to end up, but it does look like some sort of bidding happened. Customers in Asia or other regions were likely willing to pay more, and they were able to pull away the supply from Europe. It's not just diesel, though. We saw that with liquefied natural gas as well. The conflict in the Middle East resulted in Qatar's LNG export plant, the biggest in the world, to shut. That also resulted in the same sort of moves. You saw these ships crossing the Atlantic, from the United States going to Europe, and then they just shift south and they go down around Africa towards Asia. It's very interesting, and it just shows in real time and quite visually how there is this price war, this price arbitrage that traders are trying to take advantage of in the process.
Stephen, thank you very much. Stephen Sapczynski, Bloomberg's Asia Energy Team Leader, talking us through how some of that competition for these global energy resources between Europe and Asia is starting to play out. Let's talk about the implications for energy markets, and let's speak to Christoph Ebel, who is the CEO of Tiberius and able to talk to us today about all kinds of energy markets and metals, I understand. Christoph, really nice to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make? I mean, the latest reporting that the markets are digesting comes from the Wall Street Journal, and it talks about the possibility that the White House would be okay with ending the war or plan to end the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Paint a picture of where that would leave global energy markets.
Well, I think we need to distinguish between what's tweeted and what actually happens on the ground, in the sense of, are military assets moved, and what does that imply for the markets overall. So right now, what I feel we see is a deception being applied by the U.S. by sending, on the one hand, an expeditionary force, a marine force that would, conduct a World War II type landing on one of these islands, and that's what the market to some degree understands in place. But what is less in focus is that we see T1 SOF units, Delta Force and whatnot, and most important, their enablers being deployed to theater. And that gives you an idea that there is a potential off-ramp solution being worked on. Because if you send Tier 1 units with its enablers into theater, that indicates you're being serious about an infill or exfil operation. This is not for maintenance of a beachhead, what obviously a Marine Corps unit would imply. And as a consequence, I think there's a real chance for a quick go in, make noise, blow up something, take some uranium, and all to some degree premeditated, and go out again. And in such a scenario, you're very quickly at that off-ramp scenario saying, we can't, manage anything about the Straits of Hormuz. We need to find a way to exit this current, let's call it disaster, as it appears to be. And you know what? The forward curve in oil doesn't lie. It actually gives you a clear, indication of markets trading more normalized. 6 months out is trading $80. Even 3 months is already in a steep backwardation. So I think we are closer to a off-ramp exit scenario than a lot of people actually assume. Because one thing I believe we've understood from all the previous wars in the previous decades, whether it was Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq, to win means just not to lose. And that's what we're seeing here. 30 days into the war, and people get very, very iffy about how do we get out of this scenario? And Iran still is in a position to, this morning, we've seen it this morning, a Kuwaiti oil tanker was attacked in Anchorage off the coast of Dubai, which tells you there's still a lot of ability to disrupt. At the end of the day, we do feel that the military solution on a infill-exfil will provide an off-ramp, and essentially forward curves don't lie.
Okay, so you're taking signals from the forward curve in oil markets, which suggests that we're getting closer to the end on this. To what extent do you think that does provide new insights? I mean, a lot of people said, Christoph, going into this that, well, President Trump is not going to make the choice to start a war because of the midterms, and similar voices will now say this will end because of the midterms. Isn't that just being reflected in oil markets?
Well, that's an element without a question. But to be fairly honest, when you start addressing the theater, because midterms are still a long way out when you're in the midst of a combat situation. And the combat situation just tells you either you go in deeper or you basically try to disengage. And the question is how you disengage is what I would say is more likely being played than anything else. Because any other scenario, and we've had your analysts in studio, we all understand how we see rerouting of tankers, we see rerouting of shipping in this whole context. We can play any kind of doomsday scenario if there's no disengagement, and I think that's crystal clear. But the question is, can the U.S. afford it? We see it in metal markets, how obviously, in copper, how copper drops off the cliff on the basis of questions over recession. Will there be enough demand? We see it on our client base. There's a more restrictive behavior in consumption. There is no stocking of material in any form or shape, which indicates people are getting very, very reluctant to see positivity. And I think this is exactly what's driving the US administration. If you pair that with your military options, you can actually just address an off-ramp solution. There is no way of a continued escalation that would be in the interest of the US or actually be acceptable. And then if you apply any midterm scenario, it would just reinforce the statement.
Well, you mentioned copper. Let me ask you about aluminium, Christoph. Good morning. We've seen Iran striking these Gulf aluminium plants. Of course, we've got the mostly closure of the Strait of Hormuz. How much of a supply shock do you expect for the metal when you could also have weaker demand because of the energy price spike?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And to be fairly honest, we have around 5 million ton of aluminium metal in the Persian Gulf. And we feel for all those operators, and we're actually, it's very difficult to assess the current impact in terms of supply for global markets. One thing that is often not talked too much about is, this is a two-way street, right? We need to get not only containers for other goods into country like food products, but we also need to get raw materials for processing into the Gulf. And this is where you have a full blockage. So overall, it's reflected in premiums. You see stable premiums across the board. There's no reason for them, to soften. So as long as the scenario continues onwards, but we have no visibility on how detrimental those strikes have been. And I think the coming days will give us a very good idea of what that means. The counter element to that is, of course, that, overall consumption, at least in terms of its predictability, tends to look weaker on the basis of a recessive scenario. Again, we're early days into this, 30 days into this war. I think I actually mentioned it to a friend of mine the other day. Last week was the key decisive week. I do actually believe Easter, latest 15th of April, is where we know where we're heading for the end of the year.
What about gold? It seems to have settled above $4,500 an ounce. Is it wise to be dip buying at this moment?
Well, I think it actually has disappointed for all the people that believe gold would be the safe haven and the messiah for any kind of inflation, war scenario and whatnot. But, the gold run-up happened pre-war, and the war allowed for gold to be sold off super hard. I mean, it was at its peak, I think, $1,600 down. And I think that's a consequence of people understanding, look, in times of crises, you basically look for liquidity. And when you look for liquidity, you sell basically what is in the money. You can take profit, and where you can easily obtain liquidity without disrupting the market. So you can't do that in private equity. You can't do that in real estate. The equity markets seem to be a bit vulnerable. So I think gold was the first choice of liquidation, taking profit. At the same time, if you look at 2025, for the first time, we've seen a very, very balanced market in terms of two-way business on the retail and investment side. We've seen similar amounts of purchases as sales at very, very high levels, but it's not sustainable. I mean, if you think about gold at 5,000 versus gold at 2,500, at 2,500, let's call it an average investor would have been able to buy 2 ounces of gold. At 5,000, the disposable income hasn't increased. So you're basically going from 2 ounce to 1 ounce. And as a consequence, you'll see this flattening. I think it's very realistic to say that the saturation will lead to probably prices sub $4,000 in the relatively near future. I would be surprised if gold is trading above $4,000 by the end of the year.
Okay. Christoph Eibel, thank you very much for your take there. That's the CEO of Tiberius. Good to see you. Well, investors have been weighing in on the bond market and its influence on the White House's thinking around the war in Iran. Take a listen.
Bond vigilantes do get the attention of the folks in the White House. And by the way, I think that's one of the reasons they might have postponed their 2-day ultimatum into a 5-day ultimatum and then a 10-day ultimatum, as they were concerned by the backup in bond yields and by the weakness in the stock market. So the financial markets are having a vigilante impact on policymaking.
Giordani of Giordani Research speaking there, and we'll discuss how bond markets are positioning around the war. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurant opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing. Because I never watched the movies, you know, I was traveling the business. But of course, after, you know, people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels idea come from him. He said, "Hey Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel." For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start the Nobu Hotel the last.
World of Business. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. Let's get to the inflation story. Really crucial given what's happening in the Persian Gulf, of course. The French CPI numbers dropping and the CPI rising 1.9% year on year. This is the French number against an estimate of 1.9%. So that is exactly in line with estimates. On other measures, if you don't like that particular one, you've got 1.1% month on month, which is just a little higher than the estimate of 1%. Let us think about where this leaves the inflation story around Europe. We see the euro is fairly unmoved by that narrative. Let's bring into the conversation and talk about this in a few minutes. From our Markets Live blog, Adam Linton, who's on set with us this morning. Adam, good morning to you. So we've got CPI out of France coming in pretty much in line with estimates, confirming a decent-sized jump from the last month's reading. That seems to be the same narrative we were playing with yesterday. Yes, inflation has jumped up, but it's coming in line with estimates. What kind of comfort does that give you?
Yeah, so ultimately, as you said, we are pretty much on track for a consensus read today, which would be about 2.6% for the harmonised Eurozone-wide figure. And that kind of puts us back to roughly where we were about 25th of January last year. And that was a point where the ECB were actually cutting rates. Obviously, you know, the direction of travel for inflation is different, but it kind of goes to show you that at those levels, it's not really cause for alarm for the ECB at the moment. And then when you couple that with the messaging from the ECB about looking for patience, Lagarde wanting sufficient information, it doesn't really cause too much alarm. So you've got to think ahead then to the April meeting. Will they have much more information? They get inflation just a few hours before the decision. But ultimately, I don't think there's going to be a near-term move for the ECB. I think if that comes, it will likely be June when they have their round of economic forecasts. But even then, I'm still, relatively sceptical about whether we do actually get a hike anyway. As we've discussed before, policy is meaningfully more restrictive. Gas moves have been a lot less disorderly. Labour market is weaker, and we haven't had this post-COVID bounce back in activity.
So now we've got yields steady across Europe, across the curve, but they're lower in the US as they were yesterday. We heard from Jay Powell talking about how inflation expectations are anchored in the short term. Why does it seem like, at least for US bonds, the concern has turned now from inflation to growth?
Yes, I think the US is a little bit different story to kind of what we're seeing in Europe. Obviously, the Fed is an institution. They have a dual mandate, so obviously they need to look at labour market and inflation. From an economic perspective, the US economy is definitely less exposed from an inflationary standpoint than, for example, the Eurozone. So it makes sense for them to be taking a more balanced view. And when you think that they're actually primed to be cutting rates relatively substantially ahead of the conflict relative to, a central bank like the ECB, then this kind of dovish inflection and the US kind of going its own way does make a lot more sense. months. And, obviously throughout the week we do get a lot of US data, particularly on the labour market. We have JOLTS, we have ADP, we have non-farms. Obviously the market's closed on Friday. And I think if that does come in softer, then you could see an extension of some of these moves, particularly as well if you also see it in the real economy. We had the ISM data this week. There's a lot of data capture for the conflict. So I think, the US definitely has potential to go its own way relative to other peers.
OK, let's talk about stocks briefly then, Adam. We saw a jump in futures in Europe and the US on the back of that Wall Street Journal report about whether President Trump would call an end to this without reopening the Straits of Hormuz. Are we losing faith in that argument? It seems a little bit wobbling slightly.
I'm definitely cynical myself over that report. I mean, the fact that the Hormuz Strait could potentially remain closed is absolutely obviously a massive caveat. That's very much where the economic pain for the global economy is being felt. And, this is about incentives. If the US steps away, what is the incentive for Iran to then reopen the Straits of Hormuz? Brent's up around 50% from pre-conflict levels. So therefore, at that point, why would they reopen it? And if that's the case, then crude will need to retain a geopolitical risk premium. And plus, this is just second-hand reports from the US. We still don't know what the US administration is saying, and more importantly, what they're actually going to do.
Well, futures optimistic for now on both sides of the Atlantic. But Adam Linton, thanks for your take. That's Bloomberg Markets Live's Adam Linton. And remember, you can get up-to-date analysis and insight from Adam and the team by going to MLIV Go on your terminal. Let's get to the stocks to watch now with Bloomberg's Jennifer Creary. Jennifer.
Good morning. We're kicking off today with a look at Unilever and what could be the hottest deal in the consumer goods space. Unilever confirming this morning that it's nearing a deal with Maryland-based McCormick to offload its food business for $15.7 billion in upfront cash and the bulk of consideration in McCormick's stock. Now, the deal could create a food giant worth approximately $60 billion. It would also essentially end Unilever's era of competing with food giants like Nestle and PepsiCo. Now, the broader context here is a lot of consolidation in the consumer goods space in response to macroeconomic and geopolitical uncertainty. Another bit of news that illustrates that is a report from Reuters overnight that Unilever is looking to institute a global hiring freeze for at least 3 months in response to those geopolitical realities. Next up, we're going to take a look at Südzucker. Südzucker is the world's largest sugar producer. It's based in Germany, and it was raised to overweight by Barclays analysts. That's on the back of shares climbing over the past few months, given higher white.
President Trump would be willing to leave the region, de-escalate without reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
And for as long as that means oil prices don't spike up further, then perhaps stocks willing to go with that kind of analysis. And that seems to be the link that we're watching here. Oil prices not moving all that far this morning, and that in itself is perhaps a bit of a gift to risk assets.
And indeed split. Brent is weaker, but WTI crude is higher by about the same amount, about 7 basis points each way. But let's take you to the opening trade. We're coming up next in 5 minutes. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the opening trade. A few minutes to go then until we get to the start, or 2 minutes, in fact, just under the start of European cash equity trading. This is the picture on the US session of yesterday, and I think it is still useful to go back to this because it does tell us something about the underlying sort of setup into the European trading day today. So this is the US picture. Around the middle of that day, that's when Europe closed, and the US drifted a little bit lower after that. So it seems that we could have been set up for something quite negative at the start of trade here in Europe. Then you add into the mix that Wall Street Journal story that added to risk appetite, and we saw oil prices dropping in the main, at least from their earlier highs, and we saw stock appetite increasing, US futures pointing higher and European futures ticked higher. Now we seem to have rolled over a little bit on that story, and we're a little more muted in our expectations for gains on Euro Stoxx 50 futures. So they are up by 0.3%. A lot of that is coming from the DAX, which is up by 0.4% in terms of futures. The FTSE futures picture is down 0.25%. CAC futures actually pretty flat now, Lizzie, so we'll see what we get at the start of the trading day.
Taking you through some of the stocks to watch this morning, Anna, we start off with Unilever, and this is a bit of M&A. It's said that it's in talks to sell most of its food business to McCormick, and those talks are advanced. A final deal could be announced later on today. It's a historic move. It would transform both companies, so we keep an eye on Unilever. Also watching the UK bank stocks, we've had the FCA's final motor finance redress scheme offering relief, the total estimated bill falling below initial consultation estimates, so we watch the likes of Lloyds, Santander, Barclays and Close Brothers. And also, coming back to the war, we mind sugar. Südzucker in particular raised to overweight at Barclays on higher sugar prices because of the conflict, Hannah, in the Middle East.
Yeah, we will certainly keep an eye on those sectors and those individual names then, Lizzie, as we wait to see what Tuesday's session gives us for European equity markets then. The futures picture has looked increasingly mixed as we've headed towards the start of the trading day. So we'll wait to see what we get from these European equity markets. I predict that we perhaps have a little bit of a malfunction on the wall behind me, Lizzie, so perhaps you'll save me a little earlier than usual and tell us where we see these overall markets this morning.
Let me do that. So the Stoxx 600 starts the session flat to the upside, just 3 basis points higher this morning. The FTSE 100 is down by about 0.1%. The CAC 40 about the same in Paris, and the DAX in Frankfurt is flat to the upside. So barely any movement across the continent at the moment, despite that optimism that we had been seeing in the futures picture, and indeed that we are seeing in the futures picture when it comes to Wall Street futures. S&P E-minis, by contrast, up 0.6%, and similar moves for NASDAQ futures. If you break it down by sector across Europe today, you've got about 3/4 in positive territory. So financial services leading the gains, up 0.8%. Retail, healthcare, food, beverages and tobacco not that far behind. But at the bottom of the basket, we've got energy down more than 1%, which is perhaps no surprise when, because of the developments in the Middle East, you've got Brent Brent lower 0.4% at $107 a barrel. Just also at the bottom of the sectoral basket, you've got industrial goods and services, technology, travel and leisure, banks, which takes me to the fact that we were flagging that we should be watching UK bank stocks after that FCA announcement. And indeed, Lloyds shares are higher, 0.1%, Santander up 0.5%, Barclays up 0.3%. I said we should mind Unilever too, up 0.7% on those talks to sell most of its food business to McCormick.
It's interesting, isn't it, that none of those individual stories seem to be cutting through a huge amount this morning. So we're still dealing with the overall, and the overall moves in markets are not incredibly directional either, are they? It was pretty flat on those individual stocks that could have moved, on M&A stories, on the consumer compensation story for the UK banking side of things. So they could have moved on that, and they're not moving very much. The overall markets could have moved on the Wall Street Journal story and the slightly more stable oil price. It's not doing that much either. We seem to be caught in between a number of dynamics this morning as we watch these European markets open up this morning. Let's get some deeper analysis. Sharon Bell joins us, Senior European Equity Strategist at Goldman Sachs. Sharon, really nice to have you with us. I guess big picture, we're still dealing with a huge amount of headline risk here, still trying to work out, we're 1 month through this conflict in the Middle East, of course, and trying to work out where this leaves the impact on inflation, European economies, Asian economies, global stocks. As you look at going into another month of this, Sharon, what do you think we've learned? What can we be sure of and certain of through the month of March?
I think part of the problem is it's very difficult to be certain at the moment. One thing that is very clear is the growth-inflation mix, which we expected to be very good this year, has deteriorated quite a lot. And even if this conflict were to solve itself very, very quickly, then I think that's still going to be the case. You're still going to get lots of pass-through. Chemical companies are already raising prices. You'll still see people seeing higher energy costs, etc., and therefore lower confidence and lower growth. PMI surveys, for example, have already started to come down. So I think there's already been damage. It's really a case of how permanent that is or not.
Yes, and I know that you've been, the team at Goldman Sachs, and you've been reflecting this in your research, no doubt, have been cutting the expectations for Eurozone growth and also for UK growth as well. Talk to us about the things that differentiate the various parts of the world here.
Yeah, so Europe is badly hit, there's no doubt about that. Very energy, gas dependent on the rest of the world. I would say one difference between now and when we saw energy prices spike in 2022 is back in 2022, it really was a hit almost entirely to Europe, not at all to the rest of the world. This time around, it's more something the rest of the world is seeing too. So on a relative basis, I think Europe is less hit this time. But undoubtedly, in absolute terms, this is negative for growth. We've taken down our GDP forecast. For the UK, for example, we had 1.5% growth through this year. Now we're expecting just 0.5%.
Yes.
So it's a big hit.
And I don't say this to make it sound like this is not serious for Europe, because clearly it is. But are you surprised that month to date, when we look at how much the Nasdaq has dropped, S&P, they haven't dropped all that much less than we've seen overall European markets? I mean, there are other dynamics at play, but we have been hugely focused on Iran.
Absolutely. I agree. To some extent, I think there was a surprise, at least initially in this war, that you didn't see equities react more strongly. You almost saw the bond market react more strongly than you did equity markets. So that was one surprise. And then I do agree that European markets have held up a little bit better. I think, as you say, though, there are other things going on. There's private credit worries, which are more focused on the US than they are in Europe. There's concerns about the valuation and investment that the big AI-related tech companies in the US are doing. And what that means for their performance. All of these things perhaps are there's more exposure in the US than there is in Europe to those things. The other thing, final point on Europe, is that the energy sector is bigger as a share of the European market. It may not be as an economy, but as an equity market, you do have a bit of an offset.
Well, Sharon, where you have seen yields lower because concerns have been turning from inflation to growth, how much is that going to change appetite for equities?
Yeah, it's a tricky one because if yields are falling because there's sort of an expectation that inflation is coming down, then that's generally good for equities, particularly when inflation is quite high. But if yields are coming down because there's concern about growth, then that won't be good for equities. You only really then want to be the more defensive parts of equity, things like consumer staples, maybe utilities, telecoms, etc., rather than more cyclicals. It depends on what's driving those yields down.
Well, yeah, specifically, where do the recent gilt moves leave the earnings backdrop for UK banks?
Yeah, on the one hand, sort of you've seen higher rates across the yield curve, actually, for the UK. You've seen expectations for short rates rise. You've seen, as you say, the long end of the yield curve also sell off, so the whole yield curve shifting up in the UK. In some ways, that should be good for net interest margins for the UK banks. But there's another big offset to all of this, which is the UK consumer suffering, maybe smaller businesses suffering, and therefore concerns about having to take greater provisions, maybe for non-performing loans later down the road. So I don't think this is good for the UK banks' valuations, but it won't necessarily crush their earnings quite yet.
Let me ask you about where the selling is coming from in Europe and where you expect it to continue then, Sharon, because I was reading a story this morning that says just 3 firms have been driving Europe's 420 billion euro stock rout. It mentions the story, this is a Bloomberg story, it mentions LVMH, Novo Nordisk and SAP. And not to dwell on the individual dynamics behind those 3, perhaps, but it is a reminder that, OK, so maybe the luxury story is about the Middle East, but the other stories are not necessarily about the Middle East. They might be about stock-specific idiosyncratics, or they might be about the overall tech narrative. There are other stories that have been moving European
stories. And some of these names were more expensive going into this period of time as well. So I think that there, of course, are other issues that are driving the market. I think that, and you know, this is something we pointed out at the beginning of the year, even before this crisis, equities were almost priced to perfection. Yes, we had at that point in time a good growth backdrop, with inflation, if anything, moderating this year, and generally central banks taking down rates. The perfect backdrop, but valuations were quite high versus history. In the US, less so in Europe, but they weren't cheap. So I think that just made European stocks and global indices a bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, how much is the FTSE 250 priced in the war already? And if you get a weaker pound, how much of a boost could that give?
Well, a weaker pound will definitely help the FTSE 100 because you've got so many dollar earners in there. And in fact, about half of FTSE 100 dividends are paid in dollars to you. So a weaker pound, a stronger dollar would naturally help the FTSE 100, less so the 250 because it's more domestic. It's not completely domestic, about half of its sales are domestic. What I worry about with the FTSE 250 is not valuation. It doesn't look expensive versus its history. In fact, it's one of the few indices trading toward the bottom of its valuation range. But of course, it's the economics in the UK that look a lot weaker. We expect just 0.5% growth this year. We think there's, you know, a risk that if this continues, the Bank of England may even raise rates. That dynamic is unhelpful.
And what about the inflows and outflows story from global investors, domestic investors in Europe? What are we seeing if we look at the detail there that tells us about the attitude towards European stocks?
I think it's very, very interesting. So if you go back to 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, everyone started selling Europe and the UK. Foreign investors, domestic investors, but actually especially domestic investors. They hated Europe for 2 or 3 years. Then at the beginning of last year, just as Germany turns on the fiscal taps, actually investors start coming back to Europe. Foreign and domestic investors have been buying through this last 12, 15 months. But then in this last 2 or 3 weeks, because of the war, you started to see outflows. And particularly foreign investors who had, as I said, been quite big advocates of Europe, wanting to diversify away from concentrated and expensive exposure in the US. Concerns about global growth, I think, have pushed down their flows, and we're starting to see selling everywhere. But again, I don't want to see this as specific to Europe. Foreign investors have been selling, but investors have been selling US stocks too. I think the issue here is just a concern about global growth and inflation dynamics.
So do you think that they come back, US buyers, to seeing European equities as a good diversifier?
This is a huge question to me, and it does depend on how long all of this lasts. I think it's a great question because Europe was seen as a diversifier, didn't have so much tech exposure, had other exposures such as energy, which perhaps has provided a little bit of defensiveness to the European indices and was cheaper. And I think that caused a little bit of diversification. But we'll see if they come back. I think it depends on how long this lasts.
I mean, is there a sense that for Europe we're in a bit of a phony energy war because we haven't necessarily seen what this is going to do to Europe yet? In Asia, maybe there's a sense they're further along in really understanding what this does. I mean, we don't know the end story, do we? Because we don't know how long it lasts. But Asia, they were taking measures all the time to try and reduce demand for energy products.
And we haven't really seen that yet in Europe, I agree. And in many countries, Energy prices take a long time to feed through to the consumer and the household. There are price caps, there is taxation related to it, there's relief governments can provide. So all of those things kind of squash the near-term spike, but they do mean that longer term you're likely to see higher energy costs and higher inflation in Europe. One final thing on Europe versus Asia. As I said, this is more of a global crisis than in 2022. Also, if you take European chemical companies, they get a lot of their gas from North Africa or from the US. Rather than via the Straits of Hormuz, whereas most of the Asia chemical companies get theirs via the Strait of Hormuz. So in some ways, relatively, the European chemical companies are in a better position.
So we don't know how long this is going to last. Sharon, how hard is it going to be for stocks to see past the current volatility when we just don't know what the end game is?
Yeah, I agree. Every day we get new news that says, moves us marginally one way or the other, but there's no decisive, clear end to this. And I think as long as it goes on, the longer it goes on, the more it hits that growth inflation mix, and the more the spectre of stagflation comes up. This is something I've been asked about, we wrote about today, and we've been asked about a lot by investor clients is what are the risks now of proper stagflation impacting the market? And of course, if that were to become a concern, valuations at these levels wouldn't be sustained.
OK. Sharon, always a pleasure to have you. Sharon Bell, Senior European Equity Strategist at Goldman Sachs. Thank you. Let's check in on the core six, shall we? Anna was just flagging that 2 of the core 6 are responsible for driving Europe's €420 billion stock rout. 2 of the 3 firms responsible for that, LVMH and Novo Nordisk. That's one of them, isn't it? It is. It's Novo's up, though, today, flat to the upside. Nestle eking out gains 0.6%, but the rest in negative territory this morning. ASML particularly down by 2.5%. Let's also get a check of some of the individual movers this morning with Bloomberg's Jennifer Creary. Jennifer, what are you watching?
Good morning. We're kicking off today with Unilever. Unilever up almost 1% off of the back of news that it is nearing a deal with Maryland-based McCormick to offload its food unit for $15.7 billion. Those shares rising only slightly on the back of that news. Perhaps investors a little bit wavering on the back of that announcement. Next up, we're going to look at LSEG. That's after JP Morgan analysts said that upgraded LSEG, and those shares are up 2.4% off of the back of that news. Next up, we're looking at Future. Those shares are down 22.6%. That's after the media company cut its outlook for the year. Investors unhappy with that on the back of that news. Finally, we're going to move over to chip stocks. ASML down 2.8%, BE Semiconductors down 3.5%, and Infineon down 1.8%. That's off of the back of conflict in the Middle East. That's weighing on chip stocks and throwing some uncertainty on those stocks this morning. Next up, we're looking at Raspberry. Those shares up 21% after Raspberry reported a 25% increase in sales. That's boosting those shares this morning off of the back of that. Back to you.
Jennifer, thank you. Bloomberg's Jennifer Creary with some of those stocks on the move. 8:14 here in London. Coming up on the programme, we take a look at the trends from Europe's markets so far this year, with a particular focus on the past month. We'll think about what we're watching as we move later into the year, into the second quarter. In fact, this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
Right now, the headline, bad news, is bad news.
This is a stagflationary mix.
It's a double squeeze for the rest of the world.
This Friday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne-Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The market is tightening financial conditions.
It's not just what's happening present day. It's 5, 6, 7 months out.
The longest first quarter ever continues.
The March Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 18 minutes into Tuesday's session. It is the last trading day of the month, the last trading day of the quarter, in fact. And we see European stocks possibly a little shocked by what we've seen, but pretty flat, actually. Just 0.1% to the downside, really. The FTSE 100 manages to keep its head above water, but everything else seems to be dropping a little. And US futures in positive territory, Lizzie, but coming off earlier highs.
Well, one of the parts of the market making gains this morning are lenders, car makers as well, mostly inching higher. And this is after the UK's financial services regulator cut the compensation bill for missold car loans. Tom Metcalf, our managing editor for EMEA Finance and Investing, has been following this story for a very long time. Tom, why finally have we seen this? What changed to enable this lower cost?
Yeah, so the FCA have basically tightened effectively the kind of conditions you can get to apply for some of this compensation. So broadly what that meant is from about 14 million expected compensation claims that would be successful, it dropped to 12 million. So the amount of payouts banks will have to do has dropped slightly. And for me, the other interesting thing was the FCA saying they found ways of basically reducing the estimated costs of actually, running this scheme. So they fell, by about 40%, they're saying. So that helped the total cost go from 11 to 9. So, a decent amount, but spread across lots of different banks. But that's probably why the lenders are broadly a little bit positive today.
I wonder if they used some more AI, help them bring down the cost of running the scheme. Who knows? How are banks reacting to this then, Tom? Are they focusing on the positives, that this is not as bad as most recently expected, or the negatives that they're still having to pay out?
Yeah, they're playing a cautious game. So you've had Lloyds, the biggest provider, come out and just say, we're assessing, it will take a while for us to view. I think certainly in the case of Lloyds, they were very conservative with their provisions. So this may well be seen as positive news, but that is the big question. How are the sort of, there's a whole panoply of firms involved in this, and some have sort of indicated they might well sue. And the question is, does this go far enough for some of them? Because for some of them, it might still be an existential kind of threat to their existence in this market.
Exactly. Do you think the lenders will heed the FCA call to accept this?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. The word in there is the FCA, like, come on, let's just get this done. You know, we've given a little, make sure you kind of come along with us, which obviously they would be saying that. And I think, you know, look, I'm always a pragmatic person. I feel like most of the lenders will kind of view this as, you know, somewhat of a win, and let's just move on, clear it, we provided for it. But of course, there'll be probably a few outliers with making a lot of noise.
And how do consumers fare under this, Tom? I remember where we've had these events in the past where banks have been on the hook to pay out large amounts of compensation. I'm going back a decade or so here, where it's suddenly become a macro event that banks have had to pay out. I mean, what are the consumer voices saying around this story?
Well, so consumers are expected on average to get about £900. That's up actually from what was previously estimated. But yeah, I think, you know, it's the people who've been kind of cut out of this latest sort of perimeter who'll probably be complaining. But it's funny, it's one of those things where, yes, some people will probably be celebrating a sudden influx of a few £100s. Yeah. But I think earlier this year, the government noted, you know, its tax take is actually going to fall because of this, because so many of the banks are, you know, having to provide for this, lower profits, and thus taking a smaller profit. So, you know, from one pocket to the other, really. OK,
Tom, thank you very much. Tom Metcalfe joining us there with the latest on the motor finance challenges and what that means for the lending sector. Now, after a relatively quiet start to the year, we remember those days, the war in Iran jolted markets midway through the first quarter. With no clear end in sight, the conflict is driving volatility and clouding the outlook for the second quarter. Joining us now with his outlook is Rod Turnbull from Bloomberg Intelligence to talk us through the quarter that was and what we're looking ahead to. Rod, good morning.
Good morning.
So help us take stock of where we have got to now, some of the key barometers you're watching. I mean, if we're looking back at the first quarter, the last month has sort of dominated. Everything that happened before that was a different world.
It was. Quiet was nice. But anyway, there we are.
And it was quite positive because it's all AI.
Well, indeed. And
worrying about overheating.
We'll come on to this in a sec, but certainly the deck has been shuffled around a little bit. So when we spoke a week ago, we were looking at a number of barometers, which have changed a little bit over the course of that week. So if we look at bond markets, they've taken a little bit of a breather. Maybe the 10 years is a good reference in the States. And we look at major equity indices, we're either at, flirting with, or below support levels now. So it's getting a little bit punchy. And the Kospi is a good example of that today, for example. If we look at valuations, again, we touched on this last week, Europe trading on around 14 times. We think that's fair value, according to our equity strategy team. Market consensus is looking for 9% earnings growth. We think that's a little bit high. For the year, we think more like 5 to 6%. So we'll see how that plays out. Similar sort of story in the U.S. Now, when we think about positioning, from that quiet point at the beginning of the year to now, we've seen an awful lot more shift into the energy complex, obviously. Energy, utilities, the basic resources. So we've done quite a bit of work. And for terminal users, it's on BI Iran. Anything associated with the crisis is in there. But we've done quite a bit of work on the advantaged and disadvantaged. So when we look at it on a country basis, North America is obviously a clear winner, but so is Russia. The LOD, so is Iran, which we might as well throw in there as well through sanctions relief. And of course, Norway. The not so well positioned are in Asia, and that's probably going to create an inflationary issue as the days tick on. And then when we look at the basic metals, if you are a coal producer or associated with coal, likewise with aluminium, you're probably in quite a good spot. So Glencore would fit into that, particularly around its trading business as well. And then you've got the other side of that, which is copper, not so great, and Anglo has an awful lot of exposure to that. The one final thing I'd say is defense, which was such a darling coming into the year, had a bit of a spike around Venezuela, has now underperformed. And you wonder whether there's a capex issue, a returns issue, a government spending issue, or just a valuation issue. But it seems out of interest for the time being.
OK, so that's where we're at right now. Where are you seeing relative opportunity as markets adjust to the conflict? We're about a month in now. How are things changing?
Well, John Authors had a great piece out this morning looking at that push and pull between inflation and growth, right? And there will come a point where we need some off-ramp ideas. And so there's a shopping list of things that we're looking at just now. If we start with tech, and you know, these are stocks that were either unloved, dislocated, or undervalued going into this crisis in the first place. So SAP stands out in that regard. We think margins will be better than the market's currently looking for. They generate a lot of cash. They'll be returned to shareholders, some M&A, and they've got that stickiness of the enterprise. And a little bit of, well, quite a bit of AI insulation, if you like. So we think that's a really interesting place to be looking. In the industrials, Halma, not an often spoken about name, leveraged the hyperscaler capex in its photonics business. Again, we see 16% growth in that division. Consensus is about 11, so that's interesting. Schneider, another one, picks and shovel play. It's 17, 18% off its recent peak. a backlog that goes on a couple of years. It's got great visibility, and it is a major play on data centers. And then when we think about automotive, which we were just talking about, a little bit of a special automotive play, but Ferrari. Again, we see EBITDA margin about 150 basis points better. So that's Mike Dean's stock, and underpinned by just the way they manage that brand, particularly around very special model launches.
Yeah, that is interesting, given the challenges with selling into certain regions in the Middle East, for example. What are you watching, just briefly then, what are you watching going into the second quarter thematically?
Yeah, now it's going to be, I think, all about the earnings season. And I guess once we get through Easter, that's the period in time where I guess we're going to be susceptible to profit warning. So that's going to be the first key thing to watch. Second thing is European momentum was a little bit of a surprise going into this year, right? It was pretty robust. Let's see what that earnings resilience looks like. Of course, that'll be a look backwards at what had happened. Key will be what the companies are saying on the look forward. And that's going to be a little bit trickier, I'd have thought, for CEOs who probably will have to comment on what's going on clearly at the moment, but won't want to show too much in terms of prediction for the full year. So a really tricky position for this earnings season. As ever, commentary is going to be everything.
OK, Rod, thanks for ending the quarter with us. Rod Turnbull there from Bloomberg Intelligence. Well, we are looking at the Stock 600 flat to the downside now. And coming up, we'll be talking to Saima Hussain, aerospace and defence equity analyst at Alpha Value, as Iran's cheap drones and missiles reshape the battlefield. Focus on defence and aerospace next. This is Bloomberg.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations, the players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gurr.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. We're now 30 minutes into what's taking some time to settle down this session, a session that is taking some time to settle down, I should say. So Stocks Europe 600 is up by around 0.1% right now. Things gradually improving a little bit as we go through the first half hour of trade. The futures picture had been pretty volatile, based around a negative end of trading day yesterday, Lizzie, in the United States, but then the news flow out of the White House and other reporting from other media suggesting room for optimism, and that changed the dynamic a little bit in terms of futures, and so we find ourselves in a very flat to positive session, it would seem. So the FTSE 100 actually making some gains. Some of the grocery stores in London doing okay, but overall we're pretty flat on these markets. Lizzie, what do you see?
Well, it's a tepid start on your screen, Anna, but take a look at this. We've got many more members of the Stock 600 higher this morning than to the downside. 443 versus 141. But do remember that this is a shortened week for the Easter holiday at the end of it, and therefore perhaps we've got lower volumes, down 30% today. So don't read perhaps too much into this. Now, flip over and we can take a look at some of the leaders this morning. Raspberry Pi is one of them, the computer maker, of course. They reported 25% sales rise driven by the United States, and so we're up 20.5% for Raspberry Pi this morning. LSEG also gaining, though not to quite the same degree, up 2.3%. This is after JP Morgan analysts have said that they see revenue upgrades for European exchanges. Also, in your train-making space, Alstom on the board this morning, up 4.1%. They've signed a new systems contract for €700 million. Now, let's take a look at some of the laggards as well this morning. Future is one of them, down more than 25% after cutting their outlook. JP Morgan talked about a weak first half trading update from them. We're also seeing ST Micro and Infineon in the red, more so for ST Micro, but chip stocks in general sliding as the Iran war risk dents appetite, Anna.
Let's check in on some of the other stories that we're covering this morning, Lizzie, and we start with more corporate news. Unilever says talks to sell most of its food business to McCormick of the United States are advanced, and a final deal could be announced later today. The Anglo-Dutch maker of Hellmann's mayonnaise will offload most of its food unit for $15.7 billion in cash up front, and the rest in McCormick equity. When completed, Unilever and its shareholders will have 65% of the combined company, leaving the business focused on beauty, personal care and home products. Marco Rubio says the US may need to reassess its relationship with NATO over the Iran war the Iran war is over. The US Secretary of State says the military alliance's alleged lack of support during the conflict was, quote, very disappointing. NATO members have largely rebuffed President Trump's request to help reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz. And oil has fluctuated after the Wall Street Journal reported that US President Donald Trump told aides he's willing to end the campaign in Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Earlier, Iran attacked a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker in Dubai's port area, damaging the hull and starting a fire on board. With some of that news flow in mind, let's get an update now from the Middle East. Bloomberg Horizon's anchor Jumana Basetchi joins us with an update. Jumana, the US president's desire then to end the war quickly, that does appear to be at odds with some of the statements that he's made recently, and perhaps with some of the troop movements we've been seeing on the ground. Bring us up to date.
That's right, Anna. So there's a lot of messaging that's been coming through from the White House and from President Trump directly over the last 24 hours. But I just want to remind viewers also that he did put up this Truth Social post yesterday afternoon over here, Middle Eastern time, that is, suggesting that talks were actually proceeding with the Iranian side. He says that a newer regime is in place and that they were a lot more reasonable and that a deal will probably shortly be reached, after which, and he says, if the strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our stay in Iran by blowing up and obliterating power plants, oil wells, and Karg Island. So the threat there. But I think the relevance of this post is just to highlight that less than 24 hours ago, he actually made an explicit linkage between the reopening of the strait and Iran coming to the table and agreeing to the terms of a deal. Now, the Wall Street Journal report overnight, which is obviously impacting markets and suggests that the US are thinking of a military wind down, even in the absence of the reopening of the strait, is at odds with the messaging that Truth Social post actually represents, which is that there is a clear linkage between the two. But for all intents and purposes, both the US and the Israeli side have talked a lot about their military successes in terms of eliminating or wiping out Iran's offensive and defensive capabilities, their missile capabilities. Even overnight, more attacks were taking place at some of their key ammunition depots and key sites like Isfahan. They've also talked about the many successes they've had at degrading their naval capabilities as well. And so this is the first time we're getting perhaps an acknowledgement that what they're achieving militarily is in a different scale to what can be done vis-a-vis the Strait of Hormuz. And this Wall Street Journal article goes on to later say that if Iran don't come to the table diplomatically and reopen the Strait, then the US would have to call on their European allies and Gulf Arab states as well to help with the reopening. But again, a big question mark as to whether there would be buy-in and also whether there would be actual an appetite from the part of these Gulf Arab states to do that, given one, the risks, and two, an outcome in which Iran essentially still has sovereignty over the Strait is something that is unacceptable to them.
And Jemana, in terms of shipping, you saw that strike on Dubai's port. Also, Iran now pressing the Houthis to up the ante in the Red Sea. How much of an escalation does that mark?
Well, absolutely. And I think this is still a reminder to everybody that Iran not only is effectively exercising more control over which vessels manage to make it through the Strait, but they also have the ability to inflict serious amount of damage on vessels looking to get through. Now, the incident this morning was on a Kuwaiti vessel. It was just off the coast of Dubai, and you have the map up there. It's far away from the Strait, and this is typically a place where ships would dock, where they would typically wait to get an order to go through. There are about, as we understand, about 400 other tankers waiting around that coast to get the all clear. And in many cases, they're not getting the all clear to pass through the Straits. But the fact that it was targeted, and in this case, it was actually laden with oil, so, could have been a big environmental issue as well, signals that Iran is still not holding back in terms of the potential of harassing ships if they are deemed to be aligned with what they would say as hostile countries. Now, the good news is the Dubai Authority a couple of hours ago did say that there were no injuries, no oil spills, so limited environmental damage. But again, just underscores the risk, the security risks, and the real challenge that some ships and ship owners are going to be facing should they want to make that what is now deemed to be very costly and very dangerous passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
Bloomberg's Jemana Bassechi out of Dubai, thank you very much for the update. We are just getting a redhead across the terminal in terms of the real-world impact of what we're seeing in the Middle East. And this is from the American Auto Association saying that the US average retail gasoline price has rallied above $4 a gallon. Of course, crucial as we head into the midterms in the US later on this year, something that Donald Trump will be watching extremely closely. Well, turning to what is happening on the ground in the Middle East, cheap drones and ballistic missiles are reshaping the battlefield there. More than a month into the conflict, Tehran's still managing to hit valuable military installations and energy infrastructure, as Jemana says, part of its strategy to raise oil prices to economically pun out by Saima Hussain, aerospace and defence equity analyst at Alpha Value. Saima, really good to have you with us. This imbalance between the cost of firing a drone and defending against it, is that the biggest vulnerability in current defence models?
Yes, so I would really say that that what this conflict in Middle East has really exposed is a massive flaw in Western defense math. So you cannot win an attrition while firing a $2 million interceptor missile to shut down a $20,000 Iranian drone. And so we have seen that this is a key area for Western countries to work on. And to save costs, we're actually seeing a lot of change in military tactics. So basically, we have seen some regression and very simple tactics coming back with the French that is using helicopters to shoot down drones, or even the United States that is considering using very old propeller aircraft for very low-cost drone hunting. So I would say this is the biggest flow in Western defense math. Yes.
Okay, well, in light of that, you've had Bank of America shifting its focus in European defence from tanks and ammo to air defence. That's structurally positive for the likes of BAE, Thales, Leonardo, not so good for the likes of Rheinmetall. Do you agree with that tactical shift?
Yes, I do agree with that tactical shift. I think that with the war in Ukraine, what we have seen is a very strong focus on land defense, artillery, ammunition. But with this escalation in the Middle East, what we are seeing is a clear shift toward air defense, even further than with the war in Ukraine, as well as naval systems. So it really... we really think at Alpha Value that this might change the actual allocation of the budgets towards more air defense. So air defense might be the #1 priority in the next couple of years, especially with what I just said on this Western flow in defense math.
Simon, good morning. Can I ask you about the performance of defence stocks? So we spoke to our colleague recently from Bloomberg Intelligence, who was pointing out that if you exclude some of the large defence names, the ones that supply the US defence complex, for example, if you exclude those European defence companies and you're left with the maybe slightly smaller ones or the ones that supply Europe more, a lot of those have underperformed despite what's happened in the past month. So they touched new highs in January and then actually have underperformed in February and March. Does that make sense to you? Do you expect that to change?
I do think that the market is simply realizing that the easy money phase is behind us. So we have moved past the announcement phase and now we are in an execution phase. By that I mean that the market has already priced in the political commitments, the budget announcement, and so the key question is, are we actually able to deliver? And ramping up is extremely difficult. We have some crucial supply chain bottlenecks, and this is the reason why there is so much pressure on defense stocks. So you mentioned Rheinmetall. The stock is down 17% over the past month, just because it has missed its expectation on guidance. So the market is really becoming more selective on defense names and on production and ramp-up capacity.
And Simon, where is the innovation urge coming from in Europe? We've talked in the past about Ukrainian innovation. Is that narrative building quickly?
Yes, I really think that Ukraine is really becoming an industrial hub. So it used to be more of a consumer of European weapons, but now it is increasingly becoming a real time R&D lab, and it is even starting to export its battle-tested drone and anti-drone technologies. So we have seen a partnership with Saudi Arabia. So I do think that Ukraine is really becoming this industrial defense hub, and we might see more orders coming to Ukraine, actually. So it's very, very important.
Well, indeed, we've had some of those defence companies out of Ukraine on this very programme. Just finally, I wonder how much the supply shock around aluminium is going to impact defence manufacturing and some of the names that you've been talking about.
So I do think that this will have an impact on most names in the coverage. So aluminium is very, very important for most of the weapons and that are produced in Europe. But what I think is even more important right now is the higher oil price, actually. I think that this will have a direct impact on the overall aerospace and defense names, and especially on aerospace names. So right now, commercial aerospace are really trading as oil proxies. And so we have seen that this might become this might have a big impact on aerospace names, especially as oil and fuels are the biggest cost driver. So this might impact travel sentiment and demand.
Simon, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Simon Hussain, Aerospace and Defence Equity Analyst at Alpha Value. 8:45 in London, coming up on the programme. NASA prepares to send astronauts back to lunar orbit after more than 50 years. We will bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders.
Bloomberg has learned that there are discussions around a potential all-cash offer for Warner's studio and streaming businesses.
For the past few years, we hadn't really seen any deals above $30 billion. And now we're seeing, Warner Brothers, $80 billion, the big railroad deal. And what we're hearing from sources is that next year we're going to see more of the same. It's just going to be the mega deal.
I would expect next year will be an even better year for M&A and IPOs.
That's just kind of what we do at some different areas that are being missed. And by the way, these gaps tend to be really, really massive.
I know you've been very bullish on the return of M&A. Do you expect more deals, if they are of this size, to have the same sort of structure and contours?
I think we're going to see the return of large transactions, and I think they're going to avail themselves of both private credit options and public options.
There's a lot of merger talk. There's a lot of firepower.
Investors wanted to know at what price would this deal be, and now they answered that question at $70 a share.
So congratulations to Bloomberg's Deals team for getting it first.
I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. Now, NASA is preparing to send astronauts back to lunar orbit for the first time in more than 50 years. The upcoming Artemis 2 mission will carry 4 astronauts on a journey around the moon and back. In our Big Take story today, we look at the costs, the delays, the risks behind NASA's return to lunar exploration, perhaps the hope as well. Bloomberg's Jerry Doyle joins us with some of that story. If all goes well then, Jerry, what will this mission look like? What is the intention?
Well, it's, as you mentioned, going to send 4 astronauts to the lunar orbit and back. They're not going to stay there, not going to spend much time there, but what this is going to do is make sure that all the equipment that they need, except for the part where they land on the moon, is functioning properly. The launcher is going to get them into orbit. the capsule is going to get them to the moon safely. All the equipment that they need for communications and guidance is all functioning properly. And they're going to practice some maneuvers as well, where they can sort of move the spacecraft around in orbit to practice things they'll need to do for a future lunar landing.
So by 2026, surely we've mastered the art of going to the moon. What technological challenges are still around now before a lunar landing?
Well, as they say, space is very hard, right? It's a harsh environment. It's a long distance to travel. The technological challenges of getting to the moon and back are simple in the sense that you know how much thrust you need and you know how much mass you need to get there. But when you put people on board a spacecraft, it gets infinitely more complicated. So they need to make sure that all the systems on board are working. And the most challenging part is going to be the actual landing, obviously. And there is no lander that is currently operational. There's sort of a race between Blue Origin and SpaceX to develop a lander. And whoever gets there first, NASA said, is going to be the one to land on the moon.
Yeah, there was talk over the weekend from some of the pilots about, investigating whether we really are alone. And that seems to be where some of the thinking is going here, either in this solar system or elsewhere. So what comes after landing on the moon then, Jerry? What follows?
Well, I think the long-term goal, at least for NASA right now, is to establish a permanent human presence on the moon, a lunar base, as it were, to sort of not just have an outpost there, but to practice some of the extraction technologies you'll need to get minerals and water and so on out of the lunar surface. And then maybe they hope to serve as some sort of a gateway to longer range human exploration of the solar system, such as Mars.
OK, right. So what changes have there been along the way to the programme? Are there more likely to come?
Well, the program has been around for a long time. Like the SLS, the actual booster that gets it into orbit, was chosen because it could be done with basically existing technology, sort of follow-ups on the solid rocket boosters that were used for the space shuttle, the engines that were used for the space shuttle. You'll see the big core orange bit in the middle looks very similar to the external fuel tank of the original space shuttle, and that's because it's all based on those things. Now, the capsule by Lockheed Martin took a long time to develop, and then, as I mentioned, the lander is still going to be an enormous challenge because both of these landers have chosen systems where they will add fuel. They'll refuel in orbit instead of on the ground, and that adds a tremendous amount of technical complexity to the operation.
OK, fascinating stuff. Jerry, thank you very much for bringing it to us. I'm sure we'll all be watching. That's Bloomberg's Jerry Doyle. Let's take a flick through what else we're watching throughout the day. We have on Earth, the South Africa Investment Conference happening in Johannesburg. Jennifer Zabasaja on the ground for us there. We also have the French President Emmanuel Macron visiting Japan. And at 10 a.m. London time, we get Euro area inflation data. 3 p.m. London time, US job openings data. And then later on, from US earnings, Nike reporting results at 9:15 p.m. London time.
So tomorrow we'll be looking at some of the read across, won't we, from Nike into some of the corporates here in Europe. Let's find out what lies ahead in our trading day. Bloomberg's Morwenna Coniam joins us from our Markets Today team. And Morwenna, inflation seems to be the theme. We heard from the Fed yesterday talking about this. We got German inflation, Spanish inflation yesterday, Dutch inflation this morning, Tokyo inflation. We're getting lots of signs that inflation's on the rise. Maybe not more than we'd expected, though, which maybe is a bit of a comfort. What are you watching for in the Eurozone number? That drops soon, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And actually, we just had the French CPI reading for March coming out, showing that inflation did quicken to the fastest rate since 2024. I think, it's not a huge surprise that things are picking up in this area, and it's been warned. We've also had food price inflation data out for the UK this morning, though that's for an earlier period. But a lot of warnings there that we do expect it to pick up. And I think what we'll be really watching with the Eurozone is just how much it has increased and where the price of oil rising has already started to impact supply chains. I think, a lot of these impacts will be slightly delayed. So what we see now for March won't necessarily be the full picture. And I think that's something we have to look forward to. You mentioned, in the US, we had Powell saying that inflation is under control. And that's being reflected in markets this morning with Treasury yields and actually UK bond yields as well falling this morning. Also, we've got that optimism that perhaps there could be de-escalation in the war in the Middle East based on some of Trump's comments. We have seen a lot of back and forth there this week, so I think the market is sort of tentatively optimistic.
Well, Morena, you take me via the bond space to the UK picture. I had to chuckle at the Treasury's response to the UK GDP figures this morning. They said we were the fastest growing European economy in the G7. What do you make of these fourth quarter numbers?
Yeah, so it's obviously referring to the fourth quarter. We're now at the very end, on the final day of the first quarter of 2026. So it's a pretty anachronistic report. It is the final one, and it confirms essentially the preliminary report showing that there was a tiny bit of growth at the end of the year, up 0.1%. Hardly fantastic, but as the Treasury was at pains to point out, that was the best in the G7. I think we're not expecting necessarily to see that trend continue with concerns about the war in the Middle East, which will have only impacted, though, of course, the end of this quarter. So it might be quite some time before we really see that coming through in GDP reports, depending on how long this situation goes on. Yesterday, we were talking a lot about the concerns, how it may impact growth, not just inflation. That will be something we're looking to come through. But I think the most interesting thing in this fourth quarter GDP report was actually the rate of household savings increasing by 0.9%, already at historically high levels. And that's into non-pension savings now. We're obviously seeing costs rising, food inflation, other retail inflation, and a load of bill hikes due to come in this month. So whether that continues to be a trend will be interesting to see.
Morena, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Morena Economy. And interesting to think about where US futures are going here, Lizzie. We seem to have improved things quite a lot in the first hour of the European trading day. Started out pretty flat. Now the stock 600 up by 0.7%. And US futures pointing higher. E-minis up by 0.9%. I wonder whether that line on gasoline prices, whether the market thinks that might focus minds.
One mind in particular in the White House, perhaps. But that does it for the opening trade. The Pulse is coming up next. Anna will be with you for the next hour as well. This is Bloomberg.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Fujera report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Oil swings with President Trump reportedly willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Gasoline in the U.S. climbs above $4 a gallon for the first time since August 2022, one of the most visible measures of consumer pressure in the U.S. from the Iran war. Plus, Fed Chair Jay Powell eases fears of an imminent rate hike, saying U.S. inflation remains under control. Let's check on some assets for you as we are 1 hour into our trading day here in Europe. We have the European equity market story looks pretty positive. US futures pointing higher, in fact, up by 1% now. That Wall Street Journal story, which no doubt we'll touch on in a moment, certainly lifting sentiment. US 10-year yield, you see some movement there, some buying of treasuries, buying of global bonds. That seems to be a narrative over the last couple of days pretty strongly. Brent crude is retreating. 106.50 is the handle, down by 0.8%. Again, linked to that story. And we've got the retail gas price in the United States there showing at over $4, which could be important for the US political narrative. Let us take you to the European equity markets then, and European stocks putting in a better showing than they were at the start of the last hour. We started quite tentatively here in Europe, now seeing a little bit more strength coming through. The FTSE 100 up by 0.8%, the Xetra DAX up by 0.7%. We see strength broadly across these European equity markets. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Pulse. I'm Anna Edwards in London. President Trump has reportedly told aides that he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Now, this report comes from the Wall Street Journal, and it comes after Iran attacked a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker in the Anchorage area of Dubai's port, damaging the hull and starting a fire on board. Let's bring in Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jumana Basetcha to take us through some of the mixed signals that we've seen from the White House. Jumana, what do you make of the latest developments then? Because we've seen threats of further escalation coming within, or less than 24 hours ago from the White House, and now this reporting that seems to be adding risk appetite to markets, suggesting that President Trump could be prepared to walk away.
That's right, Anna. So carrot and stick approach, as usual, coming through from President Trump. He's certainly been very vocal over the last 24 hours, lots of calls with journalists. But then also I want to refer you back to a Truth Social post that he put up around 24 hours ago, suggesting that talks were actually underway with the Iranian regime and that most probably there will be a deal reached shortly, he's saying. One of the terms of that deal would be a reopening of the strait, and if that does not happen, then they would then have to resort to blowing up and obliterating, this is his language, all of their electric plants, their oil wells, and Karg Island. So this post is interesting because it actually links Iran coming to the negotiating table with a reopening of that Strait of Hormuz. Now, you fast forward, and overnight, of course, that's the Wall Street Journal reporting that actually the U.S. are considering delinking the two, i.e. perhaps winding down some of their military operations and bringing an end to this war, and then dealing with the matter of the Strait at a later point. And the hope there is that they could get to a diplomatic solution for the Strait of Hormuz, and if that doesn't work, then they would have to lean on some European allies or Gulf allies to get involved as well. So this is the first explicit, perhaps, delinking of the two topics. And of course, it is worth reminding everybody that a month ago, the Strait of Hormuz and control of the Strait of Hormuz was not an issue. This is a newfound issue, and we know we've been reporting about it over the last couple of weeks, that the strait is effectively shut and also effectively being controlled by Iran. About 80% of the vessels that have managed to go through over the course of this war are somehow Iranian linked. And this is something that Iran has said that they do not want to give up. A week ago, when they published their counter terms to coming to the negotiating table with the US, one of the terms was exercising sovereignty over the strait. So it is unclear at this point how the question of the strait is going to be solved, even if the US and Israel say that militarily they've achieved a lot of their objectives in the war.
Yes, and before we got this Wall Street Journal report that seemed to add to risk appetite, Jemana, we were dealing with an attack on a vessel, a Kuwaiti vessel that was at port in Dubai, and that seemed as if it would be something, and in fact it did add to concerns around shipping and energy markets. We saw oil prices go higher on that.
Absolutely, Anna. And this is just a reminder that the war is still ongoing. It is day 32 of the war. There's no real de-escalation in terms of operations on both sides. The attack on the Kuwaiti vessel, which actually was laden with oil, it was actually holding oil, is just another representation of the fact that these operations are still ongoing. But thankfully, a couple of hours later, the Dubai authorities released an update saying that they managed to extinguish the fire. There were no injuries. None of the crew members were injured. And also there was no oil spillage. So perhaps alleviating some concerns about environmental damage. But what it does do is to serve as a reminder to ship owners and to any tankers wishing to cross the strait that it is not only costly because of rising insurance costs, but also very dangerous as well. And they do run the risk of getting attacked or targeted. Yesterday was a very good reminder that Iran can still inflict a significant amount of damage even with their lower level or cheaper cost drones. And this is the leverage that they still have over the energy market right now, the strait and the ability to inflict this type of damage.
Jemana, thank you very much. Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jemana Basetchi joining us there from Dubai. Volatility from the Iran conflict has now resulted in the single largest month of stock value destruction on record, with nearly $12 trillion in market cap erased across global benchmarks. Let's bring in Grace Peters, co-head of global investment strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank, with us on set this morning in London. Good to see you, Grace. So it's a fast-moving story, obviously. It's only been a month and yet so much has happened. How fast-moving is your base case? How frequently are you having to revisit and reassess what you're expecting to see?
Yes, I mean, I think investors feel incredibly whipsawed. From one hand, there's the degree of, is the market too complacent because we are still seeing escalatory headlines. On the other hand, you've got the S&P now trading on 19.3 times, which is actually below the Liberation Day and below the 5-day average. So there's this sort of this tussle. When it comes to the base case, we think that if you see oil at around $80, $80 to $100 level, we think that the global economy will still grow, the US economy will still be in positive growth, and yes, you're going to have a stagflationary mix, but we still think that risk assets can do well. The risk scenario to us, which is absolutely not the base case, we've maintained our base case, is that you see oil move north of $140 per barrel, and that to us would be a recessionary environment where the Fed would have to react far more vigorously, probably cutting rates about 100 basis points in order to support growth and ultimately try and support risk assets.
And that takes us into the inflation dynamic, which I know you're watching carefully. We're watching it today because we've seen, yesterday, a lot of commentary around inflation from the Fed and gradually a picture of the Eurozone inflation story being built up as well. So from what you're saying there, Grace, are you expecting then that central banks will hike with inflation concerns and then have to cut quite rapidly as growth concerns materialise?
I think the ECB and the Bank of England are in a position where they're going to have to hike rates because I think you're going to see swifter inflation pass through, but then weaker growth dynamics, as you say. The US, I don't think the Fed will need to hike. I mean, the inflation expectations over the long term are still pretty anchored, but I would say inflation and inflation volatility is something that investors absolutely have to grapple with. Our three themes for 2026 were artificial intelligence, security and inflation, because we do think that portfolios are not prepared for a world of heightened security issues, a focus on economic nationalism and more inward turning around self-sufficiency, which in itself can be inflationary and indeed can bring back concerns over deficit spending, which again the market seems to have forgotten about whilst it's focusing on geopolitics.
Yes, and you mentioned three things there, two of which sounded as if they would be negative for stocks. Certainly some of the geopolitical tensions can be. Well, maybe inflation is, maybe global fragmentation is, artificial intelligence may be positive. But you say that equities will prove to be more resilient than news headlines suggest. So where do you see the underlying source of optimism there, Carl?
Yes, I think so. Well, I think when we look at the corporate earnings picture, I mentioned 19.3 times forward earnings for the S&P. That's because the market is questioning whether the earnings can continue. And so typically what you see is on peak earnings, the market will try and do a trough multiple. And I think that's what the market's trying to figure out at the moment, because earnings so far remain resilient. And we do think that that will remain the base case, with broadening through the S&P, if we stick with US, driven more by the AI value chain. And I think I do make the point of saying the AI value chain. I don't think it's just the hyperscalers. I think when we're looking at the inflection point we believe that we're at now in AI adoption, this is something that's going to spread through, the whole market, many sectors of the market. And so whether it be industrials, utilities, material stocks, we think these are great complements to technology, or indeed the financial sector as well, which has actually underperformed this year and we think is an entry opportunity.
Do you think, though, thinking about AI and the whole value chain there, do you think that higher energy prices threaten some of what we have assumed will be delivered by AI, and by when?
Yes, I think to some extent, obviously, energy prices, and this will be more pertinent for European-based and UK-based companies, it could threaten some of the margin story, but we do believe that the productivity gains that you're seeing coming through will ultimately support corporate margins. And so that's why we maintain a more positive view on equities. But to your point earlier, Anna, I do think the market is very focused at the moment on the inflation dynamics. And so when we're thinking about shorter-term, more tactical opportunities, that actually point to fixed income. So as the market is focused at the moment on inflation. I mentioned I think it's being a little bit complacent over deficit concerns, which I think could re-emerge, particularly if more spending is needed by governments, and governments will be reticent to give that money direct to the consumer because that could cause more inflationary issues like we saw in 2022 and afterwards. So I think government spending is going to be directed more towards investment in self-sufficiency, which in itself could be long-term inflationary. But I think in the shorter term, when you've seen this big spike, particularly at the front end of the curve, we've got a lot of clients still in cash. So for me, a more tactical opportunity as the market switches from an inflation focus, perhaps more to a lower growth focus, is to lock in rates at the front end of the curve. And the second opportunity I see in the short term is really around gold, which is still down some 10% from peaks, but I think will prove to be a good asset to hold in a world where we see geopolitics is not going away at any time, and nor is deficit spending.
Yes, just talking a little more about what's going on then with bond markets, given what you've just said there, Grace, and you point out that deficit concerns are going to be something that perhaps comes back. Does that, I mean, because the focus on growth just over the last couple of days has actually brought yields down a little bit because we've seen bond buying, whereas a focus on deficit spending might push those yields up again.
So you've got curve steepening more likely to play out. So I think is particularly in the US, when we think about the front end of the US Treasury curve, and we saw comments overnight about long-term inflation expectations still being anchored, which supports what we saw in the University of Michigan survey, then I still think you can see, and there's still a small amount of a hike priced into the US rates curve, and we think that the Fed's going to be on hold. And if growth does weaken, there'll be potential and political pressure certainly to cut rates. So it's primarily focused on the US, but I think even within Europe and the UK, there's a good opportunity at the front end of the curve. But we are sticking, within 3 to 6 years, because we think longer term, as I mentioned, curve steepening is a potential consequence when it comes back to repricing, not just inflation, but also deficit concerns.
Gracie, are we witnessing investment becoming a more geographically ring-fenced activity, more region by region based rather than global? I mean, global fragmentation, economic nationalism, these are things you're thinking about. They're things that have been in the mix for a while, but they take on new dimensions in 2026, don't they? Are investors sort of retreating back to home, back to base, or not so much?
To some extent. I have determined this more that it's a rebalancing exercise because people are very overweight US assets broadly. So I think the rebalancing is sensible. The portfolio shift that I feel needs to play out more is actually a shift towards alternatives and specifically real assets. I still see portfolios very exposed to longer dated sectors, to equities, to private equity, to growth stocks and to the US. And actually, when we're thinking about the world we're in, you want income with inflation protection. So that, to us, that's infrastructure assets. You want less correlated or uncorrelated return streams. To us, that's hedge funds. And so our core portfolios are allocating 10% to hedge funds funded from fixed income, which we think gives you a much better risk-adjusted return. And then hard assets, commodities, gold, I've mentioned. We think that, whilst that's obviously been sold off recently, we still think there's a structural story to mean that gold will appreciate over the next 12 months.
OK, thank you very much. Thanks, Grace. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Grace Peters, co-head of Global Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Coming up on the programme, why tech companies are ditching Europe for foreign exchanges and how capital markets can bring them back. We will discuss with UniCredit's head of equity capital markets. That conversation is next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Hazlida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back. This is The Pulse. Now, after a relatively quiet start to the year, the war in Iran jolted markets midway through the first quarter. With no clear end in sight, the conflict is driving volatility and clouding the outlook for the second quarter and no doubt beyond. Joining us now with his outlook is Rod Turnbull from Bloomberg Intelligence, with me on set here in London. Rod, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. So help us take stock of where we are now. What are some of the key barometers that you're watching in the markets?
Yeah, sure. A week ago when we spoke about this, it was looking at major equity markets. Of course, over the course of that week, we've seen a little bit of a change. So those major indices now pushing towards support levels, flirting with them, or downright broken down through them. And I'd point out the Kospi today as a particular market of concern, and we can come on to that later. But when we stick to Europe, markets on about 14 times earnings. We think that's about fair value, according to our equity strategist. Consensus is estimating 9% earnings growth for the year. We think that's maybe a little bit too high, more like 5 to 6%. But we'll see how that plays out over the course of the earnings period. What that means is there's been a little bit of a reshuffling of the deck, of course, having started out in that quiet part of the year to a little bit more noisy now, and an awful lot more exposure into the energy complex, big oil, utilities, and basic resources. So those have been the sectors that have seen some performance, obviously, this year. We've done a lot of research on it. We're just looking at exposures around it. And actually, we've got two reports out today. One looking at oil demand destruction, which would be quite interesting, and the other about 20 companies globally that are affected by this. But specifically, if we look at regions, North America would be an advantaged place. So would Russia, so too Iran, and equally Norway. Asia, a little bit more of a struggle, and that'll come out in the research that we've written today. And then when we think about the metals complex, if you've got copper exposure, probably not great. So that's more like an Anglo-American who's quite leveraged to that theme. Or if you are more aluminium or coal exposed, as Glencore would be, that's probably a little bit more of an advantageous position. And maybe the final thing to leave it on there is defense. Which again started off the year as a market darling. We saw a spike around the time of the Venezuela crisis. That has dissipated.
Yeah.
Stocks, particularly the really European-focused names, off about 24%. Multiples still quite high.
Yes.
Not sure why the market's not too enthused at the moment.
Yeah, some of those German names caught up in that selling. Talk to us about the opportunities then. What are the opportunities, relative opportunities, that you're looking at as the market adjusts to the conflict?
Sure. Okay, we'll still probably see that adherence to what's safer just now, but really thinking about what are those ideas when we get to an off-ramp. And there in particular, we're looking at stocks that were maybe a little bit dislocated, unloved, undervalued as they were going into this crisis anyway. First and foremost, and I think it's making a bit of a flutter today, is SAP. It's one of our focus ideas. Anurag Ron is the analyst. And what he's essentially saying is we're looking at mid-teens constant currency growth, so a little bit better than market. They generate a lot of cash, should have returned to shareholders, M&A, and of course the enterprise business within SAP is a thing that makes it sticky and interesting, that should deliver and make it a little bit more AI resilient than some of its peers.
Okay. Rod, go on, give me one more.
Oh, sorry, one more. The consumer, obviously LVMH again is in the press today. Caring is one that we'd quite like. Restructuring story. We see about 10% earnings growth or revenue growth story this year, or more than the market is currently estimating. And Ferrari likewise in that little luxury space.
Okay, so some room for some of those luxury names. Rod, thank you very much. Thanks for bringing us the analysis. Bloomberg Intelligence, Rod Turnbull, more available, of course, on the Bloomberg terminal. Now, a tech exodus has seen around $1.4 trillion drained from Europe's economy over the last decade as tech companies ditch the continent to debut on overseas exchanges or fall to foreign takeovers. The exodus has concerning economic consequences for Europe, combined with added geopolitical uncertainty exacerbated by the war in Iran. We're joined now by Silvia Viviano, Head of Equity Capital Markets at UniCredit, to think about where the IPO story long-term goes from here for Europe. Silvia, thank you very much for joining us. So there's a couple of different time horizons, I suppose, in my thinking right now. There's one, that big picture narrative we just painted, a past decade story of what's happening in listings in Europe. And then there's very much here and now, the past month, the volatility we see in markets and what that's doing to appetite for IPOs. So if we start with the latter, Silvia, how can Europe expect to host IPOs, I guess, at this time with such volatility? What are you hearing?
Thank you, Anna. Listen, the here and now question is the most tricky one right now, right? Because what I'm saying today is going to be something completely different tomorrow. We are currently subject to an increased volatility, macroeconomic and macro events that are happening that are completely out of our control. And 2026, which started with a very solid IPO pipeline, very positive mindset from investors, and a very high appetite for new companies coming to the market, has now turned into a bit more muted tone and a bit more of a wait-and-see mode. Reality is that, we started 2026 with a very strong and relevant transaction like the CSG IPOs. Pipeline was solid. As of today, defense and energy companies managed to do the IPO. Clearly, we need to understand a bit better how things are going to move forward in the next, let's say, few weeks or a couple of months before even other companies are hitting the IPO market here in Europe.
Yeah, so if we're in a wait-and-see mode, Silvia, if we can see our way through that and if we get to calmer times ahead, does it seem likely that we will see energy, defence, infrastructure plays coming to market to list rather than other sectors?
So based on what we're seeing, we are still out and working with our companies on the preparation phase for possible IPOs hitting the market across summer or just after summer. Investors' appetite is still there. Pre-market and early look meetings, pilot fishing meetings are still happening as we speak. Investors across Europe and the US are still willing to deploy capital and willing to do the exercise and the work around companies that are planning an IPO. So I'm still positive that if things take a turn, a bit more, stable situation in the markets and the Iran war is going for the best, then I'm still positive that we're going to see big IPOs hitting the market in Europe in 2026. So the pens are not down, both from issuer side and investor side. Clearly, we need to see things to stabilize.
Thinking about defence names and when they might list or whether they will, Sylvia, does it make sense? What's the conversation in equity capital markets about whether the listed market space is the right place for defence names? Because for a lot of the fast-growing tech names of the last decade, the conversation was, well, either go to the US or stay private. Is it different for European defence?
I think European defence, we have seen so many cases now coming to the market, like CSG, we had the Vincorion IPO, all very recent names. There is the KNDS IPO, which is in the making, and the banks are working around it. European defense sector did have a very limited number of players. It's a sector that, for obvious reason, need a lot of investments, a lot of money needs to be deployed. Investors appreciate the quality of the names in Europe, appreciate the future that this company actually have in front of them in terms of growth and in terms of capital that need to be deployed in order to sustain production. So definitely, I do believe that Europe is the right market for all the European defense companies to get listed and to make sure that investors can participate both in the growth and in supporting this company actually to become more profitable and sustain the production of all the different defense, supplies that are going to be needed in the years to come. So, yes.
Sylvia, what does Europe still need to do to improve its attractiveness? We've just been showing some graphics on that theme. We talked for a long time about Capital Markets Union, perhaps renamed Savings and Investment Union. The One Europe, One Market agenda seems to be being talked about. What's left to do for Europe?
I think, there are two different aspects we can consider, right? One is in terms of execution. I think the CSG and IPO and lately the Vincorion IPO are playing a bit the new rules that in Europe you need to have to execute IPO. You need to de-risk and accelerate the execution as much as possible. And you need to make sure that you try to reduce exposure to the market on the last phase of the execution as much as possible. And it is more of a practical new way of executing transaction. The second aspect, you mentioned the One Europe, One Market, right? Just 10 days ago, we had the European Council, the March 2026 European Council that have been much more vocal and much more precise on what they're expecting to happen by end of 26, 2027 at the latest, and what are the expectations in terms also from a capital markets union that they have, and actually a real action that needs to be taken and results that need to be delivered. So to me, what is going to be really important is, you mentioned again the Savings and Investment Union proposal. We need to have more demand coming to the market to sustain the European stock exchanges.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, Sylvia Viviano, UniCredit's head of equity capital markets. We will get up to date on the war in Iran next. This is Bloomberg.
About 80% of projects will find it difficult to secure financing. And this is really all because of the level of readiness or preparation. As you know, for investment to occur, you need well-prepared, technically prepared projects, but they must also demonstrate economic and financial impact. So one of the major challenges is the stock or availability of bankable projects in countries. Almost all countries have got good plans and ideas, But when you look at the readiness of those projects, that's a major obstacle. And that is why the African Development Bank, through the African Water Facility, invests heavily in upstream preparation of projects to enable countries to have a large pool of investable projects. The second element that is an obstacle is the institutional and regulatory environment in most countries, which make it difficult for investment to happen.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Anna Edwards in London, and these are your top stories. Oil swings with President Trump reportedly willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Gasoline in the U.S. climbs above $4 a gallon for the first time since August 2022, one of the most visible measures of consumer pressure in the U.S. from the Iran war. Plus, Fed Chair Jay Powell eases fears of an imminent rate hike, saying U.S. inflation remains under control. Plenty of focus on the oil markets then today. Let's get to the story from the Wall Street Journal that seems to have been moving thinking around a little bit, at least at the margin. It's been reporting that President Donald Trump told aides that he is willing to end the military campaign against Iran, even if the crucial Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. For a take on what the markets are doing with this latest round of reporting, let's get to Liesl Hill, Bloomberg's managing editor for commodities and energy in Europe and the Middle East. Very good to speak to you, Liesl. So the latest comments then from the Trump administration seem to be of this ilk, suggesting that maybe they could step back from the war, but still with the Strait of Hormuz closed. That would clearly have impact still for energy markets. What do you make of the fact that we see a little bit of a little calmness perhaps in oil markets, despite the implications of that kind of strategy?
Yep, it's interesting. I think there's probably a few different ways to kind of get at this from the oil market perspective. There's been a lot of focus in the market on potential damage to energy infrastructure. We've seen missiles and drones coming in. We've seen hits on oil refineries. Obviously, the big Qatari liquefied natural gas plant was hit with missiles, and so when we see that damage, and particularly significant damage, there's the implication that the impact to supplies in the world could be much more prolonged even after the Strait of Hormuz open. So if there were to be an end to the conflict, I think that could potentially be positive for global oil supplies because that takes that risk away. On the other hand, if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for a prolonged period, then that means that a large percentage of supply remains shut in for a longer time.
Yes.
So you've got those kind of competing factors. And then I think there's another element where there's maybe a little bit of fatigue or resistance creeping into the market to the president's comments, where in the first few weeks of the war, of course, every time he came out and said the war was about to end, we saw sharp moves. But as you say, today we've just seen these sort of, small moves up and down, but we're just kind of hovering around 106 odd barrels.
Yes, on Brent, and certainly small moves by recent standards when it comes to the oil price. We also saw some of the key developments over the past 24 hours, an Iranian attack on a Kuwaiti tanker that was docked. It was fully laden and it was docked in Dubai. I mean, a clear reminder that for all of this reporting on escalatory, de-escalatory, the conflict is continuing, and that is still having an impact on the ground, on the inability to get shipments out of the Strait.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. This was one of the more significant attacks that we've seen. It was a fully loaded vessel. The hull had some damage. There was a fire that they put out. But again, I think the market response has been a little bit this focus on real supply as opposed to the kind of directional headlines. And so we have seen just a smaller move in the market from that.
And then we add on top of that, Liesl, the fact we got a red headline just within the last hour that US average retail gasoline rallied above $4 a gallon. This, according to the Automobile Association in the United States. I mean, people are often asking, what is President Trump's reaction function based on? And sometimes it is speculated that oil prices, WTI above $100, gas prices above $4 a gallon, these might be the kind of things that he is looking at ahead of the midterms. I mean, give us some context around that $4 price.
Yeah, I think that's right. Our understanding is that this has been a level that typically has sort of sharpened minds in the US political establishment. And clearly, it shows the impacts on consumers from the war. And it reflects one of the bigger themes that we've seen, which is, as you say, crude prices, while elevated, are nowhere near the record highs that we've seen in the past. But there has been a much tighter market in the refined products. So your fuels, your gasoline, your diesel, your jet fuel, and again here we're seeing the fuel prices sort of leading the moves that we've seen in crude.
Yeah, it isn't all about the crude price. Liesl, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Liesl Hill, Bloomberg's managing editor for commodities and energy in Europe and the Middle East. Let's stick with the subject of war in Iran. Iran has denied seeking uranium enrichment for nuclear weapons, although longtime adversaries, the US and Israel, have consistently refuted such claims. With talks broken down following the escalation of war, what will Iran want from its nuclear program in the future? There's a lot to unpack here. Let's speak now to Daria Doldikova, who's Senior Fellow for Proliferation and Nuclear Policy at RUSI. Daria, very good to speak to you. So still very much a conversation that is on the move all the time, because we do not fully understand, it seems, the extent to which the two sides are in contact and having discussions. But what do we understand to be the latest state of play for Iran's nuclear capabilities? Just last summer, the Trump administration said they'd been obliterated, but clearly they felt there was work still to do and went back in again. What do we know now?
Well, so there's been a lot of confusing messaging coming from the administration on their assessment of the state of the Iranian nuclear program. And the best really thing we have to look at to understand where the Iranian nuclear program is really is the International Atomic Energy Agency. So they, prior to the attacks in June, had some access to the Iranian nuclear program, could assess more or less where the program was. After the June attacks, they had lost whatever limited but access that they had, and now they have no access to the program at all. Their assessment before the June strikes was that Iran was accumulating very large amounts of enriched uranium, and they were enriching it to a point that, frankly, doesn't really have a civilian explanation. So Iran's program was a considerable proliferation concern. At the same time, they and the U.S. intelligence community had assessed that the Iranians had not actually had a systematic weaponization effort and had not seemed to make the decision to actually move towards a nuclear weapon.
Yeah. President Trump says that he is talking to new leaders in Iran. It isn't clear from the outside who those leaders might be, but that is what the White House is saying right now. Is there any understanding within your field of expertise that there are leaders within Iran who might be prepared to take a very different stance on nuclear proliferation?
Yeah, and I'm afraid that actually the leaders that are in Tehran now, or the direction in which Tehran is moving politically, is actually going to make negotiations a lot more difficult. So at the end of the day, it's the supreme leader that has the final say on nuclear questions. So at the moment, we now have a new supreme leader, the son of the old one, Mojtaba Khamenei. We've not actually seen him publicly. We don't know what his position is on the nuclear file, though we do know that he historically has been a little bit more, let's say, hardline on some issues. And it seems like there is more and more of a role to play for the IRGC, for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which are much more sort of on the hard line of the spectrum within the Iranian government. So it's unclear which way the government will want to go in Tehran, but the signs point to the fact that the Trump administration might have much more challenging interlocutors than they did before the war.
Okay, that's interesting, and it's quite difficult to work out who is being talked to and what strategy they might adopt. If we take a step back then, Daria, and think about about the nuclear age that we are now in and how you would characterize it, because we've seen quite a pivot from a period where security umbrellas were adopted by many countries, happy to co-opt into other people's security arsenal. And now some countries within Europe, some within Asia, saying they want their own weaponry themselves. How would you assess the pace at which that conversation is moving?
Yeah, it's a really challenging time for counter-proliferation and non-proliferation efforts. So precisely as you said, I mean, historically in Europe, we've been under this U.S. nuclear umbrella, but also the United Kingdom and France have nuclear weapons, and our European allies have largely been content that that would be sufficient to guarantee their security. Now with a more aggressive Russia, shifting political messaging from the U.S., including direct threats against European allies, that has now come under question over whether the United States would actually be willing to use its very large, diverse nuclear arsenal to deter an aggressive Russia. So that has sort of spurred some conversations around conventional rearmament in Europe, which I think is the right conversation to be having. But also, very concerningly, some conversations, granted, a bit on the fringe still, thankfully, but around the idea of the development of nuclear weapons in a number of countries. So Poland has come out, some talk around the Nordic countries began, very fringe conversation.
Okay, so fringe conversation. So would you suggest then that non-proliferation norms are still intact? These are still fringe activities, are they?
They are, but they're fraying, and I think the war in Iran isn't helping that situation. I think countries that might have perhaps been debating the possibility of potentially moving towards a nuclear weapon capability or even a hedging capability, so a capability where a program where they could move towards weaponization quickly if they chose to do that. They're looking at the experience of Ukraine, which a bit of a complicated history, but gave up its nuclear weapons in the 90s. They're looking at Iran, and they're looking at North Korea, right? Yeah. And I'm just wondering what kinds of lessons they're drawing, and I would be worried if they're not the right ones.
And how is the US view of proliferation evolving? Because clearly they are very animated and taking action against Iran right now. But at the same time, our reporting has suggested that the US administration has provided Saudi Arabia with enrichment and reprocessing technologies, as if there is some rethinking of the extent to which they are comfortable with proliferation.
Yeah, so this conversation about a civil nuclear program in Saudi Arabia is long-standing. This has been going on for years. It predates the Trump administration. Now, what that civil nuclear cooperation actually looks like is what the question's around. So there hasn't been an agreement to transfer over enrichment or reprocessing technology yet, but my understanding is that that is on the table as a possibility. Now, that would raise questions over what message that sends to the Iranians, because you can have a civil nuclear program without having any enrichment domestically. And that's kind of the message that we've been sending to Iran, that, yes, you're welcome to have nuclear energy, but you don't need enrichment. So if we now start transferring, if the U.S. starts transferring enrichment technology to Saudi Arabia, that if they do decide to go that way, that would raise questions around, again, that double standard in the region.
Yes, and some people asking questions about the extent to which monitoring will be able to take place in Saudi Arabia. Do you have any thoughts on the additional protocols, the IAEA's additional protocols, and whether they should be applied in Saudi Arabia then?
Yeah, so the International Atomic Energy Agency would have to be involved, and I think the United States understands that. The question is, though, to what extent? So the additional protocol is sort of the additional safeguards that the international agency does, in addition to sort of the baseline comprehensive safeguards agreement that it concludes with most countries, with nearly all countries. So Saudi Arabia doesn't have an additional protocol concluded yet. So depending on which way the civil nuclear cooperation conversation goes, some, myself included, have argued that Saudi Arabia should also be complying with that extra level of verification and monitoring by the IAEA under the additional protocol.
Okay, Daria, thank you very much. Really interesting conversation. Daria Doltikova, Senior Fellow for Proliferation and Nuclear Policy at RUSI. Let's get up to date at 9:42 here in London on some of the other stories that we are covering this morning. The UK's motor finance industry is expected to pay about £2 billion less for a revised compensation programme for consumers who were missold car loans. The Financial Conduct Authority says lenders should expect to pay a total of £7.5 billion, with fewer loans now eligible. The announcement should come as good news for affected firms, including banks such as Lloyds and car firms with lending operations such as Mercedes-Benz. UK exports to the US slumped in the second half of 2025 as tariffs raised the prices of products from whiskey to infant formula. According to the UK's Food and Drink Federation, the value of British food and drink products shipped across the Atlantic fell 8.6% from a year earlier. It comes as the British Retail Consortium, the BRC, warns UK shoppers should brace for a wave of price increases at home due to the energy shock from the Iran war. Over in China, China's factory activity expanded for the first time this year, despite higher energy prices and disruptions caused by the escalating conflict in the Middle East. The official Purchasing Manufacturing Managers Index reached 50.4 in March versus 49 last month. China's manufacturing is exiting a 2-month contraction after the government ramped up spending at the start of the year. NASA is preparing to send astronauts back to lunar orbit for the first time in more than 50 years. The upcoming Artemis 2 mission will carry 4 astronauts on a journey around the moon and back. In today's Big Take story here at Bloomberg, we look at the cost, the delays and the risks behind NASA's return to lunar exploration. And we're joined now by Bloomberg's Kate Duffy. Kate, good morning to you. So what can we expect then from this mission? They're not going to land on the moon, they're going to fly around it. But what are the challenges that they're looking at?
Yeah, so as you say, this is a 10-day mission with 4 astronauts on board, a Boeing SLS rocket, and on top of it sits the capsule made by Lockheed Martin. So, yeah, this is a 10-day mission. They're going to be carrying out scientific experiments on board, as well as testing some of the life support systems of the spacecraft. The challenges there are some, definitely. This is the first time that they've sent humans back to the moon in more than half a century, and also the first time that they're putting humans on this kind of spacecraft for the Artemis mission. So space is obviously a very harsh environment. It's very different conditions to Earth. So this will really test the technology from the rockets to the capsule and basically prove that NASA can keep astronauts alive in deep space whilst flying around the moon.
OK, so 10 days, and that's what they're trying to do. Those are the things they want to prove that they can do, Kate. This has been a project in flux. What are the changes that have been made to the programme along the way? And I guess there could be more to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this programme has come under extreme criticism from politicians and the like, just because of the amount of cost that has been accrued. It's expected to amount to about $93 billion. But there are developments along the way. NASA is in touch with contractors for the next missions, so for Artemis 3, 4 and 5. There are still question marks as to how those missions are going to unveil. But essentially, NASA wants to put humans back on the moon before 2028. And this is coming under increased competition, essentially, because we're waiting for China to also put their astronauts on the moon by 2030. So it's really turning into a geopolitical race as well.
OK, and because this moved fast, I'll ask the next question, Kate. What happens with next, then? What comes next? Artemis 3?
Next is Artemis 3, you're right, yes. So this will, Jared Isaacman, who is the NASA administrator, unveiled last month that, in fact, Artemis 3 will be tested next year. So this will see, it will obviously be a step up from Artemis 2, and it will see the spacecraft essentially attach itself to the lunar lander in Earth's orbit. So again, this will put the technology to the test, taking this programme a step further in order to be able to put humans back on the moon in the future.
Kate, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Kate Duffy with the latest on that launch, set to take place a little bit later on this week, so we'll certainly be looking ahead to that and no doubt have plenty of detail on the launch here on Bloomberg TV. Coming up, as war continues in the Middle East, which economies stand to gain and which to lose? Let us talk about China. Diana Choi-Laver joins us, chief economist at Inodo Economics. This is Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
Right now, the headline, bad news, is bad news.
This is a stagflationary mix.
It's a double squeeze for the rest of the world.
This Friday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne-Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The market is tightening financial conditions.
It's not just what's happening present day. It's 5, 6, 7 months out.
The longest first quarter ever continues.
The March Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Energy shocks have tended to come and go pretty quickly. Monetary policy works with long and variable lags, famously. And so by the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone, and you're weighing on the economy at a time when it's not appropriate.
That was the Federal Reserve Chair, of course, Jerome Powell, speaking at Harvard University about the potential impact of the conflict on the U.S. economy. So as the war in Iran continues to escalate, economies across the globe are reeling from its impact. China and Europe are in the spotlight as major energy importers, along with other parts of Asia, in fact. And we're joined now by Diana Troy-Laver, Chief Economist at Enodo Economics, with her perspective on all of this. Diana, good morning to you. I wonder where you think the pain for China will come in terms of higher energy prices, imported energy prices, because China had actually been stocking up on a lot of energy products ahead of this conflict. So how exposed or insulated from it are they?
Look, China was struggling with deflation as well. And, as you said, had stockpiled. I think it's also important to realize that they have a lot of policy levers, administrative controls they can implement to lessen the pain. And, of course, it depends how long the war is going to be. But the interesting story on China is that they were exiting the deflationary spiral, and our forecast for this year was an inflation surprise even before the Iranian war. So with Iran on top of this, we have doubled down on our off-consensus call that China will surprise markets with an inflation story over the course of this year.
OK, so they're getting a boost to their efforts to exit deflation by the war, not perhaps the boost they'd wanted, but you're saying that actually they were on their way to it already. Are they going to be doing anything that will stimulate domestic consumer demand? Because that seems to be the missing part of the jigsaw in China.
They have been doing a lot since September 2024 in getting consumption going, but it's difficult. I mean, actually, the potential growth rate of China has plunged. And so when they try to achieve 5% or 4.5% to 5% growth, as they have committed to, already with a positive output gap, with the level of output above potential, you're likely to see domestic inflationary pressures built. And so in that sense, it's a difficult binder into. They've committed to this much higher growth rate at a time where most likely, and we've seen that in the bottoming out of deflation on all of the measures in China from the summer of last year, And so that's one side of the story. How much more do you want to stimulate, given that you already will be pushing the economy above trend and you have an external cost-push inflationary shock?
Okay.
Separate to that is the structural adjustment towards consumption. And that's a difficult multi-year transition they're committed to, but one that will require more than just a year.
Yes, and something else that might require more than just a year, but another strategic change they're committed to is to reduce their dollar dependency, reduce the economy's dependency on oil and gas imports. Do you think that the war in Iran will speed up both of those efforts?
Yes, but also it's really a spoke in the wheel of that effort, because you know that when I wrote a report on the petrodollar to digital yuan at the start of last year, it was actually a report aimed at U.S. policymakers to alert them to the importance of the petrodollar system. It is the linchpin of the dollar-based global financial system and China's efforts to undermine this. So actually, contrary to some commentary that we see sort of spring in the last few weeks, what America is doing in Iran is thwarting China's efforts. At the end of the day, Saudi Arabia is the one holding the key here. And when the petrodollar system was created, both its security and economics were with the U.S. Then its economics went with China, its security still stayed with the U.S. And now the U.S. is showing that part of the world why its security still stays with the U.S.
Okay.
So the incentive is, if you'd like, larger for the Gulf economies to double down on the existing petrodollar system.
Is this almost another reason for the conflict in the first place, Diana? Do we go that far that this demonstrates why Gulf countries should stick with the dollar? Is that what you're suggesting is taking place here?
That's what I'm suggesting, that from a geopolitical point of view, they will think twice about this now. And also, I wouldn't go as far as saying that going after oil and the dollar, protecting the dollar-based global financial system, was the reason the U.S. went to war with Iran. There are Middle Eastern reasons as well, but it's definitely part of the broader picture here. And it's not just about the dollar, it's also about oil and the negotiations with China. China, once it weaponized rare earths control, America didn't have a commensurate card to play. If it had used the dollar system, then would have been a much bigger negative shock for the U.S. as well. And the tech controls have been slower, and China managed to go around them. Now, what the U.S. is trying to do, definitely, when I woke up to the news of Venezuela at the start of the year, instantaneously my next thought was Iran is next. And because if you get Iran and Venezuela together with U.S. allies, the U.S. controls 60% of the oil flow and 70% of reserves. And it is in an immediate way. So with getting that control, the U.S. could negotiate with China and secure a reliable, durable supply of rare earths that it needs for industrialization in a way that wasn't possible before. Okay. And while that might have not been the reason, it certainly tells us what's likely to happen with the war, if that is one of the objectives.
Diana, really interesting place to leave the conversation. I'm sorry we don't have more time. Diana Troileva, Chief Economist at Inodo Economics. European equity markets then are on the rise. US futures also looking pretty positive, also off earlier highs, but still in positive territory. The brief is up next. This is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Fujin report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Savannah.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Mulling exit strategies, futures rising as President Trump reportedly said he's willing to exit and end military operations in Iran, even with the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed. Oil waivers. On that report and news, Iran has struck a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker off Dubai. And fuel costs continue to climb, with U.S. retail gasoline rising above $4 a gallon for the first time since August of 2022. Let's take a look at these markets then. We were waiting for AAA to tell us that gasoline prices had gone above that $4 mark, but that is going to hurt U.S. households. You can see Brent crude coming down ever so slightly at 106.74, and WTI, that spread really narrowing, 102.51. So there is a lot of relief perhaps in this market, but the final ramifications of everything that's gone on are still working through the system. To that end, we're getting inflation data out of the EU and Italy as well, and we already got inflation data showing that inflation had been rising much faster than expected in Germany in March. Look at the 2-year yield and the 10-year yield down a couple of basis points again at 432.05. And if we flip the boards and look at futures, we'll see that futures right now are up both in Europe and in the United States. We had the Nasdaq 100 down 0.8% yesterday. That might reverse today. Aluminum continues its gains, and gold up for a third straight day. All right, so those euro area preliminary March consumer prices up then by 1.2% month over month. So the ECB will be watching these figures very, very closely in order to figure out what they are actually supposed to do at the next meeting. Markets have been pricing in hikes at the next meeting, and in fact, several commentators actually feel like there should be emergency hikes from the European Central Bank. All right, let's get to some individual stocks to watch now. Here's Abir Abu Omar.
Good morning, Vonnie. Let's start with McCormick. This is a story that started with the early trade session in Europe. The other side of that story is Unilever. McCormick and Unilever are nearing a deal for McCormick to take over Unilever's food unit. Now, this is going to be $16 billion or nearly $16 billion in upfront cash. The equity component of that is not really clear yet, but a deal could be announced as soon as today. So investors looking at this leading to McCormick's shares to gain over 4% in the pre-trade session this morning in the United States. Now we move on to a different sector, and that is healthcare at PepGen. PepGen not doing well at all this morning, down over 45%, and this is on the back of disappointing or underwhelming results in an early stage drug that it is manufacturing for a genetic disease. So investors looking at that and not really seeing seeing any positivity there. PepGen, again, declining over 45%, adding to earlier losses in the session. And then finally, a stock that is already trading on this side of the Atlantic, and that is Raspberry Pi, this AI stock. Vonnie, we've spoken about it before. It's adding over 24% in Europe this morning, and this is on the back of strong demand that is outweighing this shortage in memory chips. Strong demand from both the United States and China are leading to an advance in Raspberry Pi this morning. Vonnie, back to you.
All I heard was Raspberry Pi, Abir. It is close to 11s here in London, not so much in New York, though. That's Abir Abu Omar. She'll be back later in the hour. And coming up this hour as well, Sam Linton-Brown of BNP Paribas will join us on the market impact from the energy shock. But first, President Trump signaling he's considering an off-ramp, telling his aides that he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. This is all according to the Wall Street Journal. This as Iran attacks a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker in the anchorage area of Dubai's port, damaging the hull and starting a fire on board. So let's get now to our team coverage with Bloomberg's Jumana Bersachi in Dubai, Washington Deputy Bureau Chief Laura Davison, and Alex Longley, who covers oil and also shipping. So, Jumana, has there been any let-up in attacks in spite of all this rhetoric?
Well, there's certainly a lot of rhetoric that has come out the last 24 hours, and the short answer to your question is no, there really hasn't. There's been an intensification of operations, and I will just flag what you were just talking about now, which is that a Kuwaiti a tanker that was fully loaded with crude oil was targeted by Iran. This was off the coast of Dubai port. And this is a serious anchorage point for many vessels that are looking to transit the strait. It's not on the Strait of Hormuz. Geographically, it's some ways away. But the point that it was targeted by Iran really just underscores the risks that ship owners have to face should they want to make that transit through the straits. Now, I will tell you, in terms of developments on that particular tanker, a couple of hours later, the Dubai media office put out a statement saying that the fire that was caused was extinguished. There were no injuries. There were 24 crew members, and thankfully they all escaped. And also there was no oil spillage, so alleviating some concerns there may be about possible environmental damage. But this, again, is just another manifestation of how this war really isn't over, and how Iran, even though have asymmetric military capabilities relative to the US and Israel, are still managing to inflict costs, inflict damage, and also quite literally scare tankers and vessels from passing through the straits. And it's become a huge topic as we think about potential for diplomatic negotiations, and whether actually the Trump administration wants to include sovereignty of the straits in those negotiations or not, which is coincides with the Wall Street Journal reporting yesterday, and that perhaps the administration is thinking of delinking those two.
Laura Davison, let me come to you. Thousands of troops either already in the region or headed to the region. Is President Trump seriously considering risking U.S. lives in order to regain some kind of freedom in the Strait of Hormuz?
What the U.S. has been doing throughout this process is keeping all these options open. So Trump, while he's been talking about negotiations and peace talks, which Iran has denied, by the way, saying that that isn't happening, the U.S. has continued to send thousands of troops to the region. There were about 3,500 that arrived over the weekend, thousands more that are still on their way. Really a huge buildup, and potentially 10,000 more that the Pentagon has talked about sending. This really is sort of a dilemma because you have President Trump talking about peace, a buildup of military troops, and then also this most recent report from the Wall Street Journal talking about Trump may walk away from this war without securing the Strait of Hormuz and leaning on diplomatic options or allies to open that up, which would represent a huge loss to both the U.S., would mean that oil prices would likely remain elevated for quite some time, and also it would be a kind of a way for Trump to sort of not have any leverage over this process anymore.
Alex Longley, let's game this out. Say the president decides, okay, I'm going to walk away from this. The regime has changed according to me, and the war is won according to me, at least for us. Does that leave the Strait of Hormuz in any better of a position?
Well, not necessarily, and I think this is what you're starting to see from oil traders now. We've heard a lot from President Trump and also other members of the Trump administration in recent weeks about the prospect of kind of a quick end to the war. I mean, this began as much as 3 or 4 weeks ago when he talked about ending the war quickly, and we've had interventions since then that largely have kind of been geared towards lowering oil prices. And I think with the kind of some of the reporting and what we've seen in the last 24 hours, you've seen a remarkably small impact on headline crude prices. Brent crude fell a few dollars, but nothing major, and we're still well above $100 a barrel, which tells you something about what traders are looking for here. They're very much looking for an end to the conflict and free passage through Hormuz, not this kind of restricted level of transit that we're seeing at the moment. And that's really the kind of the significant issue for oil traders here. It's can you get back to free transit through Hormuz? And as the reporting is at the moment, it doesn't seem like it in the short term.
So the Houthis obviously threatened to get re-involved in the Red Sea. Are we seeing any signs from shippers yet that they're getting a little more nervous about the Red Sea?
I don't think so particularly. I think the Strait of Hormuz is really the focus in terms of safety. But I think what you are getting is a real sense that that is a risk that is kind of bubbling up. And as they kind of re-entered the war and kind of re-entered hostilities over the weekend, I think certainly there was a higher level of concern than there perhaps would have been a few days ago. In the immediate aftermath of the war, I think there was a degree of concern from ship owners about whether you wanted to sail through the Red Sea, particularly to the Saudi port of Yanbu, which has been the kind of the main workaround for oil markets here. And I think that's kind of starting to kind of ease itself up now.
Laura Davison, $4 and almost 2 cents a gallon of gasoline. Is this the straw that breaks the camel's back, as it were? Does this get President Trump out of this war?
It's not clear that this $4 threshold is going to be sort of the decisive factor, but it is one of those psychological thresholds that American voters are going to face. You know, before this war started, gasoline was under $3 a gallon, starting with $2 on those big gas signs that people drive by every single day. So having a $4 plus, including in some states, which will be really competitive in the midterm elections, including California, these prices could be even higher, approaching $6 a gallon. So this, presents a big political challenge for Trump and the Republican Party, who are facing an uphill battle in these midterm elections. And these are the kinds of prices that, once they stay elevated, will be elevated for quite some time. They're not going to come down as quickly as they have risen. And this is going to be sort of the dominant narrative. This was always going to be an affordability election. Now it's an affordability election that really hands Democrats on a platter that they can point to Trump, the Republicans, and their actions as causing some of these price spikes.
Ximena, what's the thinking regionally? If the U.S. declares its own victory and leaves, does that still leave the region destabilized?
Well, there hasn't been an official response yet from many of these Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we do know that they have been actively, or at least some of them have been actively participating in some of the diplomatic efforts. And here I'm not talking about the Gulf states specifically. I'm talking about other regional powers. Over the course of the weekend, we know that a meeting took place with the foreign ministers of Egypt, of Turkey, of Saudi Arabia, and this was in Pakistan. So some attempt there to bring about perhaps a diplomatic solution. But at the same time, I think, when it comes to the sovereignty of the Strait, the likes of the UAE have been very vocal in the last couple of days. Many of these senior officials, industry leaders, the CEO of ADNOC, likening what Iran is doing of the Strait of Hormuz to economic terrorism, and an outcome in which Iran still exercises sovereignty over who passes through the Strait would be an unacceptable outcome for many of these Gulf states, and not least because they're significant energy producers around the world. So it remains to be seen how they would really take on to this new potential plan out of the Trump administration.
Fantastic coverage. Thanks to all of you. That is Bloomberg's Ximena Bercecci in Dubai, Laura Davison and Alex Longley here with me in studio. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Unilever is close to finalising a deal to sell most of its food business to McCormick. The sale involves $15.7 billion of cash up front, and the rest will be in McCormick equity. The deal will be the biggest in the history of both companies. It could be announced later today. Tottenham Hotspur's ownership feud has led to a disastrous season for both team performance and share valuation. The team fired its third manager in a year as former owner Dan Levy considers suing his former partner Joel Lewis. A UN study finds that Arab nations stand to lose nearly $200 billion worth of economic growth due to the Iran war. Widespread socioeconomic effects could lead to a loss of $3.6 million and million jobs even, and push as many as 4 million people into poverty. Coming up, the dollar on track for its best month since 2024 as the war rages on. We'll wrap up the month and the first quarter for markets next. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in London. Futures higher today as we head into the last trading session of the quarter. Let's take a closer look now at the entire quarter with Rob Turnbull of Bloomberg Intelligence and Bloomberg's Justina Lee. Justina, let me start with you. The dollar has been strengthening this entire quarter. Obviously, there's a ceiling. At some point, the dollar stops strengthening, but we haven't really seen too much of that yet. What has that done to the equity trade?
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting because I think this dollar kind of rally really tripped up a lot of expectations, given that a lot of people were actually positioned for the opposite results all along. But of course, we're kind of seeing the return of what is really a classic haven trade in terms of the dollar rally. And this is kind of both in terms of, obviously the dollar is always where kind of a lot of investors head to for safety. But I think it also reflects the fact that, with the U.S. itself being kind of, a pretty self-sufficient energy producer these days, I think it also reflects the fact that the U.S. economy in that aspect is expected to be relatively shielded from the effects of higher energy costs.
So, Rod, let me come to you. We obviously have had a phenomenally interesting quarter, but if we look at tech and NVIDIA in particular, NVIDIA itself is in a bear market now from a huge peak. Nevertheless, it's down 20% from its October peak. What happened in the middle of the quarter beyond the war?
Well, it's interesting. I think you've got to look to inflation. So if we begin, Anna Wong's got a forecast out for the March CPI print, 3.4%. It's 100 basis points above what it was in February, and that's a year-over-year number. There was also a really interesting number last week, 1.3% rise in import prices, and that was specifically driven by tech hardware from Asia. So if you start choking off choke points, and making that more difficult to ship goods, particularly from Asia, and supply chains are fragile, it's just going to drive higher prices. And that's going to probably have some negative impacts on big tech, particularly where they spent a lot of money, and the market's looking for a return on that now.
And then if you look at the SOX index, we're actually flat on the year. Who would have thought it? I mean, I know war changes everything, right? But is this the outlook now? I mean, when we get back to, assuming we ever do get back to trading the fundamentals we were trading before this, is there less confidence now in the semiconductor trade anyway?
I'm not so sure it's less confidence, but we're definitely going through a critical period where people are going to start reassessing risk, and they've been doing that, and that makes absolute sense. Equity markets aren't quite so sanguine as being flat on the year, and you're starting to see breaks through support levels, and that's going to have a knock-on impact on confidence. But I do think you come back to the fundamentals at some point. There will be a look for ideas when you get to the off-ramp of whenever this may end, and then you've got stocks like Broadcom, for example. We think consensus is way too low in revenue growth. They've got fantastic visibility in their new chip. They've got networking. We think it grows 15 to 20% more in sales terms than the market does. That's worth focusing on.
Broadcom. Okay, excellent. Justina, let me ask you about fixed income, because we've seen some really interesting trends. So we saw money come out, and then suddenly money is going back in again. What are investors worried about?
Yeah, I think investors are really torn between kind of the inflation picture and the growth picture. And we're kind of starting to see some short end yields come down. And that's partly because we've kind of heard from Fed Chair Powell kind of yesterday that they still think that long-term rate expectations are anchored. So maybe we don't necessarily kind of have to see a rate hike in the U.S. just yet. And, the Fed is really in a difficult position here because this kind of prospect of high inflation is driven by a supply shock, which they can't really do anything about. But at the same time, it is also kind of worsening growth prospects. So in terms of kind of balancing two sides of the dual mandate, that's kind of really put them in a bind. But for now, it seems like the Fed kind of still feels like maybe they don't need to act just yet.
Ed Yardeni was saying that the bond vigilantes kind of came out and did the Fed's work for it, right? Or the market's work for it. To a certain degree, now that we're starting to see corrections in certain pockets of the market, that would be true of equities too, right, Rod?
It would be. And there still seems to be a sanguineness, and certainly on the earnings picture. And I guess we'll see as we go through the results season, which is pretty much upon us. It'll be just after the Easter break. If we look at the S&P 500, for example, it's now trading on 19 times, derated from about 22 times. That's probably been an awful lot of inflation factored into that from the bond market that's had that impact on markets. So key, I think, going through the earnings season is not just what CEOs are saying about the longer term, what that outlook might look like if they're prepared to do so, but really about profitability.
Yeah. Justina, if we see a massive increase in oil, obviously the story changes again. But if we don't, has the market now started to trade more on central bank expectations than oil?
Right, exactly. And of course, that does kind of go back to oil. And, if we're seeing kind of what's happening in Europe right now, it's a slightly different picture than the U.S. Like we just had, Eurozone CPI kind of come out today, and also from France and Germany kind of more recently. And we're seeing a very clear sign that inflation is starting to go up, and people are starting to price in a rate hike from the ECB and also possibly from the Bank of England kind of coming in June. And so I think in the case of Europe, we're seeing a very definitive sign that maybe the central bank will have to kind of hike in response to the oil shock.
Rod, are investors seeing relative opportunity in different places now? Obviously, as Justina said, the ECB is expected to hike either more or sooner than, say, the Federal Reserve. Does that put investors in Europe in, a more precarious position, for example?
It could do. And I think all that said, investors will always be looking for things that they need to keep on the shopping list. And where we've gone into this crisis with stocks that were underperforming or undervalued or underloved or whatever it might have been, and sort of dusting off the copybook on that and looking into more detail. Yes, Europe gets in a slightly more precarious position, but there's some really interesting stocks out there just at the minute. SAP being first and foremost. Software, as we know, both sides of the Atlantic has been challenged. Again, this is one of those stocks of focus idea of ours where we think revenue growth, about mid-teens, should grow margin. It's got an enterprise business which is highly sticky, and therefore a bit more immune to AI. Generates a lot of cash, probably return cash to shareholders as an M&A story. There are things to like.
All right. Well, to listen to you guys, it's not all doom and gloom out there. Thanks to you both. That is Rod Turnbull of Bloomberg Intelligence and Justina Lee. Coming up, a look at what is making headlines in your front page news. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
in case you missed it on Bloomberg Crypto.
There's a debate going on right now in DC that I think folks need to start paying more attention to, and that is the yield. And the question really is, who is going to keep the yield? Who makes money off stablecoins? Well, right now, in the case of some of the large stablecoin issuers, there's a yield that on those deposits. So when there's a dollar, for example, deposited in a bank account, there's interest paid on that dollar. And so who's capturing that yield? And I think one of the really interesting things about the Genius Act is that it bans so-called yield-bearing stablecoins from giving that yield directly back to consumers. Now, that's not true everywhere. And I think if consumers have a choice, why would a consumer want an institution to keep that yield? Or would there be sharing of that yield? So right now, one of the debates going on is, will rewards be allowed? And I think these are really important questions.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesdays.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Fujita report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Time now for your front page news. First up, the Financial Times leading with reporting that Pete Hegseth's broker at Morgan Stanley tried to make a multi-million-dollar investment in BlackRock's Defense Industrials Active ETF in the weeks leading up to the attack on Iran. According to the FT, the broker contacted BlackRock in February. The inquiry was flagged internally. BlackRock, Morgan Stanley and the Pentagon all declined to comment. Next up, the Wall Street Journal reporting that the Iran war is choking off helium supply, the natural gas byproduct critical for AI chip-making tools and keeping MRI scanners humming. The shortage is threatening production of everything from chips to drone components. And finally, on the Washington Post's front page, President Trump unveils renderings of his planned presidential library tower in downtown Miami. They are outlined in a 100-second video on Truth Social and depict a skyscraper of glass and gold, including a golden escalator. Coming up, more on the risks around the energy shock with Sam Linton-Brown.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, succession starts now.
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are. where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Mulling exit strategies. Futures higher as President Trump reportedly says he's willing to end military operations in Iran, even with the Strait of Hormuz closed. Oil waivers on that report, and news that Iran has struck a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker off Dubai. And fuel costs continue to climb, with U.S. retail gasoline rising above $4 a gallon for the first time since August of 2022. So we have a mixed bag today. Brent crude is finally back down below $107 a barrel, and that's spread to WTI just about $5 a barrel now, which is really interesting given that WTI has been trading so much lower than Brent this whole time. But obviously some relief in the market, and it's not because the Strait of Hormuz is any less closed. It's on the prospect that the president might pull out, and also on the prospect that there may not be any Fed interest rate hikes anytime soon. The 10-year yield trading at 432.25. Let's look at futures, because of course we had a down day yesterday in the US. Semis getting clobbered. They're all flat on the year actually at this point. But we might have a better day today with the Nasdaq 100 pointed to gains at the open. Aluminum does continue to rise though, as does gold. That's a third day of gains now for gold. Let's get to some individual movers now with Abir Abu Omar. Abir.
Good morning, Vonnie. Let's start with McCormick. Now, this is a two-sided story because it also includes food giant Unilever here in Europe. It's not doing much, but McCormick is advancing this morning, pairing some gains from earlier in the pre-trade session, but still doing nicely, an advance of nearly 4%. And this is after talks to acquire most of Unilever's food unit. That will exclude part of Unilever's operations in India, but this comes as Unilever tries to focus on other industries, including personal care and beauty, as it sees that food in particular has been not doing as well as those other sectors. So that deal could be about $16 billion in upfront cash. We don't have a lot of clarity on the equity component of that deal, but it could be announced later today or as soon as later today. Moving on, we flip the board to another industry, and that is PepGen, which is not doing as well this morning, Vonnie. Now, this is a early stage clinical biotech company in the U.S. And the reason it is not doing so well, it is down 46% at this point in the pre-trade session. This is on the back of disappointing or underwhelming results in a drug, an early stage drug that it is producing for a genetic disease. So investors looking at that news in the drug, in the early stage trial of the drug, and seeing the stock declining, again, 46% decline this morning. And then finally, Raspberry Pi, our favorite stock this morning, is doing quite nicely, nearly 27% advance. In Europe, it is already trading here in the UK, and this is a small computer manufacturer, is doing quite well on the back of demand from both China and the U.S. It's seen a 25% increase in sales, up for the past year, again, from demand in both China and the United States. A good story for this stock this morning, Vonnie. Almost 27% up, Vonnie.
Yeah, I remember looking this up before. It's a tiny little computer used in schools and in all sorts of areas, and doesn't cost that much. And it's a fascinating story. Abir, thank you so much. Abir Abu Omar. Sam Linton-Brown of BNP Paribas saying optimistic on stocks, writing that markets are well hedged for the downside and earnings momentum remains positive. Joining us now is Sam Linton-Brown, Head of Global Macro Strategy at BNP Paribas. Sam, why are you so optimistic given that there are so many uncertainties out there? We have absolutely no visibility into what the Fed will need to do. We have no visibility into what oil is going to do just the rest of this week, and it's a holiday shortened week.
Good morning. It really depends what you look at. So I wouldn't say we're positive when we look at energy markets. We're not positive. The view that we've had since the war started is the market was pricing too quick a de-escalation there. The market was too complacent. So we still continue to see upside scope for both oil and gas. Similarly, currencies, we're not positive. We think that the dollar's going to rally further. We think the market is underappreciating the positive dollar impacts, both from higher energy and the fact that the US economy should be outperforming the rest of the world. The distinction I draw, though, as you point out in your introduction for stocks, is that the market's already de-risked. So when we look at our proprietary quantitative positioning analysis, it shows that US equity positioning is extremely light. The market's well hedged for the downside, while at the same time, earnings momentum is still positive. So on a relative basis, we'd say equities are better insulated than, say, the energy market or the FX market, given the technical setup.
Just want to have a listen to what Fed Chair Jay Powell had to say yesterday at Harvard. He was taking questions from students and talking about inflation expectations. Let's have a listen. Well, what he actually said was that they do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term. Nonetheless, it's something that we will eventually face the question of what to do about here. Sam, how long do inflation expectations remain well anchored if gasoline is $4 and nearly 2 cents a gallon in the US right now on average?
I think for the Fed, they can be a little bit more confident here because the impact from what's happened so far is less inflationary for the US than it is for Europe, the key difference here being gas. The sensitivity in Europe to higher European natural gas prices is much higher, while US gas has moved comparatively less. So I think it makes sense that the evolution in rhetoric from the Fed has been less hawkish than we've heard from the ECB across the past month. Our view is that the Fed's neither going to hike rates nor cut rates this year. We haven't had any rate cuts, I should add, since actually November of last year in our projection for 2026. So we've been more hawkish than the market on the Fed, and we think that view still makes sense. For the ECB, it's more challenging here because the ECB are, and we'd argue, sort of rightfully more concerned about inflation expectations. We saw the inflation print we just had a few hours ago in Europe, big increase. That was expected, but the problem for them is the proximity to 2022 means they're a little bit less certain on how well anchored expectations are, while at the same time, labour markets in the Eurozone are quite tight. So we think it's likely we continue to hear quite hawkish rhetoric from the ECB, while the Fed will sound more balanced.
You say markets are well hedged for the downside. I'm sure people who lost money in the last few days, would rue that statement. But how are they hedged? Where are people looking for hedges?
I'd say as it relates to stocks, it's broad-based. So our positioning metric shows a broad-based de-risking from all different investor types, from volatility target funds.
Do you mean going to cash, or how do you mean?
Investors like when we say well hedged, we mean light positioning. So they own less stocks than they typically own, and that's observed from a full range of investors. And they own hedges on the downside. They buy puts spreads, they buy puts that knock out on the downside, various different expressions that mean that if stocks come down, they're less exposed. So I think the key here is stocks are going to be very sensitive if we were to see any signs of de-escalation, and more sensitive than other asset classes like FX and perhaps rates as well.
Are there any areas of the market that you particularly like? Obviously, the SOX is, flat on the year now. It's erased all of its gains on the year. The likes of Nvidia down into a bear market, down just more than 20% from its peak. But given where some of these stocks were, that might not be considered too richly valued even now.
Yeah, I think fair point. The additional asset class I'd point to is US long-duration defensive investment-grade credit. We think the view there also makes sense to be bullish. Similarly, sort of positive technical backdrop to equities. So there we'd be more open-minded to adding some risk, in contrast, again, to commodities and to FX, where we'd recommend a more defensive approach.
When you say defensive investment grade, do you mean certain areas of investment grade credit or just broadly anything investment grade?
Broadly long duration, 25-year plus investment grade in the US. We think that should be quite resilient.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Sam Linton-Brown of BNP Paribas. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Eurozone inflation spiking. Consumer prices rose 2.5% from a year ago in March as the Iran war pushed energy costs sharply higher. That's the biggest jump in inflation since 2022. Tottenham Hotspur's ownership feud has led to a disastrous season for both team performance and share valuation. The team fired its third manager in a year as former owner Dan Levy considers suing his former partner Joe Lewis. Long airport waits show signs of easing after TSA officers received most of their missed pay. Airports are still generally warning passengers to arrive 2 hours before their flights, but some, such as George Bush Intercontinental in Houston, have wait times of just 10 minutes. TSA officers have been paid retroactively for their last 2 pay periods, but they are still owed the balance of their first missed paycheck. Coming up, President Trump reportedly weighing an exit from the Iran war without being too concerned whether the Strait of Hormuz is fully open or not. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We have 2 crises, 2 essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked, and we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Vonnie Quinn in London. Attacks continue in the Middle East. The latest coming from Iran, hitting a fully laden Kuwaiti oil tanker off Dubai. It comes as President Trump has reportedly told aides he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran without fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Joining us now is Mika Solner of Bloomberg Government in Washington. Mika, if this journal report is all factual and President Trump did indeed say that, then why are thousands more troops headed and in the Middle East?
Yeah, thanks, Vonnie. The White House is really focused on making sure that they can meet the initial timeline that they promised, the 4 to 6 weeks. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was actually asked yesterday about what the administration is doing here to wind down the war and essentially meet that. We're heading into week 5, as we know. And she said that, this still gives them some time and that the president is very adamant that he wants to end things as quickly as possible. So I think that in some ways they know that they kind of shot themselves in the foot by establishing that timeline while there's still more work to be done in their eyes. But we should get an update here this morning as well from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, the Pentagon hopefully will clarify things a little more for us later on, as you said. But there's several deadlines now. There's the April 6th deadline as well. So it's hard to know what deadlines are operational and what are not. What happens if the U.S. does indeed decide to pull out and the Strait of Hormuz is in the same situation that it is in now, i.e. effectively closed?
Yeah, look, the administration is very aware that this is having deep impacts right now on fuel prices, and it's affecting consumers at the gas pump. And this is a huge problem for President Trump in an election year where the White House is already struggling with having an effective message on affordability and cost of living. And now they know that gas prices are becoming a really big issue. And they're promising voters that they're going to do whatever they can to bring down costs, and they're going to come down as quickly as they went up due to this the military operation in Iran. But right now, there seems to be inconsistent messaging coming from the White House and as well as the U.S. and Iran in terms of where things are, where diplomatic talks are, and when exactly things are going to slow down here.
How does the president message $4.02 a gallon to the U.S. public? Literally a couple of weeks ago a month ago before the war started, we were talking $2.98 a gallon on average.
Yeah, I think this is a huge challenge. We've heard White House officials try and reassure the public, saying that once this war in Iran slows down, they're confident that things are going to get back to normal, quote unquote normal. And they have also said that they believe that the administration is going to try and focus on energy independence as they've done. But right now, things are not looking good, and consumers certainly are starting to feel it based off people who I've talked to who voted for the president and who do continue to support the president on all fronts are still saying that gas prices are becoming a problem. Affordability is an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Mika, thank you so much. Mika Solner there of Bloomberg Government. Let's get more on those fuel prices now with Bloomberg's Emma Ross Thomas. Emma, I suppose it was only a matter of time given that oil was going higher, but we did see the Trump administration try to make some concessions here, waiving the Jones Act for 60 days and so on. Does any of that make a difference to fuel and refined fuel prices?
Yeah, so I think the Jones Act had the waiving of the Jones Act had a pretty marginal impact. And you're right. Trump made comments, didn't he, that we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. But I suppose what you're seeing here is just a reminder that, the oil market is a global one. And so while the US is a massive producer of oil and, self-sufficient in some respects, the price is set globally. And so American drivers are going to be affected by this. As you were saying earlier, it's $4 now from below $3 just a month ago. It's pretty remarkable. Yeah, it's a huge difference in pocketbooks. Brent trading at 107.42 just on those comments. Even if it were true and even if it all happened and came to pass, would that be a correct price for Brent, given how much is stuck on either side of the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, I'm not an oil trader, so I'm not going to go there. But what I will say is that I think it's so difficult to imagine how you get back to pre-war normality with the Strait of Hormuz, isn't it? At the moment, it's effectively shut. Some ships seem to be negotiating with Iran, perhaps paying in order to go out, but it's very much a trickle. People talk breezily about escorts. Thinking back to the days of the 1980s, the tanker wars, I think some of my colleagues have estimated that the US Navy alone wouldn't be enough, even if they wanted to, even if they wanted to do escorts, and we haven't really seen that anything beyond rhetoric. The US Navy alone probably isn't big enough to do that. We've also seen this legislation in the Iranian parliament talking about normalizing this idea of tolls. So this idea that Iran wants to use this conflict to establish a regime in Hormuz, a toll-taking regime in Hormuz, which is much more unfavorable to the oil market and, of course, those Gulf oil producers than the status quo ante. And I think all those things are really intractable. And even if the war ends tomorrow, we still have the prospect, don't we, of asymmetrical activity in the Strait.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Houthis also threatening, to get active in the Red Sea if certain conditions happen to be, met or bypassed.
Yeah, to be clear on that, I think we haven't seen specific threats from the Houthis. So far, we've seen strikes on Israel, haven't we? And we've seen language. We had a report yesterday from Western officials saying that their understanding was that it was sort of conditional upon an escalation by the US. So for now, the Red Sea, the Red Sea appears to be still an effective bypass, but that's certainly something that we're watching.
All right, Emma, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Emma Ross-Thomas. Turning to deals now, shares of McCormick rising in pre-market trading ahead of its earnings set to come out before the bell. That's as Unilever says a final deal to sell most of its food business to McCormick could come as soon as today. Let's bring in Bloomberg News' Deirdre Hipwell. So, Deirdre, what do we know so far? McCormick, this spice maker, Cholula, hot sauce, and so many brands that we see on the stores.
Absolutely. We've had kind of a halfway house announcement from Unilever where they've given us some of the deal terms, but not all. So I think we'll get to the meat of the matter later today when the US is fully open and we potentially the deal's confirmed. What we know so far is Unilever is going to get about $15.7 billion in cash, and then there'll be a component of McCormick equity. They haven't detailed that yet, but what they have said is that there'll be a combined company where they will have 65% of the equity. So on the face of it, at this point in the morning, it looks like Unilever is still going to own a food company, but McCormick's going to be running it. But either way, it's going to be a big transformational deal for both companies.
It's been a while since we've seen a reverse Morris Trust deal, right? I guess it's just one of those deals that you see from time to time. Does it work for McCormick? I mean, French mustard, hot sauce, Old Bay spice and so on, kind of take on the Unilever brands?
Definitely. I think McCormick has been expanding through acquisition, and basically following this deal, it is probably going to be the king of the condiments aisle because it's going to have spices, seasonings, sauces, and of course it's going to have the two really big power brands that Unilever Food owns, that is Hellmann's mayonnaise and Knorr stock cubes. One thing I should say is it won't be getting Unilever's India operations because it looks like that's going to be carved out.
That needs to be their new tagline. You need to get credit for that. King of the condiments aisle. Now, talk to us about Jetro, because Jetro is a fascinating company. The founder is 94 years old. It's finally getting sold to Cisco, and it really is just a huge story.
Absolutely. I mean, the deal strategically makes sense. If it goes ahead, they will pretty much be like the leading food service group in the US. They'll be, providing food to restaurants, hotels, hospitals, as well as the smaller independent restaurant chains. The one thing I would say, though, is the Cisco shareholders don't seem to like it. The shares closed down about 15% yesterday, I think, which was the biggest one-day drop since March 2020. And I think that's because there's some concern about the execution risk, because they're having to pause share buybacks to finance it. They're taking on debt. And with the world so uncertain, as you've just been talking about, it's an interesting time to be doing such a big deal. From the Jetro point of view, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the multiple on this deal, 14 times, Jetro's operating income. I mean, I can see why Nate Kirsch might want to sell out, and he is 94 now, so getting on, as you said.
It's such a storied company, and again, it serves 725 smaller restaurant owners, but also has a cash and carry business too, so it is a really interesting company. Deirdre, thank you so much. Deirdre Hipwell there, covering all those deals for us. Coming up, we're going to get you set up for your trading day. There's jobs data on deck and more Fed speak. This is Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in London. Now a look at what's ahead today. First up, we get the JOLTS survey and consumer confidence. Those data coming at 10 a.m. Eastern. Then Fed speak from Goolsbee, Schmidt, Spar and Bowman throughout the day. And then after the market close, we get Nike set to report earnings. Let's take a look at your commodities now. This Tuesday session, we have Brent crude coming right down, although it's back above 108 a barrel. But that's spread now at only about $4 a barrel, with WTI, which is creeping higher, 104.13 now. Aluminum continues to make gains as well of more than 2%. Helium in shortage too, according to a story on the Bloomberg today. That's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance continues the conversation. This is Bloomberg.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no. I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh, yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
If this conflict does remain contained, we think the spillover effects can remain contained as well.
We are seeing a lot of people not doing a lot.
Let the market wash itself out.
The equity market here is actually the wild card.
There's real pain in not being in the market when things revert really quickly just on the blink of an eye.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Tuesday, wrapping up a brutal first quarter with stocks looking to trim the biggest monthly loss since 2022 as the U.S. is reportedly ready to end the war without reopening the strait. Gasoline prices across America are spiking to $4 per gallon on average for the first time in almost 4 years.
Is it over yet? Is the first quarter over? Is March over? It's been a whipsaw month of pain trades, and people are trying to assess the longer-term damage to the economy, given the fact that this is going on for longer than many people expected. So many different superlatives to describe the month, the quarters so far. One that just keeps coming back is the idea that we've got the biggest monthly gain on record in Brent crude, and that is setting the tone for absolutely everything else.
And heading into April, confusion reigns. The president yesterday reopened the strait, or we're going to escalate the bombing. The Wall Street Journal this morning, we're ready to own the campaign without reopening the strait. So is this strategic ambiguity or just the absence of a strategy?
Either way, the market's taking it as positive, at least if you look at equities, because people maybe are thinking, I can't really understand this completely, as we noted earlier this morning. But coming into this, there is a sense that maybe the president wants to wrap this up in the 4 to 6 week timeline originally framed, which might be a positive because it would end the potential for escalation. There is a bigger question, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. What happens with the flow of oil? And if you don't get oil prices that come down or even go up further from here, does that really help the markets if there is an escalation?
So some good news, Bramo. The never-ending first quarter is coming to a close. And what a first quarter it's been. Think about everything that's happened. Greenland, Venezuela, Iran, AI disruption and private markets somewhere in between. What a 3-month period we've had to kick off 2026.
Which is why you get the sense that people are benumbed, number one. Number two, looking at a small slice of the market, giving explanations for that and ignoring absolutely everything else. And frankly, a lot of people are not changing their allocations because they say every time we've done that rapidly in response to all of these catalysts, we've been wrong. I know this is dangerous to say. There are more people saying, is this time different, given the prolonged nature of the oil shock and given some of the whipsaw action that we've seen in markets?
Anne-Marie down in Washington, D.C. this morning. We'll catch up with AMH throughout the morning. Equity futures so far positive by 0.9% on the S&P 500. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Sebastian Page of T. Rowe Price with stocks on a 3-day losing streak. Michael Haig of SocGen on the risk of crude spiking to 150. And Steve Englander of Standard Chartered as Fed Chair Jay Powell attempts to reassure investors. We begin this hour with our top story. The Wall Street Journal reporting President Trump could be willing to end the campaign against Iran without reopening the strait. Bloomberg's Jemana Besechi joins us now from Dubai for more. Jemana, that's 24 hours filled with contradictions.
Yeah, well, John, if you don't mind, I want to go back to the Truth Social post that President Trump put up around 24 hours ago, and I was on your show talking about it, where he explicitly made a link between Iran coming to the table to agree to a deal. He said that they were in discussions with a more reasonable Iranian regime. A deal will probably be reached, after which, if the strait is not immediately open for business, then they would conclude their stay in Iran by obliterating power plants, oil wells, and even Karg Island. So that was directly from President Trump himself about 24 hours ago. Then you fast forward, you get this Wall Street Journal reporting suggesting that he is actually looking to delink the two, i.e. potentially round up their military operations. They say, and indeed he said this to AMH yesterday, that they are progressing well when it comes to military operations and the success that they've had there, but looking to perhaps resolve the issue of the Strait at a later time. Now, clearly, one thing that we need to remind viewers here is that Iran will have a say in this as well. And Iran have effectively been controlling the strait, as we've been talking about. It was only yesterday that they made a move. Their own parliamentary committee passed a bill saying that they will start passing a fee or asking vessels, anyone passing through the strait, to pay a fee for a safe passage. And at the same time, they have also come back to the US's 15-point proposal, if you remember last week, saying that one of their terms is for the international recognition of their sovereignty over that strait. Clearly, this is not acceptable for many nations, including the Gulf Arab nations nearby. And just as a reminder as well as some of the risks that transiting through the straits also poses. Overnight, there was an incident where an Iranian projectile actually targeted a Kuwaiti vessel that was laden with oil off the coast of Dubai. It caused a fire. We found out a couple of hours later that there were no injuries, there was no oil spillage, but again, underscores the risk to some of these vessels looking to pass through. And then finally, the final point of leverage here, if you want to think about the war of the seas that is becoming. We've been reporting, per European officials that Bloomberg has spoken to, that Iran is also looking to encourage the Houthis to once again start disrupted shipping on the Red Sea and around Bab el-Mandeb. Clearly, that also would be problematic for the energy industry, given how much of the oil from Saudi Arabia has been routed away from the Persian Gulf towards the Red Sea. And so the question we need to be asking here is, is it feasible to end the war militarily, but still be in a situation where Iran is effectively controlling and determining who has safe passage through the Strait and potentially on the Red Sea as well?
Jumana with the latest, leading our coverage out of the region. Jumana, thank you. Jumana Basechi there out of Dubai. In the near term, and I stress in the near term, I don't think the market really cares who's got control of the Strait of Hormuz so long as the energy is moving. And so long as we see something that gets the energy moving again, risk assets will be encouraged by that. Now, time horizon matters, I stressed, in the near term. In the longer term, that can have its own consequences and complications. I just wonder where we are in all of that right now this morning, even with that report.
And what's the risk premium that people assign to commodities as a result of having to pass through this waterway that's been in contention for, frankly, hundreds of years? I mean, this isn't just a modern phenomenon. There also, of course, is the positive that at least maybe we're going to see an end to the destruction of oil production facilities.
Brent crude this morning, 108, positive on the session by a third of 1%. Here's the view on Wall Street. Sebastian Page of T. Rowe Price writing, this too shall pass, but it could take longer than expected. Stay invested, stay diversified, hedge inflation risk. Sebastian joins us now for more. Seb, the word that jumps out, and welcome to the programme, is stay diversified. They're the words that jump out to me this morning. For decades, people like yourself have built portfolios to withstand demand shocks. The bond ballast provides that hedge for you. Now we see more frequent supply shocks. How do you build that portfolio resilience in this era?
That's a great question, Jonathan. Supply shocks create inflation pressures, and that creates upward pressures on rates, and then, oops, your treasuries are not a hedge anymore. So we're looking through this. When we say stay diversified, we're actually still long the broadening trade. You see it today, some days last week. When you hear about a deal or things getting better, small caps have a tendency to pop on the day. So we're looking through this at a longer, say, 6 to 18-month horizon, staying diversified that way. But I really like the point you made about treasuries. This is the concept of diversifying your hedges. In an inflation shock, in a rate shock, treasuries do not diversify your portfolio. This is not, Jonathan, saying just get rid of your treasuries and buy gold. Because you know what? If we get an actual growth shock, and I love how you've been talking about on the show the slow-moving chain from geopolitics to an oil shock, to inflation, to a rate shock, to a growth shock. It's kind of like a slow-motion crash. Well, if that happens, if the growth shock happens, you'll still be happy to have treasuries in your portfolio. We're looking through this, staying diversified along the broadening trade, diversifying our hedges, treasuries, cash, real asset equities, commodities, and so on.
Let's keep tracking that, Seb. Where do you think we are in the sequencing? From the original energy shock through financial markets to the end game, which ultimately could be, and I stress could be, a rather large growth shock?
I think we're at a point where we're on the knife's edge. Are we going to get the growth shock or not? You know, GDP, Atlanta Fed GDP now is still at 2%. You still have massive AI capex, strong high-end consumer, fiscal, pedal to the metal. You still have that in the background. So let's say, Jonathan, let's say we get 2%, maybe even like 2.5% GDP growth. Let's say we get 3.5% inflation, 5.5%, 6% nominal growth. This would be higher growth than any calendar year between the Great Financial Crisis and COVID. Higher nominal growth than this entire period. So this is still happening in the background. But there is no doubt that the oil shock, the squeeze on gasoline you were just showing getting to $4, that's a tax on the consumer. The oil shock, the inflation, the chain that you've been describing on the show leads the Fed to maybe eventually hike or at least not cut. And that tightens financial conditions. So it's this knife's edge. Are we going to get the growth shock out of this or reach escape velocity? Things are going to get better. Wall Street Journal is interesting this morning because it's reporting, as you were just saying, that the war could end, but the Strait of Hormuz could stay closed. This too shall pass. This was in my notes. It might last longer than a lot of us expected originally.
Sebastian, you pointed out that back in 2022, the market was beginning to be beset by a series of different shocks, whether it was Ukraine, whether it was the inflation shock, whether it was questions around tariffs. Still, stocks are up to 42% with dividends. A lot of that predicated on what you were just talking about, the fiscal and the monetary stimulus. How different is this time, given that some of the pillars are in question? How much more fiscal, whether monetary stimulus is going to come into play, and whether AI CapEx is going to be challenged by these higher rates?
Let's call it the growth knife's edge. That's where we are in Jonathan's chain of event here, starting with geopolitics. If you travel back to January 2022, and let's say as a thought experiment, you decided to short the market, and you fell into a coma, and I'm waking you up, and you ask me what happened to the markets, Lisa, and I go, Russia invaded Ukraine. We had 9% CPI year-over-year inflation. The Fed hiked by 550 basis points. We had the number 2, number 3, number 4 biggest bank failures in history. Oh, we had the highest tariff rates of all time. And by the way, there's a massive war and an oil shock right now in the Middle East. And you wake up from your coma, you shorted in 22. And you ask me, is the market down? And I go, no, it's actually up 42% cumulative with dividends. This is a function of 20 trillion of COVID stimulus, addiction to fiscal stimulus, which might not end well, but it's pedal to the metal for now. Very strong high-end consumer and wealth effect. And of course, the massive wave of AI CapEx. I'm reasonably optimistic when it comes down to it with 5-6% nominal growth. We don't know how long the oil shock will last. The average of the 7 last oil shocks, oil peaked at 23 days. Yeah. And it peaked at like plus 27%. We're at day 30 and we're already up 40-50%. So this too shall pass. I think it pays to be diversified, even between stocks and bonds. Yeah. We don't want in our asset allocation committee to just de-risk completely right now. Stay neutral stocks, bonds, diversify the hedges, and then look through this with the broadening trade.
Just quickly, Sebastian, how much has consumer or retail buyers sentiment changed as a result of all of these shocks and all of this volatility?
We talk a lot about retail buyers and their influence on markets, on liquidity, on prices. And retail buyers, they've done quite well as investors, especially buying the dips over the last few years. Back to the COVID era, millions of brokerage accounts were opened. Now, I think there's a bit of a whipsaw on this cohort of investors, but I have learned to never underestimate retail investors. They do provide liquidity to markets. That's what makes a market. And you know what, Lisa? I think we were talking last time I was on the show whether markets are investable or not. The VIX, remarkably, the VIX is just like peaked over 30 for the first time, and it's down below 30 today. So things are okay with liquidity and trading in the markets, Lisa.
Hey, Seb, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Sebastian Page there of T. Rowe Price on the markets. I have to say, I'd ask a different question. After all those things that have happened, I wouldn't be asking if we're down. I'd be asking how much we're down by. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. We've thrown a lot at this market, and this market has been very resilient.
And right now, a lot of people are not capitulating or getting out of risk because they've been trained by previous experience. How much is that actually contributing to the resilience that we're seeing in certain pockets of equities today?
Equity futures on the S&P positive by 0.9% with an update on stories worldwide. With your Bloomberg brief, Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Good morning, John. President Trump is ramping up threats on Iran even as he considers his options. The Wall Street Journal reporting the president told aides he's willing to end the U.S. campaign even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. The report says the concern is that a mission to open the choke point could extend the conflict beyond the timeline. An Iranian drone struck a fully loaded Kuwaiti oil tanker docked in Dubai early this morning. The vessel was in an area packed with ships waiting to leave the Persian Gulf. The strike damaged the hull and started a fire, but no oil was lost and all 24 crew members are safe. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. may need to reassess its relationship with NATO after the Iran war is finished. Speaking to Al Jazeera, Rubio criticized what he sees as a lack of support for U.S. operations in the Middle East from NATO member countries. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate the update. More from Yahara later this hour. Up next on a program, building pressure for a deal.
Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. This is another historic opportunity for Iran to come to a deal with this president and the administration.
Up next, we'll catch up with Norman Rule of CSIS, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
The longest first quarter ever coming to a close. One more day to go. Equity futures right now, the S&P 500 bouncing positive by 0.8%. The Nasdaq up by 0.75%. Some encouragement in a Wall Street Journal piece of the president would be willing to end this war, even leaving the Strait of Hormuz up to Iran and maybe allies to sort out in the future, which would be amazing because the Treasury Secretary said just what, 24 hours ago, that we would reopen the strait and the US would gradually take control.
As you said, mixed messaging across the board, a lot of contradictory signals, whether it's going to be escalation if there isn't some sort of deal, or whether it's going to be, I'm going to walk away because we're reaching our 4 to 6 week target and we've destroyed a lot of the Navy. How much of the move that we're seeing this morning is also driven by Fed Chair Jay Powell, who didn't come out saying, we're looking at inflation, we're going to raise rates. Instead, he said we're in a good place, and everyone said, oh, yay, we don't have to really factor that in.
And a 9% decline off the highs of the year so far in the S&P 500 that many people on Wall Street are itching to buy. Under surveillance this morning, building pressure for a deal.
The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. This is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions and to come to a deal with this president and the administration. Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces.
So here's the latest this morning. The president reportedly weighing ending the war in Iran without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The Wall Street Journal reporting the president telling aides the U.S. could wind down hostilities while keeping up the pressure on Tehran. Anne-Marie joins us now from Washington for more. Good morning, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, John. And as you and Lisa have been talking about, is this mixed messaging? It feels very inconsistent, just on the heels of what the president put out on his social media account yesterday, talking about how if a deal is not struck quickly, if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened for business as usual, then he would go after electrical and oil installations in the country. To really understand what is going on right now in terms of the war in Iran, we're pleased to be joined by Norman Rule, former senior U.S. intelligence official. Norman, thank you so much for joining us once again. We want to begin with that Wall Street Journal reporting overnight that the president is considering winding down the military operation, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed, or I guess controlled by the Iranian regime. Is this inconsistent to what he's been saying, or do you see this maybe as just the next phase of this conflict?
Good morning. I would look at this as part of the overall rhetoric of the campaign. We've got to keep in mind that we still have U.S. forces flowing into the region. There is no sense of a diplomatic rift between the United States and its Gulf allies. Talks are still ongoing between the United States and the Iranians, and you'll want to keep pressure on the Iranians in those talks. This statement is probably part of the overall tactical approach to those talks, in which he's trying to keep the Iranians off balance and ensure that they don't have too much of a heavy hand on the talks, letting them know that he's not placing so much strategic importance on the Strait of Hormuz for the United States. But in general, the president's approach is going to want to maintain pressure on the Iranians in the near term, as we saw with military attacks on the Iranians last night, which were severe.
Oman is slated to help in terms of this legal framework that the Iranian parliament is working on to collect a toll. Is the Gulf divided when it comes to this issue?
I don't think so. I think the Gulf will be somewhat united on this issue. They're not going to let the Iranians have a chokehold on their flow of goods. Now, let's keep in mind what this would mean. The proposed Iranian law, which is not yet approved, would in essence allow Iran to decide which ships would enter the Strait of Hormuz and to acquire a toll. Now, that would mean not only that Iran could decide which countries could then send ships into the Gulf to deliver goods to countries. That would include food as well as goods. But in theory, the Iranian parliament in the future could then say which countries could then supply those goods. So imagine the Iranian parliament one day saying that they would like to ensure that the U.S. or other countries aren't the suppliers of food or goods to Gulf countries. No Gulf country would tolerate that. So this is early stages for this. It's a negotiating point as well. Gulf countries would not accept this position.
The Associated Press is also reporting that a number of Gulf countries led by Saudi Arabia, the UAE, want this to be finished in terms of military operation or to... Are we there yet? Do you think there's been enough of changes within the leadership?
No, their leadership remains united. It's consistent in its hardline approach with the pre-regime leadership. However, that leadership is under military pressure, even lethal pressure from Israeli actions, and the leadership could change in the near future. But at the same time, the negotiations are continuing, and the Trump administration's approach is that if they were to concede, which is very unlikely, that sanctions relief could occur, and the conflict would come to an end, which is what everyone seeks, to include the Gulf states.
Norm, do you have an idea of who exactly the United States is negotiating with in Tehran?
We're negotiating with a fabric of officials. These officials have a common worldview, which has been set by their experiences since 2003. They all have a similar generational viewpoint of how Iran should approach the international community and its future. They're hardliners. They've experienced life since the Iran-Iraq War. They have a general experience of support for the Revolutionary Guard. They believe they can defy the international community successfully, defy the United States, and that Iran should be the regional hegemon.
Norman Roll, thank you so much for your time this morning. Of course, that was Norm Roll, former senior U.S. intelligence official. Jonathan, that last point there, the fabric of the regime still is intact, and that is who the United States is dealing with right now. As we see some of this mixed messaging coming from the White House, as the president has vacillated between what exactly he wants to see when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, and even different messaging, if the Wall Street Journal is correct, from what we heard just yesterday from his Treasury Secretary.
It's difficult to keep up with what's been happening, not just over the last month, but particularly the last 24 hours. Anne-Marie, thank you. Down in Washington, D.C. so far this morning. Negotiations, we're told, are ongoing. We'll see if they bear fruit. The contradiction of the last 24 hours, and we've covered it repeatedly now in the last 25 minutes, the president said one thing yesterday, which ultimately is reopen the Strait of Hormuz or re-escalate things big time and go after your power plants and energy infrastructure, things that would harm civilians. And then in the Wall Street Journal this morning, willing to walk away without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Which one is it? And markets have been struggling with this now for 1 month, and I imagine they'll keep struggling with it for the time being.
And there are two takeaways from this. One takeaway is it's unclear if there is a strategy that is going to be implemented that people can follow, and that has been one issue that people have had. So in other words, do we have clarity on that? And number two, a question of how vulnerable is this president to the market? How much is the president paying attention?
The efficacy of the Trump put in question this month. Up next on the programme, Michael Haig of SocGen on how crude could top 150. Plus, your Hira's got your morning movers. Dip buyers pushing the Mag 7 higher. Some of those names have had a really rough ride through the month of March. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
About 80% of projects will find it difficult to secure financing. And this is really all because of the level of readiness or preparation. As you know, for investment to occur, you need well technically prepared projects, but they must also demonstrate economic and financial impact. So one of the major challenges is the stock or availability of bankable projects in countries. Almost all countries have got good plans and ideas, but when you look at the readiness of those projects, that's a major obstacle. And that is why the African Development Bank, through the African Water Facility, invests heavily in upstream preparation of projects to enable countries to have a large pool of investable projects. The second element that is an obstacle is the institutional and regulatory environment in most countries, which make it difficult for investment to happen.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Here's a question for the next pub quiz. What did the S&P 500 do in the month of April 2025? What was the one-month performance? Would you have guessed it was down just 0.75% following Liberation Day at the start of the month? That sell-off was short and sharp, and it was bought aggressively when the president backed away. This month is very, very different. This month is one of the worst months we've seen in the equity market worldwide, going back to the energy shock of 22 and the rate shock of 22 in this country, going back to the pandemic of 20 and GFC in 2008. I'll go through the numbers point by point. On the S&P, down almost 8%, worst month since 22. Euro Stoxx 50, worst month since 2020. Nikkei, worst month since 2008, and likewise for the Kospi in South Korea.
So is this a growth shock? Is this potentially some areas that are getting hit harder? We know that Europe and Asian nations are being more significantly affected by higher oil prices and the shipments specifically from this region. There's another element, though, to this. And I'm talking about the Kospi and the Nikkei, which is some of the high-flying momentum stocks and momentum trades more generally have gotten completely undercut and whipsawed, particularly with semiconductors. When you look at the Kospi, how much is that behind the biggest move since 2008?
Japan and South Korea have had a really, really tough month of March. Heading into April, will these losses be bought? Equity futures bounced this morning on the S&P, the Nasdaq, the Russell. Check it out. Futures up by 0.8%. On the Russell, outperformance up by more than 1%. The Journal is where our focus is this morning. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the President of the United States is willing to walk away from this campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed, which is in conflict to anything we heard yesterday from anyone in the administration, including the president himself.
So is this move this morning on the margins a result of that reporting, the idea that there could be de-escalation even with an outcome that is not ideal for a lot of different players? There is also a feeling that people, as you were mentioning before, are so eager to buy this dip that they are coming into this because of the experience of 2022, because of that 42% gain that Sebastian Page was talking about. So there has been this sort of knee-jerk feeling, and you've seen it in the reports from Morgan Stanley and from Goldman Sachs. Maybe it's getting to be a good time to buy.
Stay invested. Stay invested. Earnings are good. How many times have we heard those things on this program over the last few weeks or so? The fear of missing out is still greater than the fear of losses. And I don't think we've had that massive sentiment washout like those other periods we described, the pandemic back in 2020 and, of course, GFC many decades ago now.
The difference is that in all of those scenarios, there was a policy response. You've always said when policymakers panic, that's when the market can start feeling better. Are they panicking? Maybe that partly was the response to that headline from the Wall Street Journal. Is there some sort of capitulation in response to the market moves, or is this just confusing messages that we've seen for the past couple of weeks?
So we turn to the bond market and get to the message from the Federal Reserve. 2s, 10s, 30s, yields just a little bit lower. 10s down to 433. We've got 2s down to 380. Bear in mind that in the last week, we have seen 2s north of 4% briefly. This from the chair, Jay Powell, over at the Federal Reserve. We think our policy is a good place for us to wait and see, and really stressing that he believes inflation expectations are well anchored here.
And saying ultimately the one reason why they would respond is if longer-term inflation expectations ticked up. I don't think they're looking at the University of Michigan sentiment survey as much as maybe five-year forward break-evens, which are now at the lowest levels of the year. So if they're looking at some of those forward indicators, not screaming a long-term inflationary
Do you remember when you, Mitch, was the difference between just a rate hike and a jumbo rate hike at the Federal Reserve?
I do remember that. That's a reason why maybe it's interesting that this time around it won't be as relevant.
That was quite a ride, wasn't it? Let's get to crude. Every single morning, the first thing you look for, Brent, WTI, where's it trading? Yesterday, WTI trading in triple digits, closing in triple digits for the first time since this war began. WTI up again this morning, 104.55. Brent crude, Lisa stressed this a few times, the biggest one-month move on record for Brent crude. We're talking about a rally of more than 50% through the month of March.
Yeah, and if you compare that to the Gulf War in 1990, it was about 46%, so it exceeds that level. What I find interesting is you're starting to see WTI come up to meet Brent, that gap between the two starting to close, highlighting how global this market really is.
Not so long ago, earlier this month, that gap was pushing $20. Brent and WTI. That story's changed. As we count you down to the opening bout, 3 hours away, let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Big tech helping to lift this market this morning as hopes grow that the Iran war could de-escalate based on that Wall Street Journal report. The war had been hitting that tech trade hard. We saw Microsoft down 10% in the month of March alone, due, of course, to higher energy costs, but also the risk that key funding from the Middle East could be disrupted amid a drawn-out war. So we are seeing a bit of a relief rally this morning with Meta up 1.5%, Microsoft also up 1.5%. Turning to some possible deal news, we are seeing shares of McCormick up 4.4% in the pre-market as it gets closer to buying most of Unilever's food units. Now, this isn't a clean sale. Unilever will still own a majority stake with McCormick running the business. That will let Unilever focus on growth areas like beauty and personal products. A deal could be announced as soon as today. And with all the talk around space and the Artemis 2 launch, I want to point to Virgin Galactic shares are up nearly 6.5% in the pre-market after the company put up new space flight tickets up for sale for $750,000. That's $100,000 more than before, suggesting that demand is holding up for space tourism, overshadowing what was otherwise a tough earnings report with losses continuing to mount for this company. John?
Yahara, thank you. I'm obviously not the target audience for that. $750,000, somewhere nice by the water in the south of Europe, right? Retirement place.
I don't picture you with a space bubble around your head.
If I don't want to go on a cruise, it's unlikely I want to be stuck in one of those things, isn't it?
What if they've got Mickey Mouse and a big slide?
It would make it even worse. Big slide to where, Bramo?
Well, you know, we can watch space movies and dream away.
Let's move on. On our radar this morning, President Trump could be looking for an off-ramp to end the war with Iran, according to the Wall Street Journal. Trump telling aides he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Elsewhere, Iran escalating attacks on energy sites, hitting a fully loaded Kuwaiti oil tanker near Dubai in drone strikes early this morning. The vessel docked in an area with other ships waiting to exit the Persian Gulf. And finally, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying President Trump would consider seeking and asking Arab nations to cover the costs of the war with Iran.
I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
The president insisting talks with Tehran are going well and suggesting a regime change is complete.
You know, these are ongoing mixed messages, and I would like to hear something from Saudi Arabia, UAE, which has been negotiating with the United States, but quietly. We've seen also other reports that Saudi Arabia is really pressuring this administration, the U.S., to keep going until the Iranian regime is more significantly deterred, because otherwise it is a huge operational risk for them with respect to their exports. Also, a question of how much they are willing to get on board to start engaging more significantly. I keep taking the signal, though. This is a concern about the cost. We've heard about the concern about the length. It's responding to all of the criticisms coming from his own party that President Trump is dealing with and how he's trying to respond to them.
WTI crude this morning, 105, Brent around 108. We're holding above triple digits as Iran still maintains control of the Strait of Hormuz. Michael Haig of SocGen writing, we expect Brent to average 125 in April with credible spikes towards 150. Michael joins us now for more. Michael, welcome back to the programme. Since we last spoke, what's changed for you? What's led to this?
Well, we've got more mixed messages, of course. What's changed is the fact that we have to deal with creating more and more scenarios on the eventual outcome of this conflict. So the numbers you're talking about there is a situation where we get some sort of opening by the end of April. But unfortunately, and the reason why we have such elevated forecasts is because it's going to take a long time to normalize. And one of the strongest relationships you have to the price of crude oil is the level of inventories. And they are coming down dramatically as the Gulf oil can't find its way out. You see stories of countries making big adjustments.
Michael, how much would prices go down if the conflict stopped, if there was no more bombing, if there was no more destruction of oil facilities, but the Strait of Hormuz remained squarely in the control of Iran?
Well, it would come down with some sort of de-escalation, of course. But as I mentioned, it wouldn't just fall back to where we were before the conflict began. I mean, in December, before we started hearing the threats, there was no risk premium in the market. It was very fundamentally driven. And as you mentioned earlier on in the show, we've seen about a 50% increase in the price of crude, some of that risk premium and some of it fundamentally justified. It would take a long time for it to come down. So our expectation is that it would trickle down potentially by the end of the year. The issue, of course, is that inventories are very, very low. OPEC would try and bring back some more oil into the market. And then you run the risk if something else happened between now and the end of the year, we don't have that buffer.
How much would prices, on the other hand, spike if, say, the Houthis got more significantly involved, as some reporting has indicated, and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait was pushed away, or at least put under attack, similar to what we have seen in the past few years?
Yeah, well, that's what we call Scenario C, where we have the conflict continuing through April and into May. And one of the assumptions is that there's an escalation in order to de-escalate. And so the proxies get more and more involved. And if we add on to our scenario a 2-week closure of the Red Sea, so that's 14 days times 5 million barrels, you add that on top of the 800 million barrels that you've lost from inventory because of the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. You add all that together, you put it through an inventory price model, and that's what gets you above 200.
I don't know, Michael, if you've seen that letter that was revealed by Politico on Europe, that Europeans should consider travelling less to avoid energy shortages, a recommendation by the EU energy chief. We've been tracking the shortages through Asia, individual markets. I know you've been doing the same thing. I've been reading your research. Where are we with that? And when does that arrive on the shores of Europe?
Well, I'll just give you one example. So the final vessel carrying jet fuel into the United Kingdom is going to get here in 48 hours, and there's no more after that. So Asia's already feeling the crunch. You've heard Spain and other countries lifting excise duties on gasoline and diesel. So it's starting to come here now.
Michael, I'm going to use the word panic, and you can push back if you like, but this is relatively speaking. Do you sense that there's more panic in your asset class because of the things that you're following more closely than maybe you're witnessing and feeling in other departments, other asset classes elsewhere?
Yes, actually, short answer is yes. The equity markets, guys, don't seem to be overly concerned about this right now. I've been warning them that once you start hearing more and more stories about the fragility of some economies and huge demand destruction, because it's not so much that people can't afford to buy the energy, they can't get it. I think you're going to see a lot more spillover.
Michael, how close are we to the Jimmy Carter moment for Europe? The wear a sweater, don't travel, sit in your home, don't heat it, don't cool it. I mean, how close are we to actual physical shortages, creating policy that crimps people's living styles?
I think we're weeks away from that. I mean, you've heard these policies that you've just mentioned in Asia: stay at home, work at home, use less fuel, etc., etc. It's not there yet. As I mentioned, we have one last jet fuel carrier coming into the United Kingdom. Not sure how long that would last for the airlines, but I would give it probably by the end of April. We would be talking a different story here.
Well, Michael, thanks for the update. We'll keep talking. And thanks for the research as well. Michael Haig there of SocGen, not just on the forecast for prices, but the forecast for shortages. The wording, the language in that particular response is so important. It's not about whether you can afford it. It's about whether you can find it. It's about actual, real, legitimate shortages that we could be talking about across Europe and not just Asia.
And we've heard already about actual physical shortages in Asia where people are driving around trying to find extra canisters, liters of petrol. At what point does that start instituting policies that crimp growth in a pandemic-type scenario, which is something that we keep hearing?
Brent crude, 108. Equities fading just a touch. We're still positive here by 0.6 on the S&P. With an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief, Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Iran is pushing the Houthis to prepare for a renewed campaign against Red Sea shipping. The move would be contingent on further U.S. escalation of the war. Leaders of the Yemen-based militant group are weighing options after launching ballistic missiles at Israel. Italy is denying U.S. aircraft bound for the Middle East permission to land at a base in Sicily. Sources in the country reporting the U.S. submitted a flight plan to Italy without authorization from national authorities. It follows a similar move from Spain yesterday. And U.S. gas prices have officially topped $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022. The nationwide average retail price for regular unleaded gas rose to almost $4.02 a gallon. That's more than $1 since the start of the war with Iran. That's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the latest. More from Yahara in the next hour. Up next on the programme, looking through the oil price shock.
By the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone. Inflation expectations do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term.
A statement from the chairman of the Federal Reserve provided this market with just a little bit of comfort in the last 24 hours. Up next, Steve Englander of Standard Chartered from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
The world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Equities bouncing here up by 0.6%, following a three-day slide on the S&P 500, heading in towards the end of this month and heading towards the month of April. Thank goodness for that. On the Nasdaq 100 up by 0.5%, on the Russell up by 1 percentage point. In the bond market, some comfort. As Chairman Powell put a floor in this bond market, a lid on bond yields. Your 2-year, 383, 10s, 433. Under surveillance this morning, looking through the oil price shock.
By the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone.
The FOMC is and will continue to be committed to getting inflation back to 2%.
Inflation expectations do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term, but nonetheless, it's something as we will eventually maybe face the question of what to do here.
So here's the latest this morning. Fed Chair Jay Powell telling investors the FOMC can wait through rising energy prices. Steve Englander of Standard Chartered writing, fundamentals suggest a less dramatic impact from the oil price spike than previous episodes. Less economic reliance on energy also bolsters the case for overall growth to withstand the shock. Steve joins us now for more. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Why will this Fed chair, in your words, choose to aggressively do nothing?
Because he doesn't know what's going to happen. And, nobody knows what the dominant effect is going to be, whether it's a slower economy or higher inflation. You don't know the timetable. There are just so many unknowns. There's no reason to commit in one direction or the other.
He's not committing. Do you have a base case?
Well, we have it flat through, through 2026.
So no rate cuts?
No rate cuts and no rate hikes. This seems to be like a good level.
Is that the same response that you expect from the ECB, or is it a different picture as we see inflation metrics tick up to the highest in almost a year and a half?
Well, ECB is talking tough. I mean, I think that they worry more about credibility, and you can look at inflation swaps in Europe that picked up a lot more than they did in the U.S. But at the end of the day, we think that they're not going to hike as much as the markets are pricing right now.
How much is this because people are looking at the idea of this being a disinflationary shock? And how realistic is it to consider that if the economy was so strong heading into this? And I'm not talking about Europe as much as the U.S.
Well, cards on the table. I'm not going to my boss and asking him for a pay increase because
Steve, we need
it's more expensive.
I think you've had a great 3 months.
Thank you very much.
But to talk about this.
Well, you talk to my boss then.
I will.
I think everybody is like this, right? Nobody is asking for a pay increase. Nobody wants to risk their jobs. Unlike, say, 2022 when we had the oil shock and, you could wave your hands on the street and get a higher paying job. Yeah, I think now people are really concerned. So I think where we're going to see the hit is most likely on consumption.
Given the fact that you believe that the U.S. economy was quite strong going into this, how much do you think that it can withstand not only the oil price shock, but also potentially some restraint on fiscal spending, as well as a Fed that's not moving off the sidelines?
Sorry, what restraint on fiscal spending are we discussing here?
Okay, okay, fair point. But at least, there isn't an obvious expansion of some of the fiscal benefits.
I think even if the war stopped tomorrow, there's so much rearmament that's going to go on. I doubt that. I wouldn't want to be lowballing deficits looking ahead. What would the first question?
Just how much, just in terms of the oil shock and how much that would be a hit to growth that could potentially turn this from something that is more negative?
Look, we think that the shock is going to be, mostly on demand more than on prices. What we do worry about is you get beyond a certain point. It's not like oil prices are going up because Japan is booming and China is booming and there's global demand and you just have to adjust to higher oil prices. They also proxy for the possibility that there are going to be shortages of, not just crude and crude energy products, but, refined products and so on. So there's an element here that say, we can deal with oil or Brent at 110 to 115. If it goes to 125 or 140, it may also be telling us that the degree of disruption, we're back to COVID-style supply-side disruption, which does have a heavier inflation impact.
Steve, this feels like a slow-moving train crash. Whenever we speak to anyone in commodities, and I'm sure you feel and have the same experience, they are panicked. And I think you can use the P word. I was hesitant about using it earlier, but Michael Higgs certainly didn't push back over at SocGen. They feel stressed and panicked about what they can see several weeks out, because they can see what's not going to arrive into Asia, what's not going to arrive into Europe, that would usually arrive, which is jet fuel, crude product, crude. The refiners aren't going to get the oil they usually receive. They can see all of this lining up, and then we have this comfort in the stock market that somehow earnings are insulated because companies are doing well. But Michael Haig's point is an important one. This is not about the price we can afford to pay. It's about the shortage of the goods, the absence of them. They just won't be there. Do you sense the panic in their asset class, and why do you feel a little bit more comfortable with it?
Well, look, there's always an element that you can over-panic, right? In the sense that, yeah, so, you know, I'll take my vacation in the Adirondacks, not in Asia, you know, this year. So less jet fuel being consumed. You know, I think that what we look at is where oil is priced to be at the end of the year. It's still priced under 85. That tells us that there's some risk there, that if the war continues and if there is disruption, even if, you know, the first contract doesn't go up, if what you see is that everything else begins to catch up to it, that, you know, over 100 becomes the norm, that has a lot of implications. You know, it's actually dollar positive, not for a good reason, but it's, you know, in terms of economic disruption and in the places you mentioned, it probably becomes much more severe.
Steve, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Steve England there of Standard Chartered on the backdrop for this economy right now and the shortages that we're already seeing take place in places like Asia and the ripple through you might see in the weeks to come.
When you say the P word, you could say panic or you could say pandemic. And we keep talking about that and we keep hearing that, the sort of pandemic era closures, shut-ins as a result of, at that time, a mandated isolation. At this point, just a lack of physical goods that people normally rely on to get around. I keep thinking about the policy response. How much fiscal room do governments have to really flood this market with cash like they did during the pandemic?
I don't think you should throw around the P word in financial markets, panic, which is why I'm hesitant about using it. But I don't think I would be doing my job if I didn't accurately describe what I think people in commodity markets are feeling right now and stressing. As I say, I put that to Michael Haig of SocGen just moments ago, and he certainly did not push back. There is a sense of panic in their community about what they're seeing materialize.
Jeff Curry certainly seemed as though he was getting emotional about this, and he's not alone. They're seeing the potential for escalation, and it's with the Houthis getting involved, it's with the destruction of inventories, it's with a question of supplies, and they put this all together and they see what's happening in Southeast Asia, they see what's happening in places and pockets in Europe, and they say, this is going to get a whole lot worse, potentially, the longer it goes on.
We cover financial markets. This is your judgment call. You get to decide whether that panic is misplaced or not, and invest accordingly. Coming up on the programme, we'll catch up with Lisa Shallard of Morgan Stanley, Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, the former White House senior advisor Amos Hochstein, and Christina Campmany of Invesco. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Geo report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
What some of these generative AI models look like they're going to do is they're going to reduce the cost of producing content to basically zero. So that will be a multiplier effect on the things that we're already seeing, which is that there's more people producing more content and reaching more people. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes downstream from that.
I don't know if you can break down what the average person is seeing right now in terms of stuff that's AI generated versus, you know, maybe more traditional human generated, but what's that going to look like in a year or in 5 years?
There's actually a lot of hybrid content, and too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content and never the two shall meet. But there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction might be using models to do so. Stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. But you will also see experiences that are purely AI, right? You see this in the last 2 weeks with Vibes in the Meta AI app and with Sora 2 from OpenAI. So I think you're going to see both.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
If this conflict does remain contained, we think the spillover effects can remain contained as well.
We are seeing a lot of people not doing a lot.
Let the market wash itself out.
The equity market here is actually the wild card.
There's real pain in not being in the market when things revert really quickly just on the blink of an eye.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores, the price action looks like this. Equity futures positive by 0.75% on the S&P following the biggest one-month slide going back to 2022. Can we trim some of that? On the Nasdaq, higher by 0.6. On the Russell, outperforming up by 1.2%. In the commodity market, Lisa's talked about it repeatedly throughout this morning. We've had a rally this month of more than 50% on Brent crude. And we are looking to add to the biggest monthly rally on record. This from the president, according to the Wall Street Journal. The president telling aides he's willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. That's setting the tone for this morning.
Yeah, and it's a mixed message compared to what we heard yesterday from a Truth Social post speculating on some escalation should there not be some sort of deal struck. Is this a tradable market? We keep saying that again and again. Is this a tradable market when you are trading off of truths and reports that are giving some conflicting signals? And right now, it is tradable in that it is being whipsawed. It is getting your face ripped off. It is having momentum trades that are completely getting unwound. And it has been incredibly painful, the pain trade march that nobody wanted.
This is a market full of contradictions. We've had a big correction in price. We're down by 8-9% so far this month. Yet earnings expectations have got better, not worse, for companies on the S&P 500. That's something we might have to reconcile in the weeks to come.
Is this just backward looking, given the fact that a lot of companies are looking at the momentum of the consumer heading into this? Is this not necessarily realistic based on the price shock? Or is this that there are a number of companies that are benefiting from this, right? I mean, this is something that our next guest I know has talked a lot about, the idea of defense spending and commodities, and how in the United States, in a very bifurcated or diversified market, you have benefits from all of those things. If we're going to start spending trillions of dollars in defense, well, hey, guess what? There's some companies that are going to benefit.
Let's spend some time on tech this hour as well. The correction we've seen in some of these names, Meta down 17% this month, Alphabet down 12% this month, Microsoft down 9% this month. The problems in some of those names predated this war. And I think you have to isolate and zoom in what's happening with technology stocks as well. Even if this war ends, What happens with those names?
I frankly don't totally understand this. I mean, Meta, I understand a little bit from the lawsuit and questions around whether this is their tobacco moment. With Microsoft, some disruption from AI. The semiconductors, though, and the memory chip stocks, which have seen their worst month so far going back to 2005. How do you justify this? Is it a lack of CapEx spending that can be justified by where borrowing costs are? Or is this potentially just a complete unwind of a momentum trade? Because otherwise, we were talking about memory shortages. It was a shortage problem. So if that is sort of a demand issue suddenly because of CapEx spending, well, they have then the supplies to meet that. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
That was the start of the quarter, Bramo.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm a bit scrambled this
morning. That was when the Kospi was absolutely flying.
I can't keep track.
And then the Kospi was turned upside down, down 19% so far this month. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Lisa Shallard of Morgan Stanley as equities bounce. Libby Cantrell of PIMCO on a potential Iran war off-ramp, and the former White House senior advisor Amos Hochstein as Tehran squeezes the Strait of Hormuz. We begin this hour with stocks looking to snap a three-day losing streak and crude adding to its biggest one-month rally on record. Lisa Shallard of Morgan Stanley writing investor confidence largely rests on continued conviction in the bull case, positive earnings revisions and a belief that impacts of the war will be short-lived. Lisa joins us now for more. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning.
What a strange month. This big correction in price we've seen in certain equity markets, and yet the outlook for earnings is better, not worse.
Yes.
How do you think we reconcile those two things in the months to come?
Well, I think that what we're looking at right now from our analysis is a bit idiosyncratic. To Lisa's point, when you actually decompose that earnings revisions, it's basically coming from energy stocks, which are benefiting from price, and the tech stocks, right? Even though those tech stocks are the ones that are being sold off, right? And I think that the story around tech is fundamentally a story of revaluation. Is as more and more CapEx goes into the ground, these guys are getting more and more capital intensive. Folks are worried about negative free cash flow. They're worried about return on investment, and we're pressing down some of these multiples. Now, from where I sit, it's probably excessive, right? Some of these unwinds have been, I believe, technical and mechanical. So for me, as a fundamental analyst, I'm looking at potential entry points in some of these tech stocks because, to your point, the fundamentals are quite good.
Would that be the hyperscalers? Would that be the chip players?
It would be much more the hyperscalers. I think the chip guys have some ways to go to catch up. I think fundamentally we have to remember semiconductors are cyclicals. They are very, very cyclical. And I think while you got shortages now, you won't have shortages forever.
How much do you think that the capital expenditures are going to get constrained by borrowing costs that are on the margins higher? And frankly, a lot of investors, for both the reasons having to do with the war and private credit, that are much more reluctant to lend at decent levels.
Yeah, I don't think, look, the hyperscalers have among the best balance sheets out there, even if their free cash flow growth has gone negative. So I don't think that's what's going on. I think what's going on is an overall cost of capital issue in the market, but I don't think we're going to see CapEx slow down anytime soon.
How much do you think, just in general, this broadening out trade or the idea of a whole market rally is constrained by what we're seeing, which is a wholesale credit condition tightening across a myriad of different indicators?
Yeah, so I think this is what the market finally began to sniff out on Friday and yesterday, which is it's one thing to put the inflation trade on, but it's quite another to start thinking about downgrading demand. Right, and saying, look, financial conditions are now across the broader swath of the economy, tightening so much that we're going to have an impact to growth. So we at Morgan Stanley took our GDP numbers down from a 2% real growth to 1.7% real growth. The reason that is so important is that 30 basis points basically takes out half of your benefit that everyone was forecasting for fiscal stimulus. So it takes out half. This goes on another 2 months. You're going to take out that other half, and it's as if